A liar can rewrite the story 1,000 times, but the truth never forgets. And the truth, it's got your name all over it. They act like they don't care. They pretend like you never mattered. They put on a show, laughing too loud, talking too big, acting like you were just another face in their forgettable past. But let's be real. People who move on don't need to prove it. People who don't care don't spend their time making sure you know it. They lie to themselves. They lie to others. But the truth? It haunts them. Before we go deeper, make sure to like and subscribe to help spread this message to more chosen ones. When you engage, YouTube recognizes that this message matters, pushing it further so more people wake up. And trust me, the world needs more awakened souls. Now, let's get into it. Whether you walked away or they were the one who let you go, it doesn't matter. The outcome is the same. They still think about you. They still feel your presence even when you're not around. They still compare everyone else to you, knowing deep down that nothing feels the same, and it drives them insane. Listen, chosen one, you already know you're different. You already know you hold a power that most can't understand, a presence that demands attention even when you stay silent. But what you might not fully realize is just how much your existence haunts those who lost access to you. Here's the thing, rejection doesn't just bruise egos, it shatters illusions. When a player, someone who thrives on control, faces rejection from a chosen one, their entire game collapses. Suddenly, they're not the one pulling the strings. Suddenly, they're not in control. And that drives them insane. They call you names. They spread rumors. They twist the story to make you the villain. But behind closed doors, they replay every conversation, every moment, every chance they lost. The player who once thought they could have anyone now finds themselves stuck on the one who walked away. You. And the irony? They still want you. They still crave your energy. But admitting that would mean admitting they lost. So instead, they lie. They pretend they never cared, that they never wanted you, that you weren't all that. But if that were true, why are they still watching? Why do they still feel the need to drag your name through the mud? Because deep down, they know the truth. And the truth is, you were the one thing they couldn't manipulate. Chosen ones, your presence is a force of nature. You don't just pass through people's lives, you leave a mark. And for those who aren't ready to face themselves, that mark burns. You become a walking reminder of everything they're not. That's why they fight so hard to rewrite the story, to turn you into the villain in their tragic little play. Because if they can convince the world that you're the problem, maybe, just maybe, they won't have to face the fact that they lost something rare. But here's what you need to remember. You owe them nothing, not an explanation, not a response, not even your anger. The moment you rejected them, the universe already made its decision. You were meant for more. And no matter how many lies they tell, no matter how many times they try to twist the story, reality remains unchanged. Let them talk. Let them stalk. Let them drown in their own delusions. Because at the end of the day, the truth always rises. And the chosen ones? We don't chase. We elevate. And to you, yes, you, the chosen one, thank you. Your energy is what keeps this truth alive. Whether you're new here or you've been walking this path with us for a while, know this. Your presence shakes the very foundation of those who doubted you. If you're ready to step fully into your power, break free from their illusions, and own the truth they try so hard to deny, smash that like button, hit subscribe, and drop a 77 in the comments to show you see through the lies and refuse to be controlled. And now, let's break it all down, step by step. Stay with me. Because if you're truly chosen, you'll feel the pull to hear every word. Let's get into it. Number 1. The fire they started is now burning them alive. The worst kind of prison is the one built by your own lies. And now, they're trapped in it, watching you from behind the bars they created. They thought they could control the story. They thought they could twist reality, rewrite the past, and bury the truth under their fragile ego. But the problem with lies? They always come back to haunt the liar. And now, every time they see you, hear your name, or even think about you, it stings, it burns. It reminds them of everything they lost and can never get back. They can't escape the truth, no matter how deep they try to bury it. Rejection does something wild to the human mind. It flips a switch that turns indifference into obsession. Whether they walked away from you or you were the one who shut the door, the result is the same. They thought you would beg. They thought you would crumble. They thought you would chase after them like everyone else. But you didn't. You stood firm. You walked away without looking back. And that messed them up in ways they never saw coming. Because here's the truth. People crave what they can't have. When you refuse to give them your energy, your attention, your validation, it shakes them to their core. Suddenly, you're not just a person. You're a rare, unattainable force, something they can't grasp or control. And that scarcity, it turns their shallow attraction into a deep, burning fixation. They start questioning everything. Why aren't you affected like the others? Why aren't you begging for their approval? Why do you seem so at peace while they feel like they're drowning? They thought they held the power, but now they're the ones spiraling. And the irony? The same ego that made them believe they were untouchable is now their biggest curse. They'll never admit they still think about you, never confess how badly they want to know if you ever think about them, never acknowledge that every time they see you thriving, it feels like a slap to the face. Instead, they'll do what weak souls always do: lie. They'll act like you never mattered, like they never cared, like you were just another one. But if that were true, why do they keep talking? Why do they keep watching? Why do they still feel the need to prove something to people who don't even ask? Because deep down, they know the truth. They can't shake you. They can try to replace you. They can distract themselves with meaningless attention, temporary fixes, and empty validation. But no matter how hard they run, no matter how loud they lie, your absence echoes louder than any noise they try to make. And here's what really eats them alive. They don't even know if they want you, or if they just want their control back. It's not even about love or attraction anymore. It's about the fact that you walked away when no one else ever dared. You broke the cycle. You refused to play their game. And now, they're the ones left with questions that have no answers. But don't expect them to own up to any of this. They'd rather drown in their own pride than admit they lost. So instead, they lash out. They spread lies. They act like you were the problem, like rejecting you, or being rejected, was some kind of victory. But inside, they're falling apart. Because they see the truth now. They see that you never needed them. They see that you're still standing, still thriving, still moving forward without them. They see that you were never dependent on their validation the way they wanted you to be. And that realization is the real heartbreak. The fire they started, the one they thought would burn you, it's only consuming them now, and all you had to do was walk away. Number 2, their lies are just bandages over a wound that won't heal. A weak soul would rather rewrite the past than face the truth. But no matter how many times they retell the story, reality remains unchanged. They had two choices: accept the truth or drown in their own delusions. And like most cowards, they chose the easy way out, lying, twisting the story, turning themselves into the hero and you into the villain, all to avoid the one truth that haunts them. They weren't enough for you. And that is something their ego simply cannot handle. It doesn't matter whether they rejected you or you rejected them. The moment they realized your absence hits harder than they expected, they went into full self-preservation mode. Because facing reality means admitting they lost, admitting they miscalculated, admitting they weren't as important to you as they pretended to be. And for someone whose self-worth is built on control, that's a fate worse than rejection itself. So, what do? They create a false narrative, a fiction designed to shield them from their own inadequacy. They tell themselves, and anyone who will listen, that you were the problem, that they dodged a bullet, that they never really wanted you in the first place, that you were difficult, crazy, toxic. Whatever lie makes them feel better about the fact that you're gone and never looking back. But here's where it gets funny. The more they talk, the more obvious it becomes that they're still pressed over you. Because if you truly didn't matter, if you were as irrelevant as they claim, why the hell are they still talking? A person who's moved on doesn't need to explain it. They don't need to prove it. They don't need to convince the world that they don't care. But them, they can't stop. They can't let it go. Because deep down, they know the truth eats at them. Their lies aren't just a defense mechanism. They're desperate survival tactics against the crushing weight of self-awareness. See, accepting the truth means facing themselves in a way they never have before. It means acknowledging that they weren't as important to you as they wanted to believe. It means admitting that for once, their charm, their mind games, their usual tricks, none of it worked on you. And that realization, it burns. So instead of sitting with it, instead of growing from it, they escape into delusion. They rewrite the story in a way that keeps their pride intact. And here's what makes it even messier. Sometimes they actually start believing their own lies. The human mind is a fragile thing. If someone tells themselves a false story enough times, they begin to accept it as reality, not because it's true, but because the real truth is too painful to bear. But no matter how many times they rewrite the past, the wound still lingers. They can fool the world, they can even fool themselves, but their body remembers, their mind remembers, their soul remembers, and the proof is in the way they can't seem to let you go. They still check your page, still ask about you, still react when your name is mentioned. They still feel something when they see you thriving without them, when they realize that your world didn't crumble after they left, or after you left them. And what really eats them alive? The fact that you don't need to lie to move on. You don't need to fabricate a story to make yourself feel better. You don't need to prove anything to anyone. You accepted the truth, took the lesson, and kept it pushing. Meanwhile, they're stuck, still grasping at the past, still running from the mirror you unknowingly held up to them. And that's the difference between a chosen one and the rest. You face truth, even when it's hard. They hide from it, even when it's obvious. Let them lie. Let them spin their little fantasy. Let them pretend they're over it, while secretly drowning in the obsession they swore didn't exist. Because no matter how many stories they tell, the truth will always be louder. Number 3. They're selling lies, but you own the truth. A weak mind doesn't seek truth, it manufactures it. But no matter how well they dress up a lie, reality will always strip it bare. This was never just about moving on. It was never just about rejection, heartbreak, or loss. No, this is war. A war of perception, of image, of control. They couldn't keep you, so now they have to rewrite the story. They can't let the world know what really happened, because the truth makes them look weak. So they do what all fragile egos do. They fabricate, manipulate, twist. They turn themselves into the hero and you into the villain. Because in their mind, if they can't have you, the next best thing is controlling how others see you. And that's where the smear campaign begins. They tell anyone who will listen that you were the problem. Maybe they say you were too arrogant, too difficult, too emotional, too full of yourself. Or maybe they take another route, acting like you were never that special, never that impressive, never worth their time to begin with. But if that were true, why are they still talking? The details of their lies don't even matter. The goal isn't accuracy, it's damage control. This is nothing more than a desperate PR stunt for their wounded pride, a smoke and mirrors act to make sure nobody ever realizes the truth. They lost. Because let's be real, people who have truly moved on don't spend their time running smear campaigns. People who don't care don't feel the need to rewrite the past. They just move on. But them, they can't. And the more they talk, the clearer it becomes. You still live rent-free in their mind. And here's the real kicker. These lies aren't just for the public. They're not just trying to convince others that you weren't worth it. They're trying to convince themselves, because deep down they know they fumbled something real. They know they lost something rare. And instead of sitting with that, instead of growing from it, they run from it. They escape into a fabricated reality where rejecting you, or being rejected, was somehow their win. It's easier for them to pretend you weren't all that than to admit they've been haunted by your presence ever since. But lies have an expiration date. The truth is patient. It doesn't need to rush. It doesn't need to defend itself. It just waits. And the moment the cracks start forming in their story, the moment people start noticing the inconsistencies, the moment their own actions start exposing them, it all comes crashing down. And by then, you're already gone, already moved on, already thriving in your own truth, while they're still stuck in their fiction, trapped in the very web of lies they spun to protect themselves. That's the power of a chosen one. You don't have to fight for the truth. You don't have to beg people to see it. It reveals itself on its own. So let them talk. Let them spread their little stories. Let them waste their breath convincing people of a reality that never existed. Because while they're busy selling lies, you're out here owning the truth. Number 4. Their hate screams louder than their pride will ever admit. The loudest one in the room is always the weakest, and the one who swears they don't care. They're the most obsessed of all. They can say they don't care. They can act like you never mattered. They can roll their eyes, laugh too loud, and make slick comments whenever your name comes up. But here's the truth. Hate is just love that's been denied a place to go. If they truly didn't care, you wouldn't be a topic. But every insult, every side comment, every bitter little jab, that's just their pride, bleeding through the cracks. They thought they could walk away and forget you. They thought they could replace you like a worn-out trend. But now, every time they see you, it burns. Because hate isn't the opposite of love. Indifference is. But look at them. They can't ignore you. They can't stay silent. They can't just let you go without making a scene. And that's what really exposes them. People who have moved on don't need to tear someone else down to feel whole. But them, they need to make you the villain. They need to paint themselves as the one who won. They need to convince themselves, and anyone who will listen, that they were never really affected by you. But here's the irony. If they truly didn't care, why are they still talking? Why are they still watching? Why do they still flinch at the mention of your name? Why does your presence still get under their skin? Because deep down, they know you were something rare. They know you were different. They know that no matter how much they try to downplay it, your absence is felt, and that pisses them off more than anything. So what do? They lash out, they throw shade, they spread lies. They try to rewrite history to make themselves feel like they had the upper hand. Because to admit the truth, to admit they still feel something, that would be an ego death they're not ready for. So instead, they hold on to their pride. They'd rather hate you than admit they still think about you. They'd rather lie than confess that they feel your absence. They'd rather trash your name than admit they lost something they'll never get back. And that's why their hate is so loud. Because deep down, they wish they didn't care. They wish they could erase the memory of you. They wish they could look at you and feel nothing. But they can't. And that frustration is eating them alive. But the best part, you don't even have to do anything. You're not chasing, you're not explaining, you're not trying to prove your worth. You're just existing, and that alone is enough to drive them insane. Let them talk, let them hate, let them make a fool of themselves trying to convince the world they're over you. Because the truth, the louder their hate, the deeper their wounds. Number 5. The players never thought they'd lose at their own game. The puppet master never expects to become the puppet, but the moment they lost control over you, the strings snapped, and now they're tangled in their own mess. They always thought they were untouchable. They built their whole identity on the idea that they were the ones in control, the ones who decided who stays and who goes, the ones who never get left behind. But then you happened, and suddenly, they weren't the one playing the game anymore. They were the one losing. See, a player thrives on validation. It's their fuel, their power source. They move through life collecting admiration like trophies, keeping people hooked just to feel important. They never plan for the moment when someone refuses to play along. But when they met you, the script flipped. They thought you would be like the rest, easily manipulated, easily impressed, easily kept on a string. They expected you to chase, to crave their attention, to fall for their charm like so many others before you. But instead, you walked away. You didn't play. You didn't beg. You didn't even flinch. And that shattered their illusion of control. For the first time, the player became the one wondering, the one second-guessing, the one questioning why you didn't fall under their spell. And that's when it hit them. They were the ones hooked now. They couldn't shake it. They tried to distract themselves, tried to replace you, tried to convince themselves that you were just another name on the list. But no matter what they did, the tables had turned and they felt it. And that feeling, it scared them. So what did they do? The only thing their fragile ego could manage, they lied. They pretended they never cared. They acted like they never wanted you in the first place. They spread rumors, twisted the story, made it seem like you were the one who lost. Because admitting the truth, admitting that they were the one who got played, that would mean admitting that for once they weren't the one in control. But here's the thing about truth. It doesn't need validation. It doesn't need proving. It doesn't need approval. And deep down, they know exactly what happened. They know they still check up on you. They know no one else quite measures up. They know that no matter how many people they entertain, the one they can't forget is you. And that's what really eats at them. Because a player only has power when the other person wants to play. But the moment you stepped off the board, the game ended. And suddenly, they weren't the mastermind. They were just another lost soul, confused, frustrated, and stuck on someone who refused to be controlled. That's why they're bitter. That's why they can't stop talking about you. That's why they keep trying to rewrite the past, to make it seem like they never cared. Because if they can convince others, maybe, just maybe, they can convince themselves. But the truth doesn't bend for cowards. You won. You shattered their illusion. You broke the cycle. And the only thing left for them to do is live with the regret of underestimating you. So let them keep up the act. Let them pretend. Let them lie. Because the only thing worse than losing a game is realizing you were never the one in control to begin with. Number 6. They don't hate you. They hate that they're still weak for you. They don't lose sleep over people they don't care about. And yet, here they are, restless, bitter, obsessed. But it's not you they hate. It's the grip you still have on them. They'll swear up and down that they can't stand you, that you were never that special, that they dodged a bullet. But if that were true, why are they still so pressed? The truth is, it's not you they hate. It's their own weakness for you. They hate that no matter how much they try to act like you never mattered, your energy still lingers. They hate that no matter how many people they entertain, nobody makes them feel the way you did. They hate that they can't talk about you without some kind of emotion creeping in, exposing the fact that they are still, to this day, affected by you. And that drives them insane. Because people like them, people who thrive on control, who live off attention, who are used to being wanted, aren't supposed to feel this way. They aren't supposed to get stuck on someone who walked away. They aren't supposed to find themselves haunted by a presence they no longer have access to. And yet, here they are, trying to replace you, but failing, trying to forget you, but remembering, trying to act like you were nothing while proving, with every bitter move, that you were everything. It's their pride that won't let them admit it, but deep down, they know. They know that the people they use as distractions don't compare to you. They know that no matter how much they convince themselves that they're better off without you, something still feels missing. They know that every attempt to move on feels forced, and it's eating them alive. Because someone who has truly moved on doesn't need to prove it. They don't need to throw shade. They don't need to check in on you secretly. They don't need to make sure that everyone around them believes their version of the story. But them, they can't let it go. Because letting it go means admitting the real problem. You weren't the weak one. They were. They were weak for your energy. They were weak for your presence. They were weak for the way you made them feel. And instead of accepting that, instead of sitting with that uncomfortable truth, they project. They lash out. They act like you're the one who's obsessed, like you're the one who's bitter. But actions don't lie. And their actions scream the truth they refuse to say out loud. They still want you. They still feel something for you. They still can't shake you, no matter how much they pretend. But rather than owning it, rather than admitting that they still care, they turn that energy into resentment. Because for them, hate is easier than vulnerability. But you know what? That's not your problem. Let them wrestle with their pride. Let them choke on their own ego. Let them lie to themselves until the weight of it finally crushes them. Because at the end of the day, they don't hate you. They hate that they're still weak for you. Number 7. The image they worship has become their cage. A mask worn for too long doesn't just hide the truth, it becomes a prison. And now, the walls they built to impress the world are closing in on them. Players live and die by their reputation. It's their armor, their currency, their entire identity. They are always the one in control, always the one being chased, always the one who leaves first. Their entire existence revolves around never being the one who loses. But then you came along, and you weren't impressed. You didn't chase, you didn't fall for the act. You saw through the performance and walked away without looking back. And just like that, a crack formed in their carefully crafted image. Because someone like them isn't supposed to lose power. Someone like them isn't supposed to get rejected, ignored, or forgotten. But when you refused to play their game, they lost control of the story. And that loss, it eats at them. Because now they're trapped in the very image they worked so hard to create. Trapped by their own ego, their own lies, their own need to appear untouchable. Admitting they still want you would be like setting fire to everything they built. Think about it. Players aren't supposed to catch feelings. They aren't supposed to pine over someone who walked away. They aren't supposed to be the one losing sleep, replaying moments, secretly checking your page, wondering if you ever think about them. But they are, and that reality, it terrifies them. Because the moment they admit they still crave you, their entire brand collapses. They stop being the one who's always in control. They stop being the one with options. They stop being the untouchable, desirable player and become just another person chasing someone who doesn't want them. And that's something their ego can't afford. So instead, they do what weak souls always do. They double down. They parade around with new distractions, flaunting conquests like trophies, pretending they've moved on, when in reality, they haven't even begun to process what losing you really meant. They throw themselves into their facade, desperately trying to convince the world and themselves that your rejection meant nothing. But it's all an illusion, because the truth, they're still stuck. No matter how many people they entertain, no matter how loudly they brag about their options, no matter how hard they try to act like they're unfazed, you haunt them. And the worst part, they can't even talk about it. They've built their entire existence on being detached, on being the one who moves first, on never letting anyone get too close. And now, that reputation has become a cage. They can't confess they still think about you because it contradicts everything they've built. They can't admit they regret losing you because it would mean acknowledging they made a mistake. They can't even show the slightest sign of weakness because it would shatter the illusion they live behind. So instead, they suppress it. They bury the feelings. They ignore the truth. They tell themselves whatever lie helps them sleep at night. But no matter how deep they push it down, the longing festers. Because the one thing their image can't protect them from, regret. And regret is like a slow poison. It doesn't hit all at once. It creeps in when they least expect it. When they see something that reminds them of you, when they realize no one else makes them feel the way you did, when they finally understand that what they lost can't be replaced. It's a lonely place to be, living for the approval of others while denying your own feelings. And you've already moved on. They just can't admit they haven't. Number 8. They watch you like a ghost, haunting its own past. A person who has moved on doesn't need to look back, but them. They can't stop staring at the life they're no longer a part of. They tell themselves they're over you, that they've moved on, that you don't cross their mind anymore. But the truth is that they've turned into your biggest fan, just in secret. They don't want anyone to know. They don't even want to admit it to themselves. But there they are, lurking in the shadows, scrolling through your posts, watching your stories, checking who you're following, dissecting every little detail of your life. They study you like an unsolved mystery, desperately searching for an answer they'll never find. They try to act indifferent, even rolling their eyes when your name comes up in public. But the second no one's watching, they're locked in, consuming every update like their life depends on it. Because in a way, it does. Your glow-up isn't just a casual observation for them. It's a trigger, a slap in the face, a constant reminder that you're still rising while they're stuck in the same cycle of pretending not to care. And here's what really messes with them. The more they watch, the worse they feel. Every picture, every smile, every move you make without them is a fresh wound on their ego. They see your confidence growing, your energy untouched, your life moving forward, as if their absence never mattered. And that's the part that eats them alive. Because in their mind, they were supposed to be unforgettable. They were supposed to be irreplaceable. They thought, at the very least, you'd struggle to move on, that you'd be watching them, not the other way around. But instead, here they are, hiding behind fake accounts, scrolling late at night, replaying your stories, reading into every little thing, wondering, who's got their attention now? Is someone else making them smile the way I used to? Did I ever even matter to them? They study your life, but they're not just looking for updates. They're measuring their own worth against yours. They want to know if their absence broke you, if their rejection or your rejection of them left you stuck. But what do they see? They see you thriving. They see you happier, freer, untouchable. And that realization? It stings. It forces them to ask themselves a question they don't want to answer. Was I really as important as I thought I was? And deep down, they already know the answer. So they keep watching. Not because they care, at least not in the way they'd ever admit, but because they need to know. They need to see if you're truly over them, if you've truly moved on, if someone else has taken their place. It's not curiosity, it's obsession, an addiction they can't break, a habit they can't shake. Because your life, it's still the most interesting thing in theirs. And the best part? You don't even know. You're not watching them. You're not checking up on them. You're not wondering who they're with or what they're doing. You're just living. And that's what haunts them the most. Because no matter how much they pretend, they're still watching. Number 9. Their silence isn't strength. It's fear of exposure. A coward's greatest weapon is silence, not because they've moved on, but because they know the truth would destroy them. They think staying quiet makes them look strong. They think ignoring you, avoiding eye contact and pretending you don't exist, makes them seem like they've won. But let's be real, their silence isn't power. It's fear. Fear of what? Fear of exposure, fear of slipping up, fear of revealing that they're still watching, still thinking, still obsessing. Because silence isn't always the absence of emotion. Sometimes it's proof of an internal war they're too ashamed to admit they're fighting. You see, if they were truly unbothered, they wouldn't need to play the silent treatment game. They wouldn't need to avoid you like a ghost in their past. But here they are, dodging, lurking, hesitating. Because the truth is, they're afraid. Afraid that if they speak, their voice will crack. Afraid that if they look at you, their eyes will give them away. Afraid that if they acknowledge your existence, even for a second, all the lies they told themselves will come crashing down. So they stay quiet. They act like you don't exist. But their silence is just another mask. one that barely hides their fear. Because if they were really over you, why the act? Why the calculated avoidance? Why the fake indifference? They want to convince the world they've moved on, but their behavior screams otherwise. The hesitation in their steps when they see you, the way their energy shifts when your name comes up, the way they linger just long enough to catch a glimpse of you before looking away. Silence. That's not strength. That's weakness in disguise. Strong people face the truth. Weak ones run from it. And that's exactly what they're doing. Because deep down, they know that facing you means facing everything they've tried to suppress. The regret, the longing, the realization that you were never as replaceable as they pretended you were. They thought ignoring you would make them feel in control, but all it's done is trap them in their own paranoia. They thought if they kept their distance, the feelings would fade, but they haven't. They thought silence would set them free, but instead, it's only made them a prisoner of their own denial. They can lie to themselves all they want. They can put on the performance of a lifetime, but the moment they cross paths with you, the truth rushes back like a flood they can't hold back. That's why they stay silent. Not because they're strong, not because they've healed, but because they know they'd expose themselves the second they let their guard down. And the funniest part? You're not even doing anything. You're not chasing. You're not begging. You're not playing any games. You're just existing. And that alone is enough to shake them to their core. So let them hide. Let them pretend. Let them think their silence is fooling anyone. Because the truth? Their silence is just a confession without words. Number 10. Drowning in their own need for validation. A person who is truly confident doesn't need an audience, but a weak soul. They need the whole world to clap just to feel like they matter. They told themselves they were over you. They swore up and down that you didn't mean anything, that losing you was no big deal. But if that were true, why are they so damn desperate for validation now? Look at them, scrambling for attention, chasing meaningless distractions, feeding off cheap applause like a starving animal, posting, bragging, showing off, doing the most to convince everyone, including themselves, that they have won. But the harder they try, the more obvious it becomes. This isn't confidence. This isn't happiness. This is desperation. See, when someone knows their worth, they don't need a crowd to confirm it. But someone who secretly feels empty, someone who knows deep down that they lost something real, they will do anything to drown out that silence. Because silence forces them to sit with the truth. And the truth is, they need validation like a junkie needs a fix. They need people to gas them up. They need attention to patch the hole you left behind. They need to be surrounded by admirers, rebounds, distractions, anything to make sure they never have to face the fact that your absence hit them harder than they ever expected. It's pathetic, because no matter how many people tell them they're better off, no matter how many fake smiles they put on, they know something is missing. They can throw themselves into parties, into new people, into empty validation. But when the noise dies down, they still feel that ache. And here's the funniest part. This whole act isn't even about them. It's about you. Every post, every flex, every forced laugh is a weak attempt to prove something, to prove to you, to prove to the world, to prove to themselves that they're winning. But let's be real. If they were truly happy, why would they need to put on a show? Why would they still be looking your way, still reacting, still making sure you see them? Because deep down, they want your attention. They don't just want validation from anyone. They want it from you. They want you to notice. They want you to wonder. They want you to feel like you lost something. But the problem, you're not watching, you're not chasing, you're not checking in, you're not giving them the reaction they desperately need to feel whole again. And that's what's really breaking them. They can fool the world, but they can't fool themselves. They can post 100 pictures, tell 1,000 lies, surround themselves with as many people as they want. But the one thing they can't do is erase the truth. And the truth is, they lost something real. They lost something they can't replace. They lost something they thought they could walk away from without consequence. But now they're spiraling. Because your silence is louder than any of their noise. Let them chase attention. Let them run their mouth. Let them flex like they've moved on. Because no matter how many people they try to impress, they're still haunted by the one person they couldn't fool, you. Number 11. The power they thought they had is gone, and it's never coming back. Nothing haunts a person more than realizing the control they once had is now in someone else's hands. They thought they had you figured out. They thought they had the upper hand. They thought they could push, pull, disappear, reappear, play their little games, and you'd always be right there, waiting. But something shifted, something snapped, and now they have no power over you. And that's their worst nightmare. See, people like this don't just crave attention, they need it. It's the fuel that keeps their ego running, the mirror that reflects back the image they want to see. They thrive on control, on knowing they can push a button and get a reaction. But when that button stops working, when they realize that no matter what they do, you're not reacting the way you used to, that's when the panic sets in. Because here's the truth about power. It's not about who talks the loudest, who plays the most games, or who walks away first. Real power is in indifference. And you don't care anymore. They can feel it, they can sense it, and it's breaking them down from the inside out. At first, they told themselves you'd come back, that you'd reach out, that you'd still be watching, still be hoping, still be waiting for their approval. But as time passed, as you stayed silent, stayed unbothered, stayed focused on yourself, the ugly truth started creeping in. They lost you, for real this time. And the worst part, they know they'll never get that power back. It doesn't matter if they come back around, try to test the waters, throw little bait to see if you'll bite. You won't. The spell is broken. Their illusion has crumbled. You see them for what they are now, and nothing they do can change that. And that's what's eating them alive. Because the way you saw them before, that version of themselves that existed in your mind, the charming, desirable, untouchable version, it's dead. They don't get to be that person to you anymore. Now, when you look at them, you see desperation. You see weakness. You see someone who once held the strings, but is now scrambling to feel important again. And let's be real, they can feel that shift. They can feel that when they text, you don't rush to respond. They can feel that when they talk about you, it doesn't shake your world. They can feel that when they try to trigger you, you don't react. And that's the part that kills them the most. The game is over, and they lost. The power dynamic has permanently shifted, and they will never, ever hold that control over you again. So now they're left scrambling, trying to find ways to make you care again. Maybe they talk bad about you, hoping it'll get back to you. Maybe they try to make you jealous, parading someone new around like a trophy. Maybe they even try to come back, acting like nothing ever happened, just to see if they can still pull you back in. But none of it works. None of it brings back the power they once had. Because you've evolved. You're not the same person who once gave them access to your energy. You're not the same person who once held on, hoping they'd change. You outgrew them. And that is a level of power they will never reach. So let them struggle. Let them fight against the reality they created. Let them sit in their own chaos, wondering how the tables turned so fast. Because the truth? They will never have the same version of you again, and that is the kind of loss they will never recover from. Number 12. They collect people like bandages, but the wound still bleeds. You can replace a person, but you can't replace the energy they carried. And the ones who know they lost something real, they try to fill the void with empty hands. They move on fast, or at least that's what they want you to think. Suddenly, they're everywhere with someone new, flashing smiles, posting stories, playing the role of someone who's happier than ever. But the truth is written all over their desperate attempts to prove they've moved on. They don't want love, they want distraction. Because facing the reality of your absence, that's too much for their fragile pride to handle. They thought you'd always be around. They thought they had you locked in, easy to replace like a trend that went out of style. But when you walked away and never looked back, it created a void they never expected. And now, instead of dealing with that emptiness, they use other people as emotional crutches, hoping that if they stack enough bodies around them, they won't feel how alone they really are. But no amount of rebound flings, forced connections, or fake smiles can cover up the truth. They are still haunted by you. You see, when someone has truly moved on, they don't need to prove it. They don't need to flaunt a new person in hopes that it'll get a reaction. They don't need to rush into a new love just to convince themselves they're whole again. They simply live. But them, they jump from person to person, hoping one of them will carry the same energy you did, but they never do. And that's where the real suffering begins. Because no matter how many people they line up, none of them can replace the one thing that made you unforgettable: your presence. You weren't just another face, another name, another temporary fix. You were a force. The kind of energy that lingers, the kind of presence that doesn't fade. And now they're stuck chasing ghosts, trying to recreate a feeling they'll never find again. It's like drinking salt water. It might numb the thirst for a moment, but in the end, it only makes them more dehydrated. And deep down, they know it. They know that no matter how many times they jump from one person to the next, you're still the one in their mind at the end of the night. They know that no matter how much attention they soak up from their replacements, it never really fills the space you left. So they try harder, they force the smiles, they post the pictures, they overshare, hoping you'll see it, hoping you'll believe they've moved on. But behind all of it, a quiet, gnawing emptiness they can't shake. And the irony? You don't have to do a damn thing. You're not out here scrambling for validation. You're not filling your life with meaningless replacements. You're simply moving forward, and that alone is driving them insane. Because while they need an audience to convince themselves they're okay, you don't need anyone to confirm what you already know, that you were never the one who lost in this situation. So let them collect people like temporary bandages. Let them build a false reality where they're happier than ever. Because at the end of the day, you know the truth. And the truth is this: the wound is still bleeding, no matter how much they try to cover it up. Number 13. Karma moves in silence, but its strike is always lethal. The universe doesn't rush, but it never forgets. And when karma finally arrives, it doesn't knock. It kicks the door in. They thought they got away with it. They thought they could lie, manipulate, smear your name, and walk away without consequence. They laughed, they gloated, they acted untouchable. But the thing about karma, it doesn't follow human time, it follows divine order. And when it finally hits, it never misses. See, karma doesn't work like some dramatic instant explosion. No, it's patient, it waits, it watches, it lets them run around thinking they've won, thinking they've escaped the consequences of their actions. And then, just when they think life has let them off the hook, boom, everything starts falling apart, piece by piece. Because the universe keeps receipts. They may have thought they were invincible when they lied about you, when they played you, when they disrespected your name to save their own pride. They may have thought they were in control, that their actions had no real weight. But here's the thing. What you put out always finds its way back. And for them, it's coming back with interest. Karma doesn't just return what was given, it multiplies it. The lies they told about you, they'll be exposed by their own mouth. The disrespect they threw your way, life will serve them the same energy tenfold. That person they chose over you, that relationship will crumble under the weight of their own deception. Because when you break something pure, when you take advantage of something real, when you spit in the face of someone who only gave you authenticity, the universe responds accordingly. And you don't even have to lift a finger. They think you're waiting for their downfall. They think you're watching, hoping, praying for the day they get what's coming. But the truth? You've moved on. You're too busy elevating, too focused on your own growth, too deep into your purpose to waste energy on revenge. And that's what makes karma even colder. Because the moment you let go, the universe takes over. They'll start feeling it in the smallest ways at first. The attention they once thrived on, it starts fading. The validation they fed off, it turns hollow. The power they thought they had, it slips right through their fingers. And then the real hits begin. The same betrayal they put you through, they'll experience it. The same rejection they thought you wouldn't survive, they'll taste it. The same emptiness they tried to leave you with, they'll drown in it. And by the time they realize what's happening, it's too late. They'll look back and remember the way they treated you. They'll replay the moments they thought meant nothing, the choices they assumed had no weight. And suddenly, it all makes sense. The doors closing in their face, the relationships failing, the loneliness creeping in. It's not bad luck. It's not coincidence. It's payback in its purest form. But the cruelest part? By the time karma settles the score, you won't even care anymore. They'll want to apologize. They'll want to undo the damage. They'll want to fix what they broke. But by then, you'll be so far ahead that their words will feel like whispers in the wind. Because karma isn't just about punishment. It's about revelation. It's about making them realize, in the most painful way possible, exactly what they lost. So, let them think they got away with it. Let them believe life will always favor them. Let them run. Let them gloat. Let them wear that fake smile while it lasts. Because karma doesn't lose addresses. And when it arrives, it's going to make sure they never forget your name. And that's the beauty of it. You never had to do a thing. The same energy they put out is finding its way back. And now they have no choice but to face it. The truth they ran from, the lies they told, the games they played. It's all catching up. And you're too busy winning to look back. If this message hit home, smash that like button, subscribe, and drop 77 in the comments to claim your power. Share this with another chosen one, because the world needs more people who see through the illusion. Your rise is inevitable.
A lion does not explain itself to sheep. And yet here you are, still questioning your own roar. How dare you doubt yourself? How dare you question the fire inside you just because the weak and the blind couldn't handle its heat? Look at what's happening now. The same people who mocked you, called you delusional, tried to isolate you. They are scrambling. Their lies are falling apart. Their masks are slipping, and their own web of deception is choking them. They thought they could play you, thought they could twist reality, gaslight you into submission, erase your voice. But here you are, standing tall, unshaken, watching them crumble under the weight of their own sins. The universe is dragging them into the light, exposing them for what they truly are, weak, desperate, hollow. They can't run from this. They can't manipulate their way out. The truth is an unstoppable force, and it is crushing them. And you were always ahead of them. You saw through their illusions when no one else did. You sensed their deception before they even spoke a word. And yet, you doubted yourself. You let their whispers get into your head. You let their ridicule shake you. Never again. If you ever second-guess your instincts again, remember this moment. Remember how every warning you felt, every suspicion you had, was right. Like and subscribe. Not for me. For the others who are still trapped, still questioning themselves, still falling for the lies. The more you engage, the more this message reaches them. The more the truth spreads, the more the enemy's grip weakens. Welcome, chosen ones. But understand this. Being chosen is not just some poetic destiny. It is a curse to the weak and a reckoning to the wicked. Your presence alone disturbs them, haunts them. You don't even have to fight them. Your existence is enough to destroy them. Every time they see you, they are reminded of their own failure, their own insignificance, their own impending downfall. They never hated you because you did something wrong. They hated you because you exist, because you stand for something they can never be, because you see through their lies, and they can't manipulate you like they do the others. They despise you because your truth is their death sentence. And now they are afraid. They feel the walls closing in, the shadows creeping behind them. Their lies aren't working anymore. Their control is slipping through their fingers. The universe is balancing the scales, and they are realizing, far too late, that they were never in control. You didn't need revenge. You didn't need to beg anyone to see the truth. You just needed time. And now, time has delivered justice. Watch them fall, and you, yes, you, the chosen one. Whether you just found your way here or have been standing in the fire with us from the beginning, know this: your presence is power. Every time you engage, every time you push this message forward, you shake their foundation. If you're ready to fully embrace who you are, to watch their lies disintegrate in real time, hit that like button, subscribe, and drop number 77 in the comments. Let the universe know you see everything now. And now, let's break this down step by step. If you truly are chosen, if the fire inside you is real, you won't want to leave. The deeper we go, the more undeniable it becomes. Let's get started. Number 1. The curtain falls, and they can't run from what's coming. A mask can only last so long before it melts under the heat of truth. They thought they could rewrite history, thought they could paint you as the villain, twist reality, and manipulate the weak-minded into turning against you. But the walls are closing in on them now. Their carefully crafted deception is rotting from the inside out, and every false word they spoke against you is coming back to strangle them. They are drowning in their own lies, gasping, scrambling, exposed. And you already won. You don't need to fight battles that are being won for you. You don't need to prove a thing to anyone anymore. The universe has a way of balancing the scales. And now, justice is running its course. The very people who doubted you, who turned their backs on you, are being forced to see the truth. They remember what you said, how you carried yourself, how you never wavered even when they threw stones at you. And now, as everything unravels, they can't ignore it anymore. But let me ask you something. Why did you ever doubt yourself in the first place? You felt their lies, you sensed their jealousy, you saw through their fake smiles, and yet you still questioned yourself. You let their whispers get in your head. You let their gaslighting shake you never again. The power of being chosen isn't just about seeing the truth. It's about knowing it so deeply that no amount of deception can shake you. Stop second-guessing what you already know in your soul. You have been given vision, clarity, a strength that disturbs the weak. And that's exactly why they came for you in the first place. Let me make something clear. You were never the problem. They were. They feared what they couldn't control. They envied what they couldn't become. Their entire existence revolves around illusions, and the moment someone like you enters the picture, someone who sees, who knows, who cannot be swayed, their world begins to crack. You are the hammer they never saw coming. And now, their time is up. The very people who sided with them, who entertained their stories, who blindly followed their deception, are starting to question everything. They see the inconsistencies. They see the desperation in their voices, the panic in their eyes. Their web of lies is collapsing, and there's no way out. And do you know the most satisfying part? You didn't even have to lift a finger. You didn't have to argue, to explain, to convince. Truth has its own way of coming out, and now it's hitting them like a storm with no mercy. The mask has slipped, the performance is over, and they are standing exposed, naked in front of the very people they once deceived. And yet, some of you still hesitate. Some of you still sit there wondering, but what if they get away with it? What if people still don't see the truth? Stop. The truth doesn't need permission to exist. It doesn't need validation from the blind. The truth is, it moves, it shifts, it uproots everything in its path, whether they like it or not, and right now, it is swallowing them whole. They don't get to escape this. They don't get to manipulate their way out this time. Their lies were their downfall. Their deceit was their own undoing. And the very people they turned against you are now turning against them. That's the irony, isn't it? The same crowd that cheered for them when they tore you down is now watching them burn. And there's nothing they can do about it. They spent all that time crafting illusions, painting you as the villain, spinning lies so carefully that even they started believing them. But here's what they forgot. Lies have an expiration date. They rot, they decay, and when the time is up, the stench is unbearable. And now, their lies reek. Look at them, desperate, panicked, scrambling for cover where there is none, trying to rewrite the story again, trying to twist the narrative one more time. But it's not working anymore. People are seeing through it. They are losing control, and all you had to do was stand in your truth. You see, the power of being chosen isn't just about being given insight. It's about being the one thing they can never destroy. You don't need their approval. You don't need their validation. You don't need the acceptance of people who are too blind to see what was right in front of them. Let them choke on their own falsehoods. Let them drown in the mess they created. The universe is balancing the scales, and you are untouchable. So I'll ask you again, why did you ever doubt yourself? Why did you let their words shake you? Why did you let their temporary illusions make you question what you already knew in your soul? You should have known better. You should have trusted yourself. But now, this is your lesson. This is your proof. The next time someone tries to gaslight you, manipulate you, twist the story, remember this moment. Remember what happens when the truth catches up. Remember how quickly illusions crumble when reality knocks on the door. And most of all, remember this. You never had to fight them. The truth fought for you, and it won. Number 3, their strings are snapping, and the puppet show is over. A liar's greatest fear is not being caught. It's being abandoned by the fools who once believed them. For so long, they pulled the strings, played their little games, and orchestrated chaos behind the scenes. They whispered in ears, planted doubts, twisted reality itself to make you the villain. And for a while, it worked. But the show is over now. The people who once believed their lies, the ones who turned their backs on you, they are starting to see it. The web of deception is breaking apart, and the master manipulator is standing in the wreckage, exposed, powerless. You always knew something wasn't right. You could feel the energy shift when they entered the room. Their words never matched their actions. Their smiles never reached their eyes. But you wanted to believe the best in them. Maybe you ignored the signs. Maybe you gave them the benefit of the doubt. Maybe you even blamed yourself. Never again. They thought they could control the narrative forever. Thought they could turn people against you, isolate you, strip you of your power. But what they didn't realize was this. Manipulation has an expiration date. Lies can only hold weight for so long before they collapse under the weight of truth. And now, the collapse is here. Look at them, desperate, cornered, watching their carefully built empire of deception turn to dust. The people they once fooled, they're waking up. They're putting the pieces together. And once someone sees the truth, they can never unsee it. And the best part, you didn't have to do a damn thing. No revenge, no fighting, no desperate attempts to prove yourself. You let patience do the work. You let time reveal what needed to be revealed. And now, the consequences are hitting them like a tidal wave they never saw coming. Let them scramble. Let them panic. Let them watch their power slip through their fingers like sand. You owe them nothing. Because here's what they feared the most. They never actually had power. They only had the illusion of power. And that illusion depended on people's ignorance. The second people started seeing clearly, it was over. And now, it is over. So why did you ever doubt yourself? Why did you let their games get into your head? Why did you question your instincts when they were right all along? The next time you feel that unease, that gut feeling telling you someone isn't who they pretend to be, believe it. Because you are not crazy. You're not paranoid. You're not imagining things. You are chosen. And being chosen means you see what others don't. That's why they feared you in the first place. They saw your clarity, your strength, your refusal to be manipulated, and it terrified them. So they did the only thing they could do, tried to make you doubt yourself. But now they have nowhere left to hide. This is your moment. The truth is on your side, and nothing can stop what's coming. So sit back, watch, let the unraveling continue, and never again question what you already know. Number 3, their strings are snapping, and the puppet show is over. A liar's greatest fear is not being caught. It's being abandoned by the fools who once believed them. For so long, they pulled the strings, played their little games, and orchestrated chaos behind the scenes. They whispered in ears, planted doubts, twisted reality itself to make you the villain. And for a while, it worked. But the show is over now. The people who once believed their lies, the ones who turned their backs on you, they are starting to see it. The web of deception is breaking apart, and the master manipulator is standing in the wreckage, exposed, powerless. You always knew something wasn't right. You could feel the energy shift when they entered the room. Their words never matched their actions. Their smiles never reached their eyes. But you wanted to believe the best in them. Maybe you ignored the signs. Maybe you gave them the benefit of the doubt. Maybe you even blamed yourself. Never again. They thought they could control the narrative forever. Thought they could turn people against you, isolate you, strip you of your power. But what they didn't realize was this. Manipulation has an expiration date. Lies can only hold weight for so long before they collapse under the weight of truth. And now, the collapse is here. Look at them, desperate, cornered, watching their carefully built empire of deception turn to dust. The people they once fooled, they're waking up. They're putting the pieces together. And once someone sees the truth, they can never unsee it. And the best part, you didn't have to do a damn thing. No revenge, no fighting, no desperate attempts to prove yourself. You let patience do the work. You let time reveal what needed to be revealed. And now, the consequences are hitting them like a tidal wave they never saw coming. Let them scramble. Let them panic. Let them watch their power slip through their fingers like sand. You owe them nothing. Because here's what they feared the most. They never actually had power. They only had the illusion of power. And that illusion depended on people's ignorance. The second people started seeing clearly, it was over. And now, it is over. So why did you ever doubt yourself? Why did you let their games get into your head? Why did you question your instincts when they were right all along? The next time you feel that unease, that gut feeling telling you someone isn't who they pretend to be, believe it. Because you are not crazy, you're not paranoid, you're not imagining things, you are chosen. And being chosen means you see what others don't. That's why they feared you in the first place. They saw your clarity, your strength, your refusal to be manipulated, and it terrified them. So they did the only thing they could do, tried to make you doubt yourself. But now they have nowhere left to hide. This is your moment. The truth is on your side, and nothing can stop what's coming. So sit back, watch, let the unraveling continue, and never again question what you already know. Number 4, the chosen don't follow, they lead the revolution. There is no army more powerful than one soul standing in undeniable truth. If you are here, it is not by accident. The universe does not make mistakes, and it does not move without purpose. You are called to this moment. Whether you are just finding your way to this space or you've been standing firm since the beginning, know this. Your role in this revelation is not small. It is massive. They wanted you to feel isolated. They wanted you to believe you were alone. But look around. You were never alone. The chosen always find each other. No matter how much darkness tries to scatter us, the light pulls us back together, piece by piece, soul by soul. And let's be clear, this is not just a message. This is a movement, a reckoning, a force that cannot be stopped. But what is your role in all of this? To stand, to hold your ground even when the world around you shakes, to trust your inner knowing even when the noise of deception tries to drown it out, to walk boldly in truth even when the liars and manipulators try to rewrite the story. Because here's the truth. The moment you stop doubting yourself, you become unstoppable. For too long, they have tried to twist reality, make you question what you see, gaslight you into submission. But their time is up. This is the season where the chosen rise, where the truth takes center stage, where deception is torn apart piece by piece. And you are part of it. But let me ask you this. Are you ready to embrace your role? Are you ready to step fully into the power that has always been inside you? Are you ready to stop apologizing for seeing the truth? Because this is the moment where the fence sitters get left behind. You cannot play both sides anymore. You are either awake or asleep. You either stand in truth or you fall with the liars. Make your choice. And to those who have been here, standing firm, unwavering, I see you. Every time you push this message forward, every time you leave a comment, every time you engage, you are strengthening the force of truth. You are making it harder for the enemy to operate in darkness. You are part of something bigger than you even realize. Because this isn't just about watching the fall of the corrupt. It's about building something greater in its place. And that's why you are here. To be more than just a witness, to be a leader, to be the proof that truth wins, to be the living example that deception can only last for so long before it crumbles under the weight of reality. And before you ask, why me? Let me tell you exactly why. Because you see what others ignore. Because you feel what others dismiss. Because you sense things before they happen. Because you were built for this. You didn't just stumble into this wisdom, you earned it. Through every betrayal, every moment of doubt, every time you were mocked for speaking the truth, you were being prepared. And now, your time has come. So hear me when I say this, you are not small. Your presence in this space is not a coincidence. The fact that you resonate with this message is proof that you were made for more. This is not a moment to shrink. This is not a moment to hesitate. This is a moment to rise, to be loud, be seen, be undeniable. Because if there's one thing the enemy fears, it's this: the chosen ones standing in their full power, without apology, without fear, without doubt. And that's exactly what's happening right now. So are you in? Or are you going to let doubt steal what was meant for you? Make your choice. And if you're truly ready, let the universe know. Drop a comment, engage, push this message forward. The more you stand in truth, the harder it becomes for the enemy to lie. This is your time, our time. Let's move. Number 5, the truth hunts. Down the liars, and there's no escape. A lie can run for years, but the truth only needs one moment to catch it, and when it does, there's nowhere left to hide. This message has found you for a reason. You were meant to hear this, even if you don't fully understand it yet, even if you stumbled upon this space by accident. Your spirit led you here. And believe me, that is not a coincidence. Because right now, you are stepping into a season of revelation. The illusions that once surrounded you are crumbling. The whispers that worked against you are now turning into shouts of exposure. The people who once laughed in your face and stabbed you in the back, they are now realizing their mistake. And let me be clear, this is just the beginning. You felt the shift long before anyone else. You sensed the fake smiles, the insincere words, the jealous glances when they thought you weren't looking. Your spirit warned you. You knew. But still you doubted. Why? Why did you let them manipulate you into questioning what you already knew? Why did you let their deception make you feel isolated, when in reality they were the ones afraid of you? Because that's the truth, isn't it? They weren't trying to break you because you were weak. They were trying to break you because they knew you were strong. They knew that if you ever fully stepped into your power, if you ever stopped doubting yourself, you would become unstoppable. And that terrified them. So they played their games. They twisted reality. They planted seeds of doubt in the minds of others, hoping to turn people against you. They tried to make you feel alone. But here's what they didn't realize. Truth has a way of coming back around. It doesn't matter how deep they buried it, how many lies they stacked on top of it, how many people they convinced to turn against you. Truth doesn't stay hidden forever. And now, it's coming for them. Look at what's happening. Watch how the same people who once whispered against you are now whispering about them. Watch how their own words are coming back to expose them. Watch how the very deception they used against you is now wrapping around their own necks. This is the part where they panic. This is the part where they scramble to rewrite the story, where they try to twist the narrative one more time, where they realize too late that they have already lost. And the best part? You didn't even have to do a thing. You didn't have to fight them. You didn't have to prove yourself. You just had to wait. Because the truth is fighting for you. And now, there is nothing they can do to stop it. So let me ask you again. Are you finally ready to trust yourself? Are you ready to stop second-guessing what you know in your soul? Are you ready to let go of the doubt they tried so hard to plant in your mind? Because this is the lesson. Never doubt your instincts again. Never question your intuition again. You were right. You were always right. And now, everyone else is seeing it too. So stand tall. Walk like you already know how this ends, because you do. They thought they could break you, but instead, they set you free. And that is something they will regret for the rest of their lives. Number 6, the lies are shattering, and you are rising from the ashes. The truth doesn't beg to be seen. It breaks through the cracks, burns through the illusions, and leaves no room for doubt. Look around. Do you feel it? The shift is happening. The very people who once scoffed at your warnings, who dismissed your intuition, who entertained the whispers of your enemies, they are replaying every conversation. Their minds are working overtime, connecting the dots they ignored for too long. And now, they see it. They remember the inconsistencies, the strange shifts, the uneasy feelings they brushed off. They see what you saw all along, and the ones who tried to tear you down. They feel the walls closing in. Here's what they never understood. Light cannot be hidden. No matter how much they tried to twist the narrative, no matter how many lies they stacked on top of each other, truth always finds its way to the surface. It is relentless. It does not weaken. It does not fade. And now, it is standing in front of them, undeniable, unshaken, exposing everything. And the best part? You don't have to say a word. This isn't your battle to fight anymore. The truth is fighting for you. The evidence is louder than any argument, stronger than any explanation. The very weapons they used against you, the lies, the manipulation, the gaslighting, are now the very things destroying them. Because deception is a temporary throne, and their time sitting on it has run out. And now, they are scrambling. Look at them, desperate to regain control, trying to shift blame, pretending they never played a part in it, acting confused, acting innocent. But it's too late. The damage is done, and the people they fooled for so long aren't falling for it anymore. The spell is broken, the fog has lifted, and you are rising. What was meant to harm you is now fueling your elevation. What was designed to break you is now proving your strength. The very thing they used to discredit you is now turning into the reason people are finally seeing you for who you truly are. But let me ask you something. Are you ready for this moment? Are you ready to stop looking for closure that has already arrived? Are you ready to stop explaining yourself to people who are already realizing the truth? Are you ready to let go of the need to be understood? Because the truth no longer requires your defense. Because this is your season of clarity. This is your season of being seen. For too long, they tried to dim your light. They made you feel like you had to prove yourself, like you had to fight just to be believed, like your worth depended on their validation, but not anymore. Your name is being cleared, your truth is being confirmed, and your power is undeniable. And here's what they fear the most. You're not even bitter. You're not seeking revenge. You're not wasting energy trying to convince anyone. You are simply standing in your truth, and it is shaking their entire foundation, because that's the power of clarity. Once you see things for what they are, you can never unsee them. Once the truth is revealed, it cannot be buried again. And once you step into your power, you can never be controlled. So let them scramble, let them panic, let them try to salvage the lies they built their world on. It's not your problem anymore. You are walking forward. And every step you take is another reminder to them. They lost. Number 7, walk like you've already won because you have. Confidence is knowing the battle was never yours to fight, because the truth always fights for itself. So now, sit back and watch. Let it all unfold exactly as it was meant to. Every lie is crumbling. Every mask is slipping. Every seed of doubt they planted is withering under the weight of undeniable truth. They don't have control anymore. They don't hold the power. The truth has taken over, and it's not stopping until every last illusion is shattered. And you are free. Free from the weight of proving yourself. Free from the need for validation. Free from the mental exhaustion of replaying past conversations, wondering if you could have done something different. You couldn't have, because this was always how it was meant to happen. So why hesitate? Why look back? Why waste another second questioning what you already know? The truth is here, and it's stronger than anything they ever tried to build against you. The lies they spun, the manipulation they carefully wove, the division they created, none of it is holding the same power anymore. The people who once doubted you, who second-guessed your words, who entertained the deception, are now seeing the truth with their own eyes. And here's the best part. You don't have to do anything. The universe is working in your favor. It always has been. You didn't need to fight. You didn't need to beg anyone to believe you. You just had to be still. You just had to stand firm. And now, your clarity, your wisdom, your unshakable trust in the process is lighting the way. And that's why you must move forward with confidence. Because this is your season of elevation. This is the moment where you stop questioning and start knowing. This is the moment where you walk in your truth without fear, without hesitation, without doubt. And make no mistake, they feel it. They feel your energy shifting. They feel the power you carry now that you're no longer burdened by their illusions. They see you rising, and it terrifies them. Because deep down, they always knew you had this strength inside you. They just hoped you would never realize it. But you have, and there is no going back. So let them go through their process. let them experience their consequences. It's not your job to fix them. It's not your role to save them from the storm they created. You warned them. They didn't listen. And now they have to learn. Your only job, to stand in your power. To walk forward with the confidence of someone who has already won. Because you have. You survived everything they tried to break you with. You endured the betrayal, the isolation, the doubt. And you still came out stronger. That is why the truth will always align everything as it was meant to be. That is why you will never have to force what is already yours. So move forward, not just with confidence, but with certainty, because the war is over, and you won. Number 8. The weight of their betrayal will crush them, and you won't even have to lift a finger. Karma doesn't wear a watch, but when it arrives, it never misses. They thought they got away with it, thought they could lie, manipulate, deceive, and walk away untouched. Thought they could betray you, break you, ruin you, and never face the consequences. How foolish. Because what they never realized is that the weight of their own betrayal is heavier than anything you could have ever done to them. They built their entire existence on deception, thinking the universe would turn a blind eye. They were wrong. And now, it's catching up to them. They feel it every day, the paranoia, the tension, the whispers in their own mind telling them that everything is about to collapse. Because it is. They thought the truth would never come out. But the truth doesn't just come out, it hunts. And right now, it is hunting them. And here's the best part. You don't have to do anything. No revenge, no plotting, no wasting energy trying to expose them. Because they are exposing themselves. Look at how they move now, nervous, anxious, paranoid. They don't even trust the people they once manipulated. Why? Because they know what they did to you, and they're terrified that someone will do the same to them. They should be. The weight of their own betrayal is suffocating them. The guilt, the fear, the knowledge that they destroyed something real for nothing. And the worst part, they know they can never undo it. And yet, some of you still wonder if they will ever face true consequences. Let me make it clear, they will. Because betrayal isn't just a moment, it's a debt. And debts must always be paid. It doesn't matter how long it takes. It doesn't matter how much they try to run. The bill always comes due. And right now, they're starting to realize they can't afford the cost. They are haunted by their own actions. Every time they try to move forward, they are reminded of what they did. Every relationship they touch now crumbles. Every lie they tell backfires. They wanted to see you suffer, but now they are drowning in their own destruction. And you are rising without revenge, without hatred, without even lifting a finger. Because the greatest revenge was never revenge at all. It was your success. It was you surviving what they thought would destroy you. It was you thriving while they are stuck in the same cycles of deceit and emptiness. And don't be surprised when they try to come back. Oh, they will. They will come back, hoping you've forgotten, hoping you still have a soft spot for them, hoping they can weasel their way back into your life before the universe finishes serving them what they deserve. Don't fall for it. This is not your burden to carry. They made their choices, and now they must live with them. You have already won. And now you sit back and watch as the weight of their betrayal crushes them. Number 9. Your energy is too pure for their darkness, and that's why they fear you. The sun doesn't argue with the shadows. It just rises, and the darkness disappears. They never hated you because you did something wrong. They never envied you because of what you had. They feared you because of who you are. Because your energy, your presence, your light, it exposes them. And that's why they tried to break you. They saw something in you that they could never possess. A purity of spirit. An unshakable truth. A power that doesn't need to control others to exist. That's what terrified them, because while they spent their lives manipulating, deceiving, and scheming, you never had to. You walked in authenticity, in honesty, in integrity, and that made them feel small. So what did they do? They tried to dim you. They whispered about you behind closed doors. They created false narratives, twisted the truth, planted seeds of doubt in people's minds, all to make you seem like the problem. Because if they could turn others against you, they wouldn't have to face what they feared most, the truth about themselves. But here's what they never understood. You cannot dim a light that was never theirs to control. And now they're watching as their lies fall apart, watching as their tactics no longer work, watching as the same people they once turned against you begin to see through the illusion. The truth is catching up, and they are terrified, because for the first time, they have to sit in their own darkness without you as their scapegoat. And that's the part they can't handle. They needed you to be the villain in their story, because the alternative was too unbearable. That they were always the problem, that they were always the one operating in deception, in jealousy, in fear. But now, they can't run from it anymore. And the best part, you're not even thinking about them anymore. While they're still obsessing over your every move, still trying to figure out how to twist the story one last time, still grasping for control, you've already moved on. Because your energy is too pure for their darkness. You were never meant to stay in the chaos they created. You were never meant to lower yourself to their level. You were meant to rise above it. And rise you have. But let me ask you this, have you truly let go? Or is there still a small part of you that wonders, what if they change? What if they finally realize the truth? What if they come back? Let me be clear, they don't deserve a place in your energy anymore. They had their chance. They had their time. They had the opportunity to stand beside you, to grow with you, to rise with you. But instead they chose deception. They chose manipulation. They chose to betray you. And now, they must live with that choice. Your role was never to heal them. Your role was never to fix them. Your only role was to be exactly who you are. And if that was too much for them, that's their problem, not yours. So don't waste another second looking back. You don't belong in the past. You don't belong in spaces where your name is only spoken in envy. You belong where your energy is honored, where your spirit is valued, where your presence is seen for the gift that it is. And let me tell you this. The right people will never fear your light. They will never try to dim it. They will never see it as a threat. They will celebrate it. And those are the people who deserve access to you. So stop worrying about the ones who can't handle your presence. Stop trying to make sense of their fear. Stop lowering your energy to fit into places that were never meant to hold you. Because the moment you stop explaining yourself, the moment you stop proving yourself, the moment you stop giving your attention to people who never deserved it, that's the moment you become truly untouchable. So walk forward, head high, energy intact, and let them fear what they could never destroy. Number 10, when you stop chasing, the right things start finding you. The moment you stop running after what is not meant for you, the things that truly belong to you will come knocking at your door. Stop. Just stop. Stop chasing. Stop proving. Stop begging for people to see what they refuse to acknowledge. You were never meant to run after anything. The chosen do not chase. They attract. And the second you realize that, everything shifts. You spent so much time giving your energy to the wrong things, trying to make people understand you, trying to show them your worth, trying to get them to see what was right in front of them. But they couldn't. Not because you weren't enough, but because they weren't meant to. And now, you are done. You finally stepped into a new reality, one where you no longer beg for what is already yours, one where you no longer water dead plants, hoping they'll grow, one where you let go of everything that resisted you, drained you, pulled you away from your true path. And suddenly, everything changes. When you stop chasing, the right things start finding you. The people who see your worth without explanation, the opportunities that align with your true self, the relationships that don't require you to shrink, to prove, to fight, just to be seen. The moment you let go of what is not for you, what is meant for you comes rushing in. But here's the part they don't tell you. Letting go isn't easy. It's painful to walk away from the things you once believed in. It's heartbreaking to watch the people you cared for show you who they really are. It's uncomfortable to stand alone, to trust that something better is coming when you can't see it yet. But that is the price of freedom. You have to release the attachments that are weighing you down before you can rise. You have to let the wrong doors close before the right ones can open. You have to step into the unknown before you can be found by what is truly meant for you. And the moment you do, everything starts falling into place. The people who abandoned you, they start feeling the absence of your energy. The ones who took you for granted, they start realizing they lost something irreplaceable. The opportunities that didn't choose you, they start regretting their mistake. But here's the thing. It's too late for them. Because once you stop chasing, you stop settling. Once you understand your own value, you refuse to lower your standards. Once you see the truth, there is no going back. And that's what terrifies them the most. They wanted you desperate. They wanted you always reaching, always chasing, always proving. Because as long as you were chasing them, they felt important. As long as you needed their validation, they had power over you. But now you don't care anymore. Now you walk away without hesitation. Now you see through their games, their manipulation, their mind tricks. Now you are free. And that is why everything is shifting in your favor. The energy you once wasted on the wrong people, now it is attracting the right ones. The time you once spent proving yourself, now it is building your empire. The love you once gave to people who didn't deserve it, now it is coming back to you tenfold. Because here's the truth, the right things will never make you chase them. What is truly meant for you will recognize you immediately. It will choose you effortlessly. It will align with you without resistance. So stop running. Stop begging, stop proving. Just stand in your truth, stand in your power, stand in your worth. Because when you do, everything that was meant for you will come looking for you. And this time, you won't have to lift a finger. Number 11, the chosen don't seek revenge. They watch karma do the work. Revenge is for the weak. The chosen don't chase vengeance. They let the universe serve justice on a silver platter. You don't have to lift a finger. You never did. The ones who betrayed you, the ones who schemed behind your back, the ones who thought they could walk away unscathed, their time has come. And the most satisfying part? You didn't have to do a damn thing. That's what makes them uneasy, That's what keeps them up at night. They expect anger. They expect retaliation. They expect you to sink to their level. But you never do, because the chosen don't waste energy chasing people who are already running straight into their own destruction. They don't seek revenge, because they don't have to. Karma is doing the work for you, and it's ruthless. It doesn't miss a step. It doesn't forget a detail. It doesn't play favorites. Every lie they told, every knife they drove into your back, every ounce of chaos they tried to stir in your life, it's all coming back around. And this time, there's no way out. And you just watch. You watch as the ones who thought they were untouchable start to stumble. You watch as their circle of enablers begins to crumble. You watch as their reputation, the one they protected at all costs, falls apart in front of their own eyes. Because here's what they never understood. You weren't the problem, they were. They underestimated the weight of their own actions, thought they could play games, manipulate, deceive, and just walk away. But the universe doesn't work like that. What you put out, you get back. And they spent their time throwing dirt on your name, digging a grave for you, not realizing they were digging their own. Now, they're in it. But let's talk about you, because this is your real power, your ability to sit back, move forward, and let the universe handle what's already been set in motion. You don't need to get your hands dirty. You don't need to explain yourself. You don't need to waste energy on people who no longer hold power over you. That is the difference between you and them. They operate from desperation, from fear, from insecurity. That's why they lash out, why they plot, why they manipulate. They cannot stand in truth, because truth exposes them. But you stand tall, unshaken, untouchable, because you don't need revenge. You don't need to scream your truth. You just let time reveal everything. And now, it's happening. So let them panic. Let them scramble. Let them try to rewrite the story one more time. It won't work. The damage is done. And they did it to themselves. And you keep rising. You keep moving forward, untouched by their downfall, unfazed by their regret. Because you don't need their apology, you don't need their validation, you already won. So stand firm, walk forward, and watch karma finish what they started. Number 12. They regret losing you, but that's no longer your concern. They gambled with your presence, and now they're choking on your absence. Regret is a slow poison. It creeps in when the damage is already done, when the doors they slammed shut won't open anymore, when the words they threw at you come back to haunt them. And right now, they are drowning in it. They thought they could replace you, thought they could discard you like you were just another option, thought they could manipulate, lie, betray, and still have you waiting like nothing ever happened. They thought wrong. Because you don't wait for people to wake up. You don't beg to be seen. You don't waste time trying to convince people of your worth. You are not a choice. You are the loss they will never recover from. And now, they feel it. Every time they encounter someone who doesn't understand them the way you did. Every time they reach for support and find nothing but emptiness. Every time they try to build something new, only to realize that nothing matches what they threw away. That's the thing about losing someone who was real. There's no coming back from it. They can try to distract themselves, try to replace you with people who are easier to manipulate, try to act like they don't care. But deep down, they know the truth. And the truth is this. They lost someone irreplaceable. And here's the part that will haunt them forever. You're not looking back. You're not giving them another chance. You're not entertaining their fake apologies, their sudden change of heart, their desperate attempts to slide back into your life like nothing happened. Because the moment they lost you, your concern ended. What happens to them now? Not your problem. Whether they suffer, whether they learn, whether they keep running in circles, chasing illusions, it no longer concerns you. And that's exactly what terrifies them the most. Because before, they could play their little games, push their limits, take advantage of your patience. They assumed you would always be there, that no matter how much they disrespected you, they could just fix it later. But later never came. You woke up, you realized your worth, and now you've moved on, you've elevated, you've built a world where they no longer exist, and that reality is eating them alive. Because now they have to live with the consequences of losing someone they never deserved in the first place. And don't be surprised when they try to come back, because they will. They will act like they've changed. They will say they finally see your worth. They will try to convince you that they've grown, that they made mistakes, that they didn't appreciate you enough. But listen to me. That's not your concern. Let them regret. Let them suffer. Let them lie awake at night, replaying every moment they took for granted. Let them drown in their own choices. Your only job now, to keep moving forward, to never shrink yourself again, to never make excuses for people who mistreat you, to never allow anyone to make you feel like you're replaceable, because you were never the one who lost something. They were, and they will never, never find another you. And just like that, the tables have turned. The truth has spoken, the masks have fallen, and those who underestimated you are watching you rise. Their regret, not your concern. Their downfall, not your burden. Your only focus now is forward, with confidence, clarity, and power. If this message resonated, let the universe know. Smash that like button, hit subscribe, and drop number 77 in the comments. Share this with someone who needs to hear it. Because the more we spread the truth, the harder it becomes for the enemy to hide. Your time is now. Keep rising.
The hands that once threw stones at you now tremble with regret, for they built the throne they never wanted you to sit on. Chosen one, they never expected you to rise. They buried you under their lies, hoping you'd rot in the darkness they created. But they forgot one thing. You are not like them. They are weeds that wither under pressure. You are a seed that cracks open and grows into something unstoppable. Every attack they launched, every betrayal they schemed, every whispered lie was meant to be your grave. But the universe had other plans. You didn't just survive. You transformed into the storm they never saw coming. And now, the echoes of their actions haunt them, louder than they ever imagined. They thought they could break you, that their deceit and cruelty would crush your spirit. But you turned their knives into stepping stones. Every wound they inflicted became a lesson, every scar a mark of resilience. And now, as you stand taller than ever, they sit in the shadows of their own regret, suffocating under the weight of their own betrayal. Chosen one, listen to me. Thank you. Yes, you. Thank you for staying with this message. If you're new here, make sure to hit that subscribe button below. And you know what? Being chosen comes with a responsibility, a duty to spread the truth, to awaken those still trapped in the lies of their enemies. Right now, you have the power to make sure this message reaches every chosen one. Simply press the like button under this video and signal the algorithm that this truth must be heard. The world tried to silence us, but they failed. Now, it's time to rise. Help awaken more chosen ones. Like, subscribe, and share this message. Every time you do, the universe aligns and the algorithm moves. More warriors are reached, more lost souls are guided home. Let the truth spread like wildfire. So, they never thought the day would come when they would fear your presence. Their arrogance made them believe you were beneath them, disposable, easy to erase. But now, every step you take is a thunderclap in their world. Every breath you take in victory suffocates them further in the grave they dug for you. They cannot escape it. The universe has turned their own cruelty into a cage, locking them inside their own torment. Their regret is a ghost that follows them, whispering your name in the silence, making them relive their sins over and over again. They see you in their nightmares, a relentless reminder of what they tried to destroy but failed. They hear your success in the wind. They feel your presence in every shadow. Their minds are a battlefield, and they are losing the war against their own conscience. Regret is a disease with no cure, and they are infected beyond saving. They wanted you to beg. They wanted you to break. But now they are the ones on their knees, crushed under the weight of their own deeds. The same mouths that spread lies about you are now too ashamed to speak your name. The same hands that tried to tear you down now tremble at the thought of facing you. The same minds that conspired against you are now tormented by the realization that they lost, and you won. And what's worse, there is no escape for them. You walked through the fire and came out indestructible. But them, they are trapped in the flames of their own making, burning in the agony of knowing they can never undo what they did. They wish they could take it all back, erase their mistakes, rewrite the past where they never underestimated you. But it's too late. The universe has marked them. The weight of their actions has chained them to a fate they cannot run from. You don't need revenge. Your existence is enough to destroy them. They see you now, stronger, wiser, untouchable, and that is the true punishment. They don't get the satisfaction of your downfall. Instead, they are forced to witness your rise every single day. That is the price of their betrayal. That is the suffering they must endure. And the worst part? They did it to themselves. So stand tall, chosen one. Be the storm that washes away the weak. Walk with power, knowing that your existence alone is the justice they can never escape. Their regret is loud, their suffering is eternal, and you are untouchable. And now, let's break it down step by step. And trust me, if you are a true chosen one, you'll feel it. The pull, the energy, the undeniable force keeping you here. This message was meant for you, and every second you stay, another piece of the puzzle will fall into place. Don't look away now, because what comes next will change everything. Number 1. The fire that should have burned you now scorches them. They mocked your light until it exposed their darkness. Now they run, but there's nowhere left to hide. Chosen one, you were never just another person in the crowd. You were a force, an anomaly, a disruption to everything they built in deception. When they first encountered you, they expected another easy target. Someone who would bow to their manipulation, crumble under their tactics, and fall like all the others before you. But what they found was something they had never faced before. A presence too powerful to control, too pure to corrupt, too strong to break. They felt it immediately. Your energy hit them like a storm, something raw, something real, and it terrified them. Why? Because their entire existence is built on illusion, on lies, on control, and your presence alone threatened all of it. The moment they crossed your path, everything changed, not just for you, but for them, for the unseen forces around you, for the very balance of the universe itself. The sun does not apologize for shining, and neither should you. They wanted you to dim your light, to doubt yourself, to shrink, so they could feel powerful in your presence. But instead, your energy did something they never expected. It exposed them. It peeled away their masks, revealing every insecurity, every fear, every hidden weakness they thought they had buried deep. That is the power of being chosen. You don't even have to fight them. Your very existence is the battle they were never prepared for. And now they are left with only two choices: run from you or destroy themselves, trying to bring you down. Because when darkness meets light, there is no middle ground. But maybe you're asking yourself, why does my presence shake them so much? Why does my energy disturb them so deeply? It's simple. They have spent their entire lives feeding off weakness, thriving in deception, surviving through control. And then you appeared, someone who cannot be manipulated, who cannot be controlled, who cannot be broken. You are the mirror they never wanted to face, the reflection of everything they fear they will never become. A liar fears the truth more than the sword, and you are both. Understand this, chosen one. You were not sent here to blend in. You were sent here to disrupt, to shift the balance, to break generational chains, to bring an energy this world has never seen before. That is why they fear you. That is why they resent you. That is why they tried to destroy you before you even knew your own power. But here's the truth they are choking on. They failed. They thought they could silence you, but your voice only grew louder. They thought they could bury you, but you rose from the dirt, stronger than ever. They thought they could erase you, but now your presence haunts them, lingers in their thoughts, burns in their regrets. And the most terrifying part for them, they can never undo what has already been done. They have already encountered your energy, and that encounter changed them forever. They are no longer at peace, no longer in control, no longer able to move through life without the weight of knowing they stood before something greater than themselves, and they lost. Some wounds never heal, and for them, the deepest one is realizing they could never break you. So don't ever question your presence, chosen one. Don't ever doubt why people react to you the way they do. The whispers, the jealousy, the resentment, the fear. It was never about you personally. It was about the undeniable power that you carry. You didn't ask for this war, but you were born into it. And now, you stand undefeated. The universe placed something inside you that cannot be replicated, cannot be stolen, cannot be destroyed. That is your greatest weapon, your shield, your fire. And for them, that fire is now their greatest torment. Because no matter where they go, no matter what they do, no matter how hard they try to pretend it never happened, they will always remember the day they stood before you and realized they were powerless. They thought they were the hunters, but now they realize they were just prey that mistook itself for a predator. Keep walking, chosen one. Let your presence burn through their illusions. You don't need to fight them. Your existence is already their downfall. Number 2, they played with fire, not knowing it was you who controlled the flames. They thought they were the storm, but they had no idea you were the lightning. Chosen one, do you understand what you've done? What your presence alone has set in motion? This was never just about survival. This was never just about you making it through the chaos. This was about transformation on a level they cannot comprehend. The moment you stepped into the picture, you disrupted the balance. You weren't sent here to blend in. You were sent to shift the entire structure. They thought they were in control, that they could manipulate, deceive, and move through life unnoticed. But then you arrived, and suddenly, everything they built on lies began to collapse. They felt the ground shake beneath them, the weight of their own darkness pressing down. Why? Because your energy forced a change. The moment light enters the room, darkness has only two choices: adapt or disappear. They never saw it coming. They expected another lost soul, another mind they could twist, another spirit they could break. Instead, they met something unshakable. They met you. And now, they are unraveling under the weight of that realization. Because what you did wasn't just about you. It was about everything around you. It was about the unseen forces, the energy shifts, the universal balance realigning itself. They don't even understand why they feel so unsettled, why they suddenly feel exposed, weak, powerless. But you do. Because you were never just another person passing through their world. You were the storm that changed its very nature. And now they are left with a choice: evolve or be destroyed. Some wounds don't bleed, they just burn, and the fire you ignited in them will never stop consuming their illusions. Maybe you've questioned your purpose. Maybe you've wondered why your presence creates such strong reactions. Why people either gravitate toward you with intensity or pull away in fear. Why you walk into a room and the energy shifts. It's because you were never neutral. You were never meant to be unnoticed. The light you carry doesn't just exist, it demands transformation. Everything in its presence must shift, must adjust, must either grow or be burned away. That is the power you hold, chosen one. That is what makes you dangerous to them, because they spent their lives feeding off manipulation, off control, off keeping others blind. But you walk with the kind of clarity that terrifies them. You see through deception, you unravel illusions, you expose what was meant to stay hidden. You weren't just in their world, you became the force that shattered it. A false empire crumbles the moment truth walks through its gates. So, don't doubt for a second why you are here. Don't ever shrink yourself to make them comfortable. You weren't placed here to exist in the shadows. You were sent to be the flame that forces them to face what they've spent their lives avoiding. You weren't meant to be liked by those who thrive in darkness. You were meant to remind them that darkness will never win. That's why they tried to stop you before you even realized your own power. That's why they attacked, why they betrayed, why they tried to make you doubt yourself. Because if you ever truly recognized what you are, they knew they wouldn't stand a chance. And now it's too late. They tried to break you, not realizing that pressure only creates diamonds. Now they choke on their own regret while you shine. Look at what you've become, unshaken, unbreakable. They thought they were destroying you, but they were only sharpening your edge. And now they're left with nothing but the wreckage of their own choices, while you continue to rise. That is the reality of being chosen. You are not just here to exist. You are here to shift reality itself. You are here to remind even the most lost, the most corrupt, the most deceived, that there is something greater, something they will never understand, something they will never possess. And now, they are haunted by it. Some nightmares don't come from the dark. Some nightmares wear a face, walk in daylight, and remind you of everything you could never be. You are that nightmare to them. So embrace your role. Walk boldly. Let them feel the weight of what they tried to fight. Let them drown in the realization that the power they feared is now the power they cannot escape. Because the moment they met you, their world changed forever. And now they live in the aftermath of a battle they already lost. Keep walking, chosen one. The fire they feared is the fire that will never be extinguished. Number 3. They came to hunt, but became the prey. A wolf that preys on the weak will never understand the terror of meeting something stronger. Chosen one, they had a plan. They had done this before, countless times. Manipulate, deceive, destroy. It was a formula that had never failed them. They walked through life as the hunter, always certain of their power, always knowing that the weak would crumble before them. But then you happened, and suddenly everything changed. They thought this would be like every other time, that you would fall into their web, that fear would paralyze you, that doubt would consume you, that you would react exactly how they wanted. But instead, they encountered something they couldn't explain. They encountered you. Some storms do not shake the mountain. Some flames do not consume the fireproof. You did not respond the way they expected. You did not beg. You did not break. You did not give them the chaos they needed to feed off. Instead, you stood still, unshaken, untouched by the games they played so well. And that terrified them. Because for the first time, they were the ones uncertain. The one thing they had always counted on, control, was slipping from their hands. The presence they had always dominated suddenly felt like it was dominating them. How? How could someone like you not crumble? They replayed their actions, searching for where they went wrong. But the truth is, you were never meant to be their victim. They had destroyed many before you, left them in ruins, fed off their suffering, walked away without a second thought. But you were different. They thought you were a candle in the wind, but you were the wildfire they couldn't outrun. They tried everything, the lies, the manipulation, the attacks, every trick they had used before, and yet nothing worked. You moved differently. You spoke differently. You didn't fall into the chaos they created. You didn't break under the pressure they applied. And that shattered them. They never thought about what would happen if they met someone stronger than the game they played. They never prepared for what it would feel like to meet someone who didn't fear them. And now they are spiraling. A master of illusions only thrives when no one sees the trick. But you saw right through them. Their entire world is built on deception, on controlling the narrative, on making sure their prey never realizes the truth. But you walked in and saw everything, and no matter what they tried, you could not be deceived. That's why they hate you. That's why they fear you. That's why they now live in regret. Because when they look at you, they are reminded of their own weakness, of the power they don't have, of the control that was never real. You exposed them, not by fighting, not by arguing, not by trying to prove anything, but by simply existing in your truth. The most dangerous thing you can do to a deceiver is see them for what they truly are. And now they are left in chaos. They can't erase what has already happened. They can't undo what they have seen, what they have felt, what they now know deep inside, that their power was never real to begin with. They are trapped in their own mind, replaying the moment they lost control. They don't know what to do with the fear you left in them, the doubt that now follows them like a shadow. They don't know how to recover from meeting something that shattered their illusion of strength. Some people never fear the dark until they meet something brighter than they ever imagined. And that is what haunts them. That is what torments them. Not just that they lost control, but that they were never in control to begin with. So walk with your head high, chosen one. Let them suffer under the weight of what they tried to do. You don't need to seek revenge. Your presence alone is the justice they can never escape. The predator met something beyond its understanding. And now, they are the ones running. Keep walking, keep rising. The fear they feel now is the fear of knowing that they will never be able to forget you. Number 4, they stared into your light and saw their own shadows. They wanted to break you, but instead they shattered themselves. Chosen one, they thought they had you figured out. They had spent their entire existence mastering the art of deception, of destruction, of bending others to their will. They believed that if they pushed hard enough, if they lied long enough, if they tore at your foundation with enough force, you would crumble like all the others before you. But then, something happened. Something they never saw coming. You didn't fight the way they expected. You didn't lash out, didn't react with fear, didn't sink to their level. Instead, you stood there, calm, steady, immovable. And in that moment something shifted. Because this was never about physical strength. This was never about who could throw the hardest punch or who could scream the loudest. This was about something far more powerful. This was about truth versus illusion, about energy versus manipulation, about something eternal standing against something that was always destined to fall. A shadow cannot exist in the presence of light, and you are the dawn they feared would come. They felt it. The moment they tried to come against you, something inside them broke. It wasn't supposed to happen like this. Their words were supposed to cut you. Their presence was supposed to intimidate you. Their schemes were supposed to dismantle you piece by piece. But instead, they found themselves disarmed, stripped bare, exposed. They had never encountered something like you before. Every move they made against you only made them question themselves more. Every lie they spun crumbled the second it touched you. Every trick they tried failed in the presence of something they couldn't manipulate. And that's when they realized this was a battle they were never going to win. You don't fight darkness by wrestling with it. You destroy it simply by standing in the truth of who you are. And now they are haunted by what they've seen. Because, chosen one, your light didn't just repel them, it transformed them. Every moment they spent in your presence forced them to face themselves in ways they never had before. Your calm was a mirror, reflecting back to them every lie they had built their world upon. Your strength was a reminder of everything they would never become. Your refusal to break was the proof that their power was never real to begin with. That's why they're spiraling. That's why they can't find peace. Because for the first time, they were forced to see beyond their illusions. And what they saw terrified them. Some wounds aren't caused by weapons. Some wounds come from realizing the truth too late. They can't go back to who they were before they met you. That version of them no longer exists. They have looked into the fire, and now they must live with the knowledge that they never had control to begin with. They can try to run, try to rebuild, try to convince themselves that what they felt in your presence was just a passing moment. But deep down, they know the truth. You changed them. They can pretend all they want. They can keep up appearances. But at night, when they're alone with their thoughts, when there's no one left to fool, they feel it. The weight of their own emptiness. The realization that everything they thought made them powerful was nothing more than an illusion. They tried to extinguish your fire, but instead they set themselves ablaze. Chosen one, do not underestimate the power of your presence. You don't need to fight with words, don't need to prove yourself, don't need to lower your energy to match theirs. You win simply by being, because your existence alone is a disruption to everything they stand for. You don't just resist darkness, you don't just survive it, you transform it. And now they are left with only one question. Can they ever unsee what they saw in you? No, they will live with the memory of what they encountered. They will live with the knowledge that no matter how hard they tried, they could not break you. That, no matter what they did, they were never strong enough to stand against the truth of your existence. The fire they feared was never outside of them. It was inside. And now, they are the ones burning. Keep standing, chosen one. Your presence alone is the storm they can never outrun. Number 5. The predator became the prey, and now it cannot escape itself. The worst punishment is not destruction, it's being forced to face the truth. Chosen one, do you understand what you've done? You didn't just survive the attack, you turned it back on the attacker. The force that came for you, the darkness that sought to consume you, is now the one trapped. It thought it could break you, manipulate you, bend your will until you became something lesser. But instead, it was the one that changed. For the first time, it felt something it had never known: vulnerability. A weakness it cannot erase, a wound it cannot heal. The demon came to devour, to control, to destroy. But what it encountered instead was something beyond its understanding. It met a force immune to its deception, and that, chosen one, is what shattered it from the inside out. The hunter never expects to become the hunted until the moment it stares into the eyes of something stronger than itself. It expected fear. It expected submission. It expected you to crumble like the countless others it had preyed upon before. But when it stood before you, it saw no fear, no weakness, no place to sink its claws into. It saw only light, unyielding, unwavering, untouchable. And then something happened that had never happened before. It was forced to look inward, not because you fought it, not because you tried to break it, but because your presence alone was enough to strip away every illusion it had wrapped itself in. Every attempt it made to control you backfired. Every lie it spun was shattered by the truth you carried. Every attack it launched only revealed its own powerlessness. A shadow cannot consume light. It can only retreat in its presence. The realization came slowly, but painfully. It was never in control. It had spent its existence believing in its dominance, believing that it could shape others to its will. But now, it was the one unraveling. It was the one questioning itself. It was the one confronting demons it never wanted to face. Its own fears, its own flaws, its own emptiness. You did not just resist. You forced it to see itself. And that, chosen one, is the worst fate a being of darkness can endure. Because for the first time, it understands something it was never meant to know. It is not invincible. The strongest prison is not made of bars. It is the reflection of one's own truth, inescapable and unrelenting. And now, it cannot run from what it has seen. Every time it closes its eyes, it sees you. Every time it tries to return to its old ways, it hears the echoes of the moment it lost control. The power it once believed was absolute is now shattered. You didn't just defeat it, chosen one. You changed it. And now, it will never be the same again. Number 6. The earth shook and the universe took notice. When a true force enters the battlefield, even the unseen must shift to make space. Chosen one, you don't even realize the magnitude of what you've done. You thought this was just another encounter, just another battle in a long war of endurance. But what happened was far greater than that. This was never just about you and them. This was a collision of forces that sent ripples through dimensions you cannot yet see. When your light clashed with their darkness, it wasn't just a moment, it was a shift. A crack in the foundation of deception, a breach in the stronghold of manipulation. Your presence did not just shake them, it disturbed the very structure they relied on. And now, the impact spreads far beyond what you can comprehend. When a stone is thrown into still water, the ripples reach even the shores unseen. You didn't just break one enemy, You sent a message to the entire system that birthed them. Every force that ever thought it could suppress truth, control power, and bend the will of the chosen ones felt the aftershock of what you just did. This was not a silent war. This was a declaration, and the echoes of it will not fade, because somewhere others were watching. Others who had been standing in the shadows, unsure, afraid, uncertain if resistance was even possible. They saw what you did. They felt the shift. They recognized the moment when one light stood against the darkness and did not bow. And now they are awakening. A single spark is all it takes to set the forest ablaze. You are that spark. This is the part your enemy never anticipated. They thought they were only facing you, only breaking you, only silencing one voice. They had no idea that you were the catalyst, the beginning of something much greater. Because now, they don't just have to deal with you. They have to deal with the countless others who saw what you did and realized. They too have power. The world is shifting. The universe is realigning. The balance that was once tipped in favor of darkness is being pulled back by those who refuse to bow. And you, chosen one, are part of that movement. Your very existence is proof that no matter how strong the illusion, no matter how deep the deception, truth will always find its way through. They thought they were untouchable, but now they tremble, because one by one, the ones they feared most are waking up. So stand tall, keep moving. The impact of what you've done is still unfolding, still spreading, still shaking everything built to suppress you. This war is not over, but the tides have turned, and now they are the ones who fear what comes next. Number 7. The predator became prey, and now it knows the truth. It came to consume, but now it starves. It came to destroy, but now it kneels. Chosen one, listen carefully. The demon that came for you thought it was unstoppable. It believed it would dismantle you with ease, that its old tricks would work, that it would take what it wanted and leave you in ruin. That's what it has always done. Preyed on the weak, thrived in deception, feasted on fear. But this time, something shifted. This time, it met you. And suddenly, it was no longer the one in control. It could feel it, that unsettling pull, the moment its attacks started to fail. It came expecting submission, but found defiance. It came expecting fear, but found an unshakable force that did not flinch. The hunter does not fear the deer, but when the deer stands unshaken before the beast, the hunter starts to question who is truly being hunted. At first, it denied it. It raged. It twisted reality. It tried every trick, every manipulation, every weapon it had. But nothing worked. And that's when something it had never experienced before crept in: doubt. It could feel itself slipping. Its power, once absolute, now felt fragile in your presence. And then the impossible happened. It began to admire you, not because it wanted to, but because it had to. Because what you carried was unlike anything it had ever faced before. You did not fight back the way others did. You did not crumble. You did not run. You did not even acknowledge its power as something that could affect you. And that broke it. Control is the only thing that keeps darkness alive. When it loses control, it begins to wither. It started to see you differently, not as prey, but as something beyond its understanding. It realized that your strength was not something it could touch. It was not in your words, not in your actions, not in anything it could manipulate. Your strength was internal, untouchable, something it had never encountered before in any of its hunts. And that, chosen one, is what destroyed it. Because the demon never truly had power, it only had the illusion of it. And illusions only work on those who do not see. But you saw through it. And now it is the one questioning itself. Now it is the one feeling small. Now it is the one struggling to understand what just happened. There is no greater defeat than realizing your greatest weapon is useless against the one you sought to destroy. So let it struggle. Let it question everything. Let it feel the weight of its own insignificance, because the moment it crossed your path, it sealed its own fate. Walk on, chosen one. You didn't just survive the demon, you transformed it. And now it will never be the same again. Number 8. They thought they could control the fire, but they forgot you are the fire. A predator only thrives when its prey is weak. But what happens when the prey refuses to run? Chosen one, they threw everything at you: manipulation, deception, emotional warfare. Their tactics were designed to break you from the inside, to make you question your reality, to twist your mind until you became a prisoner in your own head. They had done it before, to others who didn't see it coming. They had destroyed lives with their illusions, shattered minds with their deceit. But then they met you, and suddenly their weapons became useless. They lied, but you saw through them. They attacked, but you remained unmoved. They tried to distort your reality, but your truth was too strong to bend. Every trick they used, every shadow they cast, every whisper meant to plant doubt, it all crumbled the moment it reached you. A storm cannot shake a mountain, a lie cannot destroy the truth, and no force on earth can break a soul that refuses to bow. Do you understand why this infuriated them? Why your resistance became their torment? They expected fear. They expected submission. They expected you to break like all the others before you. But instead, they found something they had never encountered before, a soul they could not control. And that terrified them. They realized something they were never prepared for. You are immune to their power. And when a manipulator loses control, when a deceiver is exposed, when a predator finds itself powerless against its target, it panics, it lashes out, it spirals, because without control it is nothing. A puppet master without strings is just another fool with empty hands. And that is exactly what happened. They unraveled before you, not because you fought them, not because you attacked back, but because you stood firm and refused to play their game. With every failed attempt to manipulate you, they felt their own power slipping away. Their illusions stopped working. Their lies no longer had weight. Their presence became weaker and weaker. And soon, they weren't the ones controlling the situation anymore. You were. That's when the fear set in. Because now, they weren't just dealing with someone who survived their games. They were dealing with someone who could not be defeated by them at all. And nothing terrifies a manipulator more than a person who cannot be controlled. They tried to drown you, not realizing you had already learned how to breathe underwater. This is why they can't forget you. This is why their thoughts are consumed by you. Because you were supposed to be just another victim, another name in their list of conquests. Instead, you became the proof that their power was never real to begin with. And now they are left staring into the mirror, forced to face the only thing they were ever truly afraid of, their own emptiness. Walk tall, chosen one. Their games failed, and you remain untouchable. Number 9. They feared you until they understood you. Now they fear themselves. A predator is only powerful when its prey believes in fear. But what happens when the prey refuses to run? Chosen one, they are shaken, not just because you resisted, not just because you refused to fall into their traps, but because you saw through them. You looked directly at what they were, past the masks, past the lies, past the illusions they crafted to keep you blind. And in that moment, They knew they had no power over you. You weren't like the others, the ones they manipulated, controlled, bent to their will. No, you were something else entirely. They used to thrive on deception, on fear, on confusion, keeping their victims trapped in uncertainty. But you didn't flinch. You didn't question yourself. You stood in front of their carefully constructed illusion and tore it apart with a single glance. A lie only works when it goes unchallenged. And you, chosen one, were the challenge they never prepared for. It was in that moment they felt something they never had before. Doubt. Doubt in their own strength, in their own control, in the very darkness they thought made them invincible. Because if you could see through them, if you could strip away the shadows and expose them for what they truly were, then what were they really? Monsters are only terrifying in the dark, but once the lights come on, all you see are cowards wearing masks. And that's exactly what you did. You flipped the switch. You took away the power they had built through manipulation, through intimidation. You forced them to see themselves, not as powerful beings, not as rulers of their domain, but as something far weaker, exposed, vulnerable, nothing more than echoes of fear they projected onto others. They thought your strength would come from outside forces. They expected you to rely on something external, something they could dismantle, weaken, control. But what they discovered was something far worse. Your strength came from within. It was not borrowed, not given, not dependent on anything they could take away. A storm that rises from within can never be stolen, never be stopped, never be tamed. And that is why they are afraid. Because they cannot break you. They cannot manipulate you. They cannot bend you to their will. The very foundation of their existence is built on deception, and you shattered it with truth. They tried everything, whispers of doubt, shadows of fear, the weight of manipulation, but none of it worked. You saw past it all. You stripped them of their power without even lifting a finger. They tried to play a game they had mastered, only to realize they had stepped onto a battlefield they were never meant to survive. And now they are the ones left questioning everything. The final shift has occurred. They are not in control anymore. You are. The fear they once used against others, now it consumes them. The lies they built their world upon, now they crumble beneath their feet. The illusions they so carefully crafted, now nothing more than shattered glass at your feet. Keep walking, chosen one. They are not running from you anymore. They are running from the truth you forced them to face. Number 10. They looked into your fire and saw their own reflection burning. A predator never questions its nature until it meets prey that refuses to run. They were built for destruction, wired for deception, designed to manipulate, control, and consume. It was all they ever knew. And then you came along, something they had never encountered before. You didn't flinch, didn't break, didn't bow like the others before you. Instead, you stood, unwavering, untouchable. And in that moment, something shifted. For the first time in their existence, they hesitated. It started small, an unease creeping into their mind, a doubt they had never entertained before. They had always believed in their power, in their ability to break, to dominate, to destroy. But now they were looking at you, and none of their usual weapons seemed to work. Your presence alone disrupted them. Your existence forced them to face something they had spent their entire life avoiding, the truth of who they really were. A liar can fool the world, but they can never escape the mirror. They were created for chaos, programmed to consume light without question. But standing before you, they felt something foreign, something they had never experienced before: uncertainty. You made them question their own purpose, their own nature, their own lies. And nothing is more terrifying to a deceiver than the moment they realize they too have been deceived. This is what you do, chosen one. You don't fight them, you expose them. You don't need weapons. Your presence alone is the battlefield. They expected resistance, anger, retaliation. But what they got was worse. They got a reflection of themselves they could not escape. The strongest prison isn't made of walls, it's made of self-awareness. For the first time, they were trapped, not by you, but by themselves. They tried to dismiss it, tried to shake it off, but the doubt kept growing. Why wasn't their control working? Why did they feel powerless in front of you? What was it about you that made their own identity feel fragile? And that's when it hit them. You were never the one in danger. They were. The fire they thought would consume you has only set them ablaze from within. You didn't just expose them to the world, you exposed them to themselves. And that is a pain they cannot run from. It's an infection that spreads, a disease that rots them from the inside. Because once someone sees their own darkness for what it truly is, they can never unsee it. They can never go back to the lie they once lived in so comfortably. You didn't fight them, chosen one. You forced them to fight themselves. And that is the battle they will never win. Number 11. They came to destroy you, but instead they were forced to bow. The greatest defeat is not losing a battle, it's realizing you were never the one in control to begin with. They came with one mission: to break you, to manipulate you, to strip you of your power and leave you as nothing but a shadow of yourself. But something happened that they never expected, something that shattered every illusion they had about control, power, and dominance. They didn't destroy you. You changed them, and that is their greatest torment. A storm never fears the wind, but the trees that stand before it must learn to bend or be broken. They walked into your presence thinking they were the storm. They thought their influence, their tricks, their games would unravel you. They expected to pull your strings like they had done with so many before. But instead, they found themselves standing before something that did not bend, did not waver, did not crumble. And that terrified them, because for the first time they felt something they had never encountered before, a force beyond their control. They weren't used to that. They thrived on being the puppeteer, on calling the shots, on dictating the game. But when they met you, the game changed. And then came the worst part for them. It wasn't anger they felt toward you. It wasn't even hatred. It was something far more dangerous to their entire existence: admiration. There is nothing more terrifying to an enemy than realizing they are standing in the presence of something greater than themselves. Every attack they threw at you only served to expose their own weakness. Every attempt to manipulate you only reflected their own emptiness. Every move they made to break you only revealed how fragile they truly were. And somewhere along the way, something inside them shifted. They stopped seeing you as a target and started seeing you as something they could never be. That is why they can never forget you. That is why they still feel the pull toward you, why your energy still lingers in their thoughts. Because deep down, they know meeting you was never just about you. It was about something much bigger. Some encounters aren't battles, they are lessons the universe forces upon those who refuse to see the truth. They were sent to destroy you, but in the process, they were the ones transformed. They wanted to take your power, but instead, they were made to recognize it. And now, they live with the unshakable reality that they stood before something far greater than themselves. And Instead of conquering it, they were humbled by it. Chosen one, your presence alone rewrites the rules. Keep walking, keep rising, because even your enemies must acknowledge the power that they could never contain. Number 12. They set out to destroy you, but instead, they destroyed themselves. A sword that strikes unbreakable steel will only shatter itself. They came for you with full force, certain of their power, confident in their ability to tear you apart. They had done it before, to others, to the weak, to those who never saw the blade coming. But then they met you, and suddenly everything they thought they knew was a lie, because you didn't break, you didn't fall, you didn't crumble beneath the weight of their attacks. Instead, something happened that they never saw coming. They were the ones who began to crack. At first, they ignored it. They told themselves that you were just another target, another obstacle to crush underfoot. But deep inside, they felt it. The shift, the discomfort, the creeping realization that something was wrong, that you were different, that their usual tactics, their weapons, their manipulations had no effect on you. The fire they set to consume you only illuminated their own darkness. And that's when the fear set in. Not just fear of you, but fear of themselves. Fear of what your presence was awakening within them. Because for the first time, they were forced to confront the truth they had spent their entire existence avoiding. You see, they weren't just fighting you, they were fighting their own reflection in you. Every time they tried to wound you, they saw their own scars. Every time they tried to break you, they felt the weight of their own brokenness. And every time they tried to destroy you, they realized it was never you they were battling. It was the emptiness inside them. A shadow only exists where there is light, and your light forced them to see their own darkness. That's why they couldn't just walk away. That's why they obsessed over you, why they kept coming back, why they couldn't stand to let you be. Because you had become something they both hated and needed, a mirror that showed them everything they were too afraid to face. And in trying to defeat you, they started to unravel. It didn't happen all at once. At first it was just a flicker of doubt, a whisper of uncertainty. But with every encounter, every clash with your unshakable presence, the cracks deepened. The lies they told themselves no longer sounded convincing. The identity they clung to began to feel hollow. The mask they wore started to slip, and underneath it, they found nothing but emptiness. They thought they were the predator, but the real battle was always within them. You didn't fight them, Chosen One. You exposed them. And that is a war they never knew how to win. Keep walking. Keep shining. The ones who tried to destroy you are now drowning in the very truth they ran from. Number 13. They went to war with you and lost to themselves. A warrior who fights the truth only ends up wounding himself. They came at you like they always did, full of arrogance, convinced of their own power. They had won so many battles before, crushed so many souls, left so many in ruins. They thought this would be no different, but what they failed to realize was that you were not like the others. The moment they crossed paths with you, something shifted. The rules they lived by no longer applied. Their weapons, the lies, the manipulation, the control, suddenly felt useless in the presence of someone who saw through everything. And that's when they made their biggest mistake. Instead of walking away, instead of admitting defeat, they doubled down. They came at you harder, more viciously, desperate to prove to themselves that they still had power. But every attack, every attempt to destroy you, only exposed one thing. They were fighting a battle they were never meant to win. A storm cannot drown the ocean, and darkness cannot swallow the sun. At first, they told themselves you were just lucky, that they would break you eventually. But with every encounter, their certainty began to crack. Why weren't you falling apart like the others? Why weren't you crumbling under pressure? Why did you stand there, unshaken, while their own foundation started to collapse? That's when the real war began, the war within themselves. You see, they had spent their whole lives running from their own reflection. Everything they did was an attempt to avoid seeing the truth about who they really were. But you were a mirror they could not escape. Every time they tried to break you, they saw their own brokenness. Every time they tried to weaken you, they felt their own emptiness. Every time they tried to destroy you, they felt themselves unraveling instead. The sword they raised against you was never meant for you. It was always aimed at their own soul. And now they are left with nothing but the wreckage of their own delusions. They set out to make you question yourself, but now they are the ones drowning in doubt. They tried to erase you, but now they are haunted by the memory of what they could not erase. They thought they were in control, but now they are consumed by a war they started and could never win. Because the truth is simple, they never stood a chance against you. Keep walking, chosen one. Let them sit in the ruins of the battle they brought upon themselves. Their war is over and you've already won. And now, chosen one, the truth stands clear. They waged war against you, but in the end, they only destroyed themselves. Their downfall was never your burden. It was the inevitable price of their own deception. You were never the victim. You were the test they failed. Now, walk forward with power, knowing their regret will echo forever. If this message spoke to you, show the universe you're awake. Like this video, subscribe, and drop 77 in the comments. And most importantly, share this message. Let every chosen one hear the call. The awakening is here. Let the truth spread. The greatest curse of the chosen is seeing what the blind refuse to believe until it's too late. They mocked you, called you crazy, branded you a lunatic because you dared to speak what their small minds couldn't grasp. Every time you revealed the truth, they laughed. Every time you warned them, they scoffed. They threw stones at you with their words, ridiculed your visions, and made you an outcast. But now, reality has bowed to your words. The very things they swore would never happen are unfolding before their terrified eyes. Their sneers have turned to silence. Their doubts have crumbled into fear. Because you were never the fool, they were just too blind to see what was right in front of them. And to you, yes, you, the chosen one, this message is for you. Make sure to receive it well. Press the like button and subscribe to help spread this truth far and wide. Every engagement signals to YouTube that this message must reach others like you, those waking up, those fighting, those who have been silenced for too long. This is bigger than an algorithm. This is a calling, a war of truth against deception. Stand with your kind. Stand in your power. You always knew. Long before the rest of the world caught up, you saw the signs, felt the shifts, sensed the storms before they came. It wasn't just intuition, it was sight beyond sight, a knowing deeper than words. While others lived in the illusion of safety, you walked the edge of reality, seeing through the cracks in the facade. And for that, they feared you. They rejected you. Because nothing terrifies the blind more than a seer who refuses to close their eyes. Your presence alone haunts them. The moment you step into a room, the air thickens. They can feel it, the weight of something unshakable, something untamed. They try to downplay it, try to ignore it, but deep down, they know. You are different. You don't move like them. You don't think like them. You don't submit like them. That's why they try so hard to break you. But a storm doesn't fear the wind, and neither should you. They hate you because you remind them of everything they are not. You hold the power they are too weak to claim, the vision they are too blind to see. You are the living proof that their world is built on lies, and nothing enrages a liar more than someone who can't be deceived. That's why they try to isolate you, silence you, drown out your truth with their noise. But truth is not a whisper. It is a roar that shakes the very foundation of falsehood. And now, your words are manifesting. The things they swore would never come to pass are now undeniable. Every prophecy you spoke, every warning you gave, is unfolding before their very eyes. They can no longer call you crazy. They can no longer dismiss your voice, because reality itself has become your witness. This is your moment, not for revenge, but for revelation. They will come crawling back, desperate for answers, desperate to understand how you knew. But this time, the power is yours. You are not here to save those who spat in your face. You are here to rise, to step fully into the destiny you were always meant for. Let them tremble. Let them whisper. Let them watch in fear as everything they built on deception collapses before them. You do not owe them explanations. You do not owe them comfort. You are here to lead, to guide, to stand as proof that the truth cannot be silenced. The chosen ones were never meant to blend in. You were meant to stand apart. And now, as the world crumbles under its own illusions, your presence is no longer a curse. It is proof of something greater. They called you crazy, but you were always right, and nothing terrifies them more than that. And now, let's break it down step by step, because if you're a true chosen one, you'll feel the pull to stay till the very end. This isn't just another message. This is the confirmation you've been waiting for. The proof that everything they laughed at, mocked and called crazy is now unfolding in front of their own eyes. So settle in, because by the time we're done, you won't just see the truth, you'll own it. Let's get started. Number 1. When reality slaps them in the face, they can't laugh anymore. They mock what they fear. They deny what they cannot control. And when the truth stands tall, they crumble beneath it. They called you crazy, a lunatic, a fool lost in delusions. Every time you spoke, they dismissed you. Every warning you gave, they laughed off. They thought they had the upper hand, that their ignorance was a shield. But ignorance is not protection. It's a ticking time bomb. And now, that bomb has exploded right in their faces. Everything they swore would never happen is unfolding, piece by piece, with terrifying precision. And the one person they ridiculed, the one they cast aside, that person was right all along. They feel it now, the weight of your words pressing down on them like a storm they can't outrun. Their smirks have faded, their arrogance has shattered, and the panic in their eyes tells you everything you need to know. The tables have turned. They don't have control anymore. And that's what terrifies them the most. Because when reality exposes a lie, there's no running from it. But you, chosen one, you were built for this. You walked through the fire of doubt, stood firm against the storm of mockery, and now you stand on the other side, untouched. The very thing they tried to use against you, your ability to see what they couldn't, has now become your greatest power. And they hate it. They hate that they didn't break you. They hate that, even after all their attempts to silence you, you're still standing, stronger than ever. They wonder how you knew, how you saw past the illusion when everyone else was blind. They whisper behind closed doors, trying to make sense of it. But deep down, they already know the answer. They were never meant to understand. Not everyone is built to see beyond the surface. Some people are just here to follow, to live in the comfort of their illusions, to deny what scares them. But not you. You were born with vision, born with knowing. And that knowing has always set you apart. They will come back now, pretending they never doubted you, pretending they always believed. Some will ask for guidance. Some will try to twist your truth into their own. Some will seek to drag you back into their world, desperate to rewrite history and erase the shame of their ignorance. But you don't owe them anything. Not explanations, not forgiveness, not even recognition. They made their choice when they called you insane. Now they can live with the consequences. You were never alone in this. There are others like you, silent warriors who have been fighting the same battle, walking the same lonely road, knowing things they can't explain, but feeling every ounce of the truth in their bones. And now that truth is rising. No longer whispers in the dark, no longer dismissed as delusions. It is here, undeniable and unstoppable. So stand tall, let them tremble, let them struggle to process what their small minds could never grasp. Their fear is not your burden. Their regret is not your problem. This is your moment, not for revenge, but for validation. The proof is in front of them now. They have no choice but to face it. Drop a comment below. I was never crazy. I was always chosen. Number 2. The weight of knowing when the truth you carry crushes them. The greatest curse of the awakened is carrying a truth too heavy for the weak to hold. They called you a lunatic, a dreamer tangled in delusions. They whispered behind your back, smirked in your face, and distanced themselves as if your truth was a disease. Society has always had one rule: conform or be cast out. And you broke that rule simply by existing, simply by knowing what they refused to see. The weight of that rejection was suffocating. Friends faded like shadows at dusk. Family exchanged uneasy glances when you spoke. Strangers labeled you with words sharper than knives. You weren't just misunderstood, you were feared. Because what traps the masses more than someone who refuses to bow to the illusion, someone who sees through the veil, someone who cannot be fooled. That was you, and that made you dangerous in their eyes. You felt the burden of that truth with every judgmental stare, every hushed conversation, every cold shoulder. And in your darkest moments, the questions crept in. Were they right? Was I imagining all of this? Should I silence myself just to fit in? Should I pretend to be blind so I don't have to carry this alone? The war was not just external, it raged inside of you. The loneliness, the self-doubt, the temptation to abandon what you knew just for a moment of peace. The world screamed at you to be normal, to fall in line, to let go of what they swore was just fantasy. And yet, something deep within you refused. Because beneath the mockery, beneath the isolation, beneath the relentless pressure to conform, there was something unshakable inside of you, a knowing so deep, so undeniable, that no amount of laughter or rejection could erase it. You tried to ignore it, tried to drown it out, but the truth does not beg for validation. It does not need permission to exist. It simply is. And it whispered to you in the silence, in the dead of night, reminding you, this is real. And now, look at them. The same ones who laughed, who dismissed, who scorned. Now, they watch in stunned silence as everything they denied begins to unfold. Their mockery has turned to confusion. Their arrogance has melted into fear. Because the truth they once rejected has now become too obvious to ignore. They don't know what to do. They don't know how to face the reality that the person they ridiculed was the only one who saw clearly all along. And so, they scramble. They try to rewrite history, pretend they never doubted you, act as if they were always on your side. But the past does not lie. You remember every insult, every betrayal, every moment they made you question yourself. And now, their regret is not your burden to carry. You stood your ground. You held on to what you knew even when the entire world called you insane. And that is power. The kind of power they will never understand because they never had the courage to carry truth the way you did. They will wonder now, how did you know? Why could you see what they couldn't? They will want explanations, answers, clarity. But the reality is, they were never meant to see. Not everyone is built to handle truth. Some people are just here to follow, to live in comfortable ignorance, to laugh at what they don't understand. And that's why they rejected you, not because you were wrong, but because your very existence shattered the illusion they depended on. But now, you are free. Free from needing their approval. Free from seeking their understanding. Free from the weight of their ignorance. The burden of truth was never meant to break you. It was meant to set you apart. So, let them watch. Let them scramble to make sense of it. Let them wrestle with the realization that they were blind while you saw clearly. You owe them nothing. Not explanations, not apologies, not acceptance. They made their choice when they turned their backs on you. Now they can live with it. Number 3. From laughter to silence. When their mockery becomes your crown. The strongest souls are always forged in the fires of ridicule. Today's lunatic is tomorrow's legend. They could call you mad, but they could never strip away the purpose burning inside you. Every insult, every scoff, every moment they dismissed you, it was never proof of your weakness. It was proof of their fear. And now, look at them. The laughter that once filled the air has died into silence. The certainty they clung to like a crumbling wall is now shaking beneath them. Because you, the one they ridiculed, were right all along. They never had power over you. They only had noise, a desperate attempt to drown out the truth that made them uncomfortable. But the thing about truth, it doesn't need approval. It doesn't need permission. It doesn't need the masses to believe in it. Truth stands on its own, waiting patiently for time to catch up. And now, time has arrived. Every word they mocked, every vision they scoffed at, every warning they laughed off, it's all unfolding, piece by piece, undeniable and inescapable. They can't pretend anymore. They can't rewrite the past. Their own memories betray them, forcing them to recall the times they sneered, the times they dismissed you as a fool. And now their disbelief has turned into unease. Their smirks have faded into shame. Because there is nothing more terrifying than realizing the person you mocked was telling the truth the entire time. History is littered with the bones of those who saw before their time, those who carried a sight too sharp for the dull minds around them to comprehend. They called them insane, cursed, dangerous. Why? Because nothing is more threatening to the comfortable than someone who refuses to bow to illusion. You were never just another face in the crowd. You were never meant to be ordinary. The weight of your sight, the depth of your understanding, the knowing that stirred in your soul, this was never a burden. It was a mark, a seal of something greater. But the blind will always fear the ones who see. You stand among giants, the misunderstood, the exiled, the mocked, those whose visions were labeled as madness until the world was forced to admit they were right. The ones who stood firm while the crowd jeered, only to have history rewrite their names in gold when the truth could no longer be denied. The greatest minds, the most unbreakable spirits, all walked this road before you. And now, it is your turn. They will pretend now. Pretend they never doubted you. Pretend they always saw the signs. Pretend they didn't try to break you when you were at your lowest. But the past does not lie. You remember every insult, every betrayal, every moment of loneliness when you questioned yourself because their voices were louder than your own. But you did not fold. You did not cave. You held the line. And now, the very weight they tried to use to crush you has become your crown. You're not here for revenge. You're not here to convince them. You're here to stand, to be the proof that truth cannot be silenced, to be the living reminder that their laughter was never an indication of your weakness, but a reflection of their fear. Let them feel the weight of their mistakes. Let them struggle with their regret. Let them wrestle with the fact that the person they called insane now walks ahead of them, untouched, unshaken, vindicated. You were never just a lunatic screaming into the void. You were a force, unrecognized but unstoppable, a voice that could not be drowned out, a storm they tried to ignore until it was right above their heads. And now, here you stand, watching as their illusion crumbles at their feet. You owe them nothing, not explanations, not forgiveness, not a place in your future. They had their chance. They made their choice. Number 4, when the future you saw becomes their nightmare. The greatest burden is seeing what others refuse to, until it's too late. They laughed when you spoke. They dismissed you as another fool lost in fantasies. Every word you uttered was met with smirks. Every warning reduced to nothing more than noise to them. They couldn't fathom that the world they clung to so desperately was built on illusions. They refused to believe that cracks were forming beneath their feet. But the truth doesn't need their belief. It never did. And now it stands before them, undeniable, unshakable, a force they can no longer ignore. Their laughter has turned to whispers, their arrogance into uncertainty, because everything you said, everything they mocked, is happening. The words they scoffed at are now the reality they are forced to face. You were never speaking nonsense. You were never lost. You saw what they couldn't, what they refused to. And for that, they tried to bury you, because nothing is more dangerous to the blind than the one who sees. They think this is new, that you are the first to walk this path. But history repeats itself, and the weight of truth has always crushed those unprepared to carry it. Every breakthrough was first met with resistance. Every revelation was first met with mockery. The ones who change the world are always branded as fools, until the world realizes they were never fools at all. You stand now, not in shame, not in self-doubt, but in vindication. The silence of your doubters is louder than their laughter ever was. Their fear is palpable, because when reality proves you right, there is no running, no hiding, no pretending. They are left to drown in the weight of their own denial. They will ask themselves how they missed it, how they ignored the signs, how they let their pride blind them. But that is not your burden to carry. You do not exist to make them comfortable. You do not exist to convince them. You exist to see and to move forward, leaving behind those who refused to walk beside you when it mattered most. So, let them watch. Let them sit in the wreckage of their illusions, struggling to accept what was always there, right in front of them. You owe them nothing, not explanations, not apologies, not even a glance back. You were never crazy. You were always chosen. Number 5. When the universe speaks, the blind call it coincidence. To the ordinary, it's just a moment. To the chosen, it's a message. You've always known. Long before the rest of them could even begin to comprehend, you saw the patterns, the whispers of the universe woven into your days like an invisible thread pulling you towards something greater. While others stumbled through life blind to the signs right in front of them, you felt every shift, every unspoken message, every echo of something beyond the surface. They call it coincidence. You know better. The dreams, the symbols, the synchronicities, they weren't random. They were blueprints, roadmaps carved into your soul long before they took shape in the physical world. Vivid flashes of places you had never been, yet somehow recognized. Faces you had never met, yet somehow knew. Events that played out in your mind before they unfolded in reality. And every time doubt tried to creep in, every time you questioned yourself, the universe sent another confirmation. A sign so precise, so undeniable, that even the most skeptical mind would struggle to explain it away. But the blind will always find a way to dismiss what they are too afraid to understand. It's just your imagination. It's just a dream. It's just a coincidence. Just excuses to keep themselves comfortable in their ignorance. Because to accept that there's something greater at play, to accept that you see what they don't, that would shatter the illusion they depend on. But deep down, they feel it too. They feel it when you speak, when you move, when you simply exist in a space. Your energy disturbs their false reality, forces them to confront the truth they spend their lives running from. That's why they try so hard to dismiss you. That's why they cling to their doubt. Because if they acknowledge you're right, they'll have to face everything they've been avoiding. But you don't need their validation. You never did. The universe doesn't waste time whispering to those who won't listen. It chooses the ones who are meant to hear, the ones who are meant to act, the ones who are built to see. You are one of those few. And that is why your journey has never been ordinary. That is why your mind refuses to settle for the shallow distractions of this world. That is why the signs keep appearing relentlessly until you accept the truth. You were never meant to be like them. You are not lost. You are being guided. Every number, every pattern, every dream, pieces of a puzzle designed just for you. The only question now is, will you listen? Number 6. When you see what others ignore, you walk alone. Awakening is not a gift wrapped in comfort. It is a fire that burns away illusions and leaves you standing in a world that no longer feels like home. You were never like them. You didn't just look, you saw. Where they moved through life in a haze of distractions, you felt the shifts in energy, noticed the patterns, heard the unspoken messages woven into the fabric of reality. They called it coincidence. You knew better. But understanding the language of truth requires more than passive observation. It demands a mind that questions, a soul that listens, and a heart strong enough to accept what most refuse to acknowledge. Every whisper of intuition, every moment of déjà vu, every sign that felt too perfect to be chance, these were never accidents. They were the universe speaking directly to you. And while others shrugged it off, you paid attention. You were never lost. You were led. They don't understand what it means to see beyond the surface, to feel the pull of something greater guiding your steps, to sense shifts before they happen, to know things without knowing how. The world is filled with messages, some hidden in plain sight, others buried deep within your soul. But most people will never see them. They are too consumed by their distractions, too afraid of what true awareness demands. But you were built for this. To see the future before it unfolds is both a blessing and a burden. You have felt the weight of knowing, of carrying truths too heavy for those around you. You have glimpsed events yet to come, sensed the shifting tides of reality, and stood at the edge of time itself. And for this, they called you delusional. They dismissed your warnings, ignored your insights, and made you question whether your gift was a curse. But tell me, who was really blind? The one who saw, or the ones who refused to open their eyes? This path is not meant for the weak. It demands restraint, wisdom, and an unshakable spirit. You cannot force people to see what they are not ready for. You cannot make them understand what they are terrified to accept. And so, you walk alone. But solitude is not emptiness. It is refinement, the fire that forges the unbreakable. You were never here to be understood. You were here to understand. Let them call you whatever they want. Let them question. Let them doubt. It changes nothing. The truth has already made its mark on you, and no amount of disbelief can erase it. Number 7. Knowledge is a curse, when fools rule the world. The blind despise the ones who see, not because they doubt the truth, but because they fear it's real. The burden is not just in knowing, it's in deciding. Deciding when to speak, when to stay silent, when to let them walk into the destruction they swore would never come. You've learned that the truth is not just unwelcome, it is hated. The world does not cherish those who see beyond the illusion. It crucifies them. You tried to warn them. You saw the storm forming long before the first raindrop fell. You spoke up, laid it all out, thinking they would listen, thinking they would wake up. But they didn't. They laughed. They mocked. They turned your truth into a joke because their fragile minds couldn't handle it. Because if they accepted your words, they would have to accept that they were wrong. And weak people would rather drown in their delusions than admit they have been blind. So, you stayed silent. You watched as time unraveled, as the very things they ridiculed you for became undeniable reality. And what did they do? Did they apologize? Did they admit you were right? No. Instead, they panicked. They scrambled. They pretended they saw it coming, as if history itself wasn't a witness to their mockery. And now, their arrogance has rotted into fear, because the one thing they thought they could ignore has now become the one thing they cannot escape. And that is the heaviest part of the burden, not just knowing the truth, but watching them destroy themselves with their ignorance, watching their smirks turn to silence, watching them choke on their own disbelief as reality slaps them in the face, watching them finally realize that you were never the fool they were. But make no mistake, their rejection of you was never about logic. It was never about evidence. It was about control. If they admitted you were right, it meant they had to listen. It meant they had to change. And weak minds fear change more than they fear destruction. That is why they fought you so hard. That is why they threw stones, ridiculed you, tried to break you. It was never about truth. It was about keeping you silent. They wanted you to doubt yourself. They wanted you to question your own mind, to shrink, to fall in line. But you didn't. You endured. You held the weight of their ignorance on your back and walked through the fire anyway. And now, look at them, lost, terrified, silent. Because when the truth finally arrives, it doesn't ask for permission. It doesn't knock. It breaks the door down. And now you stand on the other side, vindicated, unshaken, unchained. You do not need their approval. You do not need their apologies. You never did. Number 8. Their laughter was loud, but your victory is louder. Mockery is the weapon of the weak. Silence is the armor of the strong. And when truth rises, the only sound left will be their regret. They laughed. They called you delusional, a fool lost in fantasies. They dismissed your words, twisted your truth, and tried to make you doubt yourself. They needed you to be wrong, because if you were right, it meant their entire world was built on lies. And that was too much for their fragile minds to handle. So they laughed, they mocked, they pointed fingers, smug in their ignorance, comfortable in their denial. But the thing about truth, it doesn't care about their laughter. It doesn't need their belief to exist. It simply is. And now, as time unfolds exactly as you knew it would, their laughter is dying. Look at them. The same ones who mocked you now sit in uneasy silence. Their certainty has cracked. Their arrogance has faded. They don't laugh anymore, because they can't. The world around them is shifting, aligning with the very things they once dismissed as nonsense. And the person they ridiculed, that person is standing tall, untouched, unshaken. You never needed their validation. You never needed them to believe you. While they wasted their breath trying to tear you down, you stood firm in silence. Because real power doesn't argue, it waits, it watches, it allows time to do the talking. And now, time has spoken. Let them wrestle with the realization that they were wrong. Let them feel the weight of their own ignorance pressing down on them. You do not need to say a word. Your very existence is proof enough. You were never just another lost soul looking for meaning. You were never just a dreamer with wild thoughts. You were chosen, built differently, gifted with the ability to see what they could not. That alone made you dangerous in their eyes. Because nothing shakes the blind more than someone who refuses to close their eyes. They will scramble now, try to make sense of what's happening, try to downplay it, twist it, rewrite the past. But they know the truth. They feel it. And no amount of denial will erase the fact that the one they scorned was the one who saw clearly all along. Stand in your power. You owe them nothing, not explanations, not apologies, not a chance to rewrite history. Let them sit in their silence. Let them feel their regret. This is not their moment, it's yours. Number 9. The moment truth strikes, when their doubt turns to fear. They laughed because they didn't understand. Now they don't laugh because they do. At first, they brushed it off. The signs were too subtle, too easy to dismiss. They ignored the patterns, waved away the warnings, and ridiculed the very idea that something beyond their comprehension could be real. But you saw it. Long before they even sensed a shift, you knew what was coming. It was never just a hunch. It was a knowing, a certainty deep in your bones. They called you paranoid, delusional, a dreamer chasing shadows. But reality does not wait for belief. And now it has arrived. The very things they swore would never happen are standing right in front of them, casting long, heavy shadows over the illusions they clung to so desperately. You can see it in their faces, the stiffness in their posture, the uneasy glances, the silence that lingers too long. The arrogance they once carried is gone, replaced with something far more fragile: doubt. And that doubt, it eats at them. Because doubt is a seed that grows into fear. The same weapon they used against you, the same disbelief they threw in your face, has now turned inward, gnawing at their minds. They replay your words, your warnings, your so-called crazy ideas, and the more they think, the more they realize you were never crazy. You were right. This is the shift. The moment when the tables turn, not with loud confessions or desperate apologies, but with silence. A silence that screams louder than any mockery ever could. Because now they don't know what to say. They don't know how to face you. They don't know how to reconcile the fact that the person they dismissed as a fool is now standing in the undeniable truth. And what are you now? Not just an outcast. not just a dreamer. You are something they cannot define, cannot ignore, cannot dismiss. You are proof that their reality was built on denial, and nothing terrifies them more than that. They will pretend they never doubted you. They will act as if they always saw it coming. But deep down, they know the truth, and so do you. You never needed their belief. You never needed their validation. The truth was always yours to carry. And now, as it unfolds in front of them, the only thing left for them to do is watch. Number 10. When truth rises, their lies collapse. They thought their laughter was louder than your truth. Now, their silence is proof that you won. And yet, here you stand, unshaken, unbothered, unbreakable. You never needed their approval. You never needed their validation. But now, as they stare in stunned silence, scrambling for excuses, you see it in their eyes, the quiet admission of defeat. They spent so much time mocking you, trying to drown you out with their doubt, their ridicule, their arrogance. But truth is not a whisper. It is a force, and when it rises, nothing can stop it. Their denial, their ignorance, their desperate need to dismiss you, it all crumbles the moment reality aligns with the very words they swore were nonsense. This was never about proving them wrong. It was about standing firm in what you knew to be real. You carried this truth through fire, through loneliness, through storms of disbelief. And now, on the other side of their mockery, you stand in full alignment with your purpose. Not because they finally see it, but because you never let go of it. Their silence is not your victory. Your strength is the unwavering conviction that has carried you this far, the resilience that kept you standing when the world tried to break you. Because in the end, it was never about them. It was always about you, about trusting yourself when no one else did, about holding your ground when the entire world tried to push you off it. They feared this moment, the moment when their illusions would collapse, when the truth they mocked would stand undeniable before them. And now, that moment is here. The same mouths that once spoke against you now have nothing to say, because reality does not ask for their opinion. It simply is. You owe them nothing. Not explanations, not forgiveness, not a place in your journey. They had their chance to listen. They chose to laugh instead. And now that laughter has died in their throats, replaced by something they never expected: regret. But regret does not rewrite the past. It does not erase the way they doubted, dismissed, and degraded you. It does not change the fact that you walked this road alone, carrying a truth they tried to crush. And yet, despite it all, you never wavered. This is your power. The strength to see beyond what is handed to you. The courage to stand in a world built on falsehoods. The resilience to keep going, even when no one stands beside you. And that is something they will never understand. Let them sit in their silence. Let them wrestle with the weight of their own disbelief. You have already won. Number 11. They called you a fool. Now they can't even look you in the eye. The ones who mocked you the loudest now whisper the quietest. That is the sound of regret. The same people who laughed at you, dismissed you, and called you delusional now avoid your gaze. Their silence is deafening. Their unease is unmistakable. They thought they had you figured out. Just another misguided dreamer, just another voice to be ignored. But reality does not cater to their ignorance. The truth you carried, the truth they rejected, now stands tall, undeniable and unshakable. And look at them. They fidget. They hesitate. They glance away when you walk by, hoping you won't see the shame written all over their faces. They don't want to admit it, but you can feel it. the weight of their realization pressing down on them, the bitter taste of knowing they were wrong. But this moment is not about rubbing it in. You don't need to say, "I told you so." The truth has done that for you. You were never seeking validation. You never needed their approval. What you saw, what you felt, what you knew, it was never for them. It was always for you. And now, the doubt that once weighed on your shoulders has lifted. You were not mistaken. You were not imagining things. You were not lost. You were ahead of them. Some of them will now come to you, cautiously, hesitantly, seeking answers. The same mouths that once called you crazy will now ask for guidance. Some will try to rewrite history, pretending they never doubted you, hoping you don't remember the way they laughed. And others, they will stay silent, holding on to their pride, unwilling to admit they were ever wrong. Let them. Their denial is no longer your concern. You do not need them to recognize your power. You do not need their apologies. You do not need their acceptance, because the truth does not require permission to exist. And you have outgrown the need for their understanding. What matters now is the path ahead, the purpose that has always driven you forward, the calling that never wavered, no matter how loud the world tried to drown it out. You were never meant to be one of them. You were never meant to blend in. You were always set apart. And now, as the illusion crumbles around them, you step forward, stronger than ever. Let them watch. Let them wonder. Let them struggle to process what has already been written. You have nothing left to prove. You were never the fool they claimed you to be. Number 12. When the doubters fall silent, your purpose speaks louder than ever. They laughed because they didn't understand. Now they stay silent because they finally do. Their silence is not your victory. It's just proof that you never needed their validation in the first place. The weight of their doubt, their laughter, their rejection, it was never meant to define you. It was only meant to refine you. And now, with every step forward, you leave them behind, not out of spite, but because they were never meant to walk this path with you. You have nothing left to prove, no arguments left to win, no need to justify yourself to those who never had the depth to understand you. Their disbelief was never your burden to carry. Their ignorance was never your responsibility to correct. You were never speaking for them. You were speaking for yourself. And now, as reality bends to meet your words, as the truth unfolds in ways they can no longer deny, you do not turn back to say, "I told you so." You simply keep moving forward, because this was never about them. It was always about you. Inside you beats the heart of a warrior, a force unshaken by ridicule, untouched by doubt. While they clung to illusions, you held on to something greater, something beyond logic, beyond reason, beyond the shallow understanding of those who never dared to look deeper. This connection, this unbreakable link to something vast and infinite, has carried you through the darkest nights and the loneliest battles. When their voices tried to drown you out, it was this force that whispered back, "Keep going, keep believing, keep standing." They never understood what fueled you. They thought it was stubbornness, arrogance, delusion. But it was never any of those things. It was knowing. A knowing so deep, so absolute, that no amount of laughter or rejection could shake it. And that knowing is what makes you unstoppable. Strength isn't the absence of fear. It isn't about never doubting, never questioning, never struggling. True strength is standing firm despite all of it. True strength is pressing forward when every force in the world tells you to stop. And you have done that again and again. You have endured the weight of isolation, the sting of mockery, the exhaustion of walking alone. And yet, here you are, still standing, still rising, still walking a path they never had the courage to take. There is a presence in you now, something undeniable, something they can feel but can't explain. It's in the way you speak, the way you carry yourself, the way your very existence commands attention. They don't know why, but they can't ignore it. They don't understand, but they can't deny it. You were never meant to fit in. You were meant to lead. So let them stay silent. Let them sit with their regret. Let them wrestle with the reality that the one they mocked has become the one they now watch in awe. Their journey is not your concern. Their opinions are no longer relevant. Your only task now: keep moving forward. Number 13. They tried to break you, but all they did was sharpen your edge. Gold is not afraid of fire. A diamond does not fear pressure. And the chosen do not crumble under the weight of doubt. They thought their words would shatter you, that the laughter, the whispers, the rejection would weaken your resolve. They believed that if they mocked you enough, pushed you hard enough, ignored you long enough, you would fold. They wanted you to question yourself, to silence yourself, to erase the very thing that made you different. But what they didn't realize is that pressure doesn't destroy the strong. It refines them. You were never chosen for approval. You were never meant for easy acceptance. Those who are truly set apart walk a road carved from solitude, resistance, and fire. You weren't just given a gift. You became it. Every insult was a chisel. Every doubt was a hammer. And with every strike, they didn't destroy you. They revealed you. The illusion of needing their validation is gone. The false comfort of fitting in has burned away. What remains is something unshakable, something undeniable. They don't understand you, and they never will. Not because you are lost, but because they are. Their world is built on illusions, and they cannot fathom someone who refuses to live in the same dream. They stumble through life with closed eyes, mistaking ignorance for safety, mistaking conformity for wisdom. And when someone like you comes along, someone who sees, it terrifies them. That is why they try to strip you down, not because you are weak, but because you are dangerous to the illusion they cling to. A single flame can expose the darkness, and you are the wildfire they can't control. You never needed their recognition. You never needed their approval. What you have is something deeper, something ancient, something unstoppable. This is not just a path you walk. This is something written in your soul. You do not follow a calling, you embody it. Every step you take, every truth you hold, is a testament to the power that runs through you. The world will always resist those who carry truth. It will always try to break those who stand apart. But you are beyond their reach now. They may still talk, they may still sneer, but it no longer matters, because when they look at you now, they don't see someone they can break. They see someone they failed to destroy. Number 14. From rejection to power, the fire that forged you. They threw stones to break you, but all they did was sharpen your edges. They thought their mockery would weaken you. They thought their laughter would break you down, strip you of your power, and silence you into submission. But they failed to understand something fundamental. Pressure doesn't destroy the strong. It refines them. Like fire to gold, their ridicule only burned away the doubt, leaving behind something indestructible. What they never realized is that every rejection, every insult, every moment they cast you aside was never a punishment. It was preparation. The more they tried to tear you down, the more you were forced to build yourself from the inside out. You learned to rely on something deeper than their approval. You learned to trust your own knowing, your own strength, your own path. Where others crumbled under the weight of rejection, you became unshakable. They wanted you to break. Instead, you transformed. They wanted you to disappear. Instead, you became impossible to ignore. This journey was never meant to be easy. Those who carry truth will always walk through fire. And that fire, it wasn't sent to consume you. It was sent to cleanse you, to strip away the illusions, the need for validation, the weight of caring what they thought. Every battle, every scar, every moment of solitude, it all shaped you into what you are now. Someone untouchable, someone undeniable. Look at you now. The same ones who laughed are suddenly silent. The same ones who mocked you are now watching you. And deep down, they know. They never had power over you. They only had noise, and noise fades. You don't owe them explanations. You don't owe them forgiveness. You owe yourself the recognition of what you've survived, of what you've become. The mockery that was meant to break you has become the foundation of your strength. Let them live with their regret. Let them struggle with their realization. That is no longer your burden to carry. Number 15. The awakening of the unbreakable when the chosen one rises. A blade is not born sharp. It is beaten, burned, and broken until it becomes unstoppable. You have been beaten down, ridiculed, cast aside. They thought they were breaking you. They thought their rejection would bury you. But all they did was sharpen you. Every insult was a hammer. Every doubt was fire. Every moment of isolation was a test. And through it all, you did not shatter. You became unbreakable. They thought their words would define you, that if they called you crazy enough times, you would start to believe it. That if they isolated you long enough, you would crawl back, desperate for their approval. But they underestimated one thing. You were never built to be like them. You were never meant to fit into their small, hollow world. The struggle was never your downfall. It was your ascension. And now, as you stand in your full power, you realize what they never could. Every trial was a gift. Every battle you fought alone, every night you spent questioning yourself, every moment of pain, it was all fuel. They didn't break you, they built you. And now they have no choice but to watch as you rise beyond their reach. Their mockery was not a curse. It was a purification, the fire that burned away weakness, the pressure that forged you into something they can no longer touch. They see it now. They feel it. The energy has shifted. The one they tried to destroy is the one who now stands untouchable. And the truth you carried, the truth they laughed at, dismissed, tried to erase, has begun to manifest. They see it taking shape, unfolding in ways they can no longer deny. And it haunts them, because the reality they swore was impossible is now staring them in the face. But it is no longer about them. It is about you. You are not here to seek their validation. You are not here to waste your energy on proving anything to those who were never meant to understand. You are here to stand, to lead, to be the beacon you were always destined to be. When one light shines, it has the power to ignite the fire in others. And that is what is happening now. Your journey, once ridiculed, once dismissed, has become a force that cannot be ignored. It shakes those who once mocked you. It awakens those who were once asleep. The ripple effect spreads. The impact grows. They will pretend they always believed. They will try to align themselves with you now that the truth is undeniable. But you remember. You remember who you were when no one stood beside you. And that version of you, the one who endured, the one who fought in silence, the one who refused to break, is the reason you are standing here today. This is your time. Your power is no longer a secret. It is no longer hidden beneath doubt and pain. It is here, undeniable, unstoppable. And now, the truth stands clear. What they once mocked has become undeniable. You were never lost, never broken, never delusional. You were always rising, always transforming, always becoming. Their laughter has turned to silence, their doubt to unease. But you don't need their recognition. You never did. If this message resonated with you, like this video, subscribe, and drop 77 in the comments to claim your power. Share this with others who need to hear it, because the more we rise, the harder it is to silence us. The chosen ones are no longer in hiding. We are here. The wicked fear what they cannot break, and the devil's greatest agony is loving what he cannot own. They thought they could shatter you. They thought their tricks, their lies, their darkness would consume you like it has consumed so many before. But you stood. You faced them with the kind of stillness that shakes the foundations of hell itself. They wanted you weak, but your silence made them tremble. They wanted you afraid, but your presence alone became their torment. They wanted to devour you, yet here they are, starving, desperate, obsessed. This is not just another message. This is war. The battlefield is unseen, but the war is real. And chosen ones, you are the last thing they ever expected. A force they cannot predict, a storm they cannot outrun. They whisper, they plot, they attack. But every move they make only exposes their own fragility. You are not just resisting them, you are unraveling them. If this message speaks to you, if you feel the fire in your soul, if you know deep down that you were never meant to fit into this world, like and subscribe. Let this message spread. The more chosen ones awaken, the weaker the enemy becomes. The more you rise, the more their illusions shatter. And YouTube, it sees when a message is rising. Every like, every comment, every share signals that this truth cannot be silenced. You were never ordinary. You were never meant to be. While others blend into the background, your very existence is a disturbance. Your light is not just seen, it is felt, and it haunts them. You walk into a room, and suddenly, masks slip, shadows scatter, and fake smiles falter. People feel something when you're near. The weak feel exposed, the wicked feel watched, and the lost? They feel hope for the first time in years. A devil has fallen in love with you, and they don't even understand why. They've manipulated kings, broken warriors, corrupted saints, but you are their paradox. They came with destruction, yet they find themselves craving your presence. They tried to break you, yet they are the ones unraveling. They wanted to consume you, but now they are consumed by you. You didn't fight them, you didn't run, you didn't beg for mercy. You just stood in your truth, and that alone sent cracks through their entire foundation. That's the power of the chosen. Your existence alone is a judgment, a reckoning, a mirror they cannot escape. They call you different, strange, unshaken, and that terrifies them because deep down, they know they can never be what you are. Your strength does not come from the world. Your power is not borrowed from the systems they control. It is woven into your very being. And that's why they come for you. Not to win, but to see if they can handle you. And no one has ever handled them like you have. Number 1, the devil's hunger. When darkness craves what it cannot possess. A thief never admires what he can steal. He desires what he can never own. They came for you with destruction in their hands, believing they could tear you down like they have done to so many before. But now, here they are, obsessed, restless, tormented. They never planned to love you. They came to conquer, but instead they are enslaved. They tried to pull you into their world, but now they can't escape yours. This is their torment. They wanted to break you, yet now they kneel before the very power they sought to destroy. You were never supposed to be here, not in their eyes. You weren't supposed to survive their attacks. You weren't supposed to walk away untouched. You weren't supposed to look them in the eyes and stand firm when others before you crumbled. They have broken kings, shattered warriors, corrupted saints. But you stand, untouched by their poison, unmoved by their temptations, unchanged by their darkness. And that is why they are haunted. That is why they are consumed. This is not love. This is hunger. A hunger that devours them from the inside because they know they will never have you. They have played every trick, pulled every string, whispered every lie, and yet you remain beyond their reach. You are the one thing they cannot own, the one soul they cannot claim, the one light they cannot dim, and that burns them more than the fires they dwell in. Ask yourself, why you? Why not anyone else? The answer is simple. You are not like anyone else. Others beg, others fall, others lose themselves in the illusions they create. But you cannot be swayed. Your presence alone unsettles their foundations. You walk into a room and suddenly their masks don't fit as well. Their lies sound hollow. Their power feels weak. You don't expose them. You don't have to. Your existence alone is enough to tear down the illusions they built. And that's why they can't leave you alone. That's why they keep coming back. It isn't because they love you. It's because you are a mirror they cannot escape. You reflect everything they are not, everything they can never be. They were once convinced they held all the power, but you shattered that illusion without even trying. They don't understand why they can't stop thinking about you, why your presence lingers in their mind like a ghost they cannot banish. They don't understand why their own darkness feels weaker in your light. But deep down, they know what you are, and that terrifies them. A flame does not chase the moth, yet the moth cannot resist the fire. They will try to pull you in one last time. They will try to make you question yourself, make you wonder if maybe, just maybe, you belong to them. If maybe you were meant to be theirs. If maybe this hunger they feel is something divine. Do not be fooled. Do not be moved. You were never meant to be owned. You were never meant to be caught in their web. You were meant to rise, untouchable, untamed, undeniable. The devil's hunger will never be satisfied. No matter how close they get, no matter how much they try to control you, they will always be left starving. Because the one thing they desire most, the purity of your soul, the strength of your spirit, the fire in your essence, is the one thing they can never consume. And that is your power. That is what haunts them. Not your love, not your kindness, not even your light, but the fact that no matter how hard they try, they will never be able to possess you. They can have the world, but they will never have you. So let them hunger, let them burn, let them suffer in their own obsession, because you were never theirs to begin with. Number 2, unholy desire, the fire that burns but never consumes. A curse is not the chains that bind you, but the hunger that can never be satisfied. They wanted a taste, believing that one touch, one moment, one whisper would be enough to claim you. But now they are drowning in their own obsession, trapped in a fire that will never die. They came thinking they could devour you, but instead they are the ones being consumed. They crave you like a forbidden fruit, yet every taste only deepens their hunger. Every moment they spend near you only makes the void inside them wider. Every attempt to control you only proves how powerless they truly are. This is not love. This is torment. Not for you, for them. Because they have never wanted anything they couldn't have. They have never longed for something that remained just out of reach. Everything they ever desired, they have taken. Everything they ever touched, they have ruined. But you are untouchable, and that is their suffering. They thought they could pull you into their world, twist you, change you, make you one of them. They thought their darkness could dim your light. But now, they are the ones being changed. They are the ones who cannot think straight, who cannot escape you, who cannot breathe without feeling the weight of your presence. They were the predator, but now they are the prey. Chasing a ghost they will never catch, reaching for a flame that will never let them rest. A thief does not weep for what he steals, but for what slips through his fingers. And you see it, you feel it, you know it. Their obsession is not a compliment, it is a confession. A confession that for all their power, all their control, all their games, they have finally met something beyond their reach. They have finally encountered something they cannot possess, something they cannot manipulate, something they cannot bend to their will, and it terrifies them. They once believed they were untouchable. They once believed they held the strings to everything around them. They once believed they could conquer anything, anyone. But now, they are the ones unraveling. Now, they are the ones questioning everything. Now, they are the ones feeling weak, helpless, lost. And that is the greatest punishment of all, not to lose you, but to realize they never had you to begin with. They will try to convince themselves otherwise. They will tell themselves they have control. They will try to pull you back in, make you second guess, make you wonder if maybe, just maybe, there is something real in all of this. But you know better. You know the truth. You were never meant to be theirs. A flame does not love the moth, yet the moth will always chase the fire. They will chase you for eternity, and for eternity they will suffer. Because no matter how close they get, they will never reach you. No matter how much they try to possess you, you will always be beyond them. No matter how much they burn for you, you will never be consumed. And that is your power. That is what makes you untouchable. You do not need to fight them. You do not need to break them. You do not even need to hate them. You only need to exist. Your presence alone is enough to set them on fire. Let them hunger. Let them suffer. Let them burn. Because this is their fate, their curse, their torment, longing for something they will never own, chasing a light that will never dim, starving for a soul they were never meant to touch. And you walk away, untouched, unshaken, undefeated. You were never theirs. You never will be. Number 3, the chosen's curse, love that terrifies, presence that haunts. To be untouchable is to be unforgettable. To be unshaken is to be feared. They love you, but it is not a love that brings peace. It is a love that torments, a love that consumes, a love that rips them apart from the inside out. Because loving you was never supposed to happen. Wanting you was never part of their plan. You were supposed to fall like the rest. You were supposed to bend, to break, to lose yourself in their illusion. But instead, you stood. Instead, you became the nightmare they never saw coming. Now, your presence haunts them. Your silence echoes in their mind. Your absence weighs heavier than any punishment they've ever known. They cannot escape you, no matter how far they run, no matter how much they distract themselves, no matter how deeply they try to bury the truth. You live in them now, not as a memory, not as a possession, but as a wound that will never heal. The wicked do not fear the dark. They fear the one who walks through it untouched. They should have never touched you. They should have never tested you, because now they know. Now they have seen what they were never meant to understand. You were not meant to be handled. You were not meant to be controlled. And the worst part? They cannot unsee it. They cannot forget it. They cannot erase the mark you have left upon them. This is the chosen's curse. Not that you suffer, but that your existence alone brings suffering to those who once thought themselves untouchable. They came to break you, but now they are the ones broken. They tried to haunt you, but now they are the ones haunted. They thought they held the power, but now they tremble at the power you never even had to prove. You never had to fight them. You never had to destroy them. You only had to be. And that alone unraveled everything they believed about themselves. A shadow does not chase the sun, yet it cannot exist without it. They will never admit it. They will never tell you how your presence stripped them of their illusions, how your strength exposed their weakness, how your very existence forced them to face the truth they spent lifetimes avoiding. But you know, you see it, you feel it, the tension in their voice, the flicker of hesitation in their eyes, the way they look at you as if you are something they will never understand, because they don't understand you, and they never will. They thought you were like them. They thought you would play their game. They thought you would respond to manipulation, to fear, to control. But you didn't. You don't play by their rules because you were never bound by them. And that is why they can never win. That is why they are left in pieces, lost, spiraling, searching for something they will never find again. They do not grieve losing you. They grieve losing themselves in the presence of something greater. You were the reckoning they never saw coming, and now they will live with that weight forever. They will love you forever, but it is a love that will suffocate them, a love that will never bring them peace, a love that will torment them for the rest of their existence. Because they didn't love you for what you gave them, they loved you for what they could never take. And that is the final truth, the truth they will never escape. They do not miss you. They do not long for you. They long for the version of themselves that they lost in your presence. They long for the power they once believed they had before you proved them wrong. They long for the illusion they can never return to. You were their beginning. You were their end. And now you walk away, untouched, unshaken, undefeated. Let them haunt themselves. Let them suffer in the silence you left behind. Let them learn what it means to love something they will never hold, because that is the curse of the chosen. Not that you suffer, but that you leave them suffering forever. Number 4, you were never one of them, and that's why they fear you. They never feared losing you. They feared the fact that you never needed them to begin with. They look at you like you're strange, like you don't belong, like you're something unnatural. They call you different, like it's an insult. But deep down, they know that's exactly why they can't touch you. That's exactly why they can't control you. That's exactly why they fear you. Because you were never one of them. You never moved like them. You never thought like them. You never followed their rules, because their rules were built on illusions. And you see right through them. They spent their whole lives shaping themselves into something hollow, something weak, something that could blend in with the crowd. But you refused. You stood in your own truth, your own power, your own energy, and that's why they can't stand you. A wolf does not lose sleep over the opinions of sheep. They talk about you, they whisper, they judge. But it's not because you're wrong, it's because you're free. Free in a way they will never be. Free in a way that threatens everything they built their fragile identities on. You don't seek approval. You don't need validation. You don't bow to the systems they serve. and that alone is enough to shake them. They spent their whole lives trying to fit in. You spent yours realizing you were never meant to, and that is why they fear you. You do not fear exile. You do not fear rejection. You do not fear standing alone. Because unlike them, you were never searching for a place to belong. You were always meant to create your own. They are afraid, not because you are different, but because you have the strength to stand alone. They want you to doubt yourself. They want you to shrink. They want you to question why you don't fit in, why you don't see the world the way they do. But the truth? You were never meant to. You were never designed to be part of their system. You were meant to rise above it. And that is what they fear the most, that you don't need them, that you never did, and that you never will. So let them talk. Let them watch. Let them feel their own fear when they look at you and realize you were never part of their world, because you were always meant to stand apart. Number 5. You are the storm. They feared the rain, but you brought the hurricane. They prepared for a drizzle, but you arrived as a flood. Now, they're drowning in everything they tried to destroy you with. They underestimated you. They mistook your silence for weakness, your patience for surrender, your calm for submission. They thought you were just another wave in an ocean they controlled, something they could ride, something they could predict, something they could swallow whole. But you were never just a wave. You were the storm. And now, they're drowning. They wanted to break you, but instead, they awakened something unstoppable. They sent winds to shake you, but you became the hurricane that tore through everything in your path. They tried to contain you, but now they are the ones gasping for air, trapped in the wreckage of their own making. A storm does not explain itself. It does not ask for permission. It simply comes, and when it leaves, nothing remains the same. They wanted you soft. They wanted you quiet. They wanted you to follow, obey, kneel. But the moment they tried to cage you, they realized they had made a fatal mistake. You were never meant to be controlled. You were never meant to bow. And now they are learning that the hard way. You don't need to chase them. You don't need to fight them. You don't need to prove anything. Because a storm does not chase. It arrives. A storm does not ask. It takes. And right now, your presence alone is sweeping through their illusions, tearing apart their false sense of control and leaving them exposed. They feared the rain, thinking that was the worst you could bring. But you brought the hurricane. You brought the force they were never prepared for. You brought the reckoning they never saw coming. They built their kingdom on sand, and now they wonder why they're sinking. Let them drown in the consequences of their own arrogance. Let them watch as everything they tried to do to you comes back to them like a tidal wave. Let them feel the weight of what it means to cross a force that cannot be stopped. You are not here to be handled. You are not here to be understood. You are here to change everything. So keep moving, keep rising, keep being the force they swore could never exist. Because they are finally realizing they never feared losing control. They feared you having it. Number 6. Your light is their judgment, the mirror they can't escape. A lie can live in the dark for eternity, but the moment it meets the light, it dies gasping for air. They never feared judgment until they saw themselves in you. You did not come to destroy them. You did not come to expose them. You simply existed, and that was enough. That was the reckoning they never saw coming, because in your presence, the masks slip, the illusions shatter. The shadows they hide behind are burned away by the fire in your soul. They hate you for it, not because you have done anything to them, but because for the first time They are forced to look at themselves with no lies to shield them. Your presence alone is a mirror they cannot escape, and what they see staring back at them is everything they have spent lifetimes running from. A man does not despise the light unless he has something to hide in the dark. They wanted to believe they were untouchable, that their manipulations, their games, their false power could not be challenged. But you never played their game. You never followed their script. And that is what destroyed them, because now they cannot hide from the truth. They see the weakness behind their power. They see the fear behind their arrogance. They see the hollowness in everything they thought made them untouchable. And the worst part, they know they can never go back. Because once you have seen the truth, the lie can never feel real again. They resent you. They obsess over you. They cannot let you go. Not because of what you did, but because of what you are, living proof that they are not who they pretend to be. A shadow cannot exist without the light, but the light does not need the shadow to shine. They will try to fight it. They will try to convince themselves that you are the problem, that you are the one who changed everything. But deep down, they know you did not change anything. You simply revealed what was already there. And that is why they fear you. That is why they cannot escape you. Because no matter where they go, no matter how far they run, the truth follows them. You are the mirror that shattered their illusions. You are the light that burned through their deception. And now they must live with the reality they spent so long trying to deny. Let them fear. Let them hate. Let them run. Because the truth does not chase. It simply exists. And you, chosen one, are the truth they will never unsee. Number 7. Their darkness can't drown you, but your light drowns them. A storm can flood the land, but it will never put out the sun. They came with their chaos, their manipulation, their poison, thinking they could pull you under. They have drowned many before you, suffocated souls, stolen destinies, extinguished lights before they could ever shine. But you did not sink. You did not even struggle. You simply stood, untouched, unbothered, watching as their storm raged around you, but never touched the core of who you are. And that is what destroyed them. Not your anger, not your retaliation, but the simple, undeniable fact that their darkness had no power over you. They wanted to see you break, to watch you crumble, to prove to themselves that even you could fall. But instead, they were the ones falling, spiraling deeper into their own emptiness, suffocating under the weight of a battle they never truly had control over. A candle doesn't chase away the dark, it simply shines, and the darkness flees on its own. They cannot understand why you are still here, why their schemes failed, why their manipulation didn't work. They threw everything at you, lies, betrayal, doubt, fear, but you remained. And worse, you grew stronger. Their darkness was supposed to consume you, but instead, your light expanded, swallowing them whole. Now, they are the ones gasping for air. They are the ones drowning in their own abyss, unable to pull you down with them. And the more they try, the more they realize the truth. It is not you who is trapped in their world. It is they who are trapped in yours. They thought power was about control, about bending others to their will, about making people fear them. But now, as they stand before you, powerless, shaken, desperate for something they cannot grasp, they finally understand. True power is not in destruction. True power is in presence, in silence, in unshakable certainty. A wildfire does not fight the wind. It lets the wind spread its flames. And you are that fire. You do not need to strike back. You do not need to lower yourself to their level. You only need to be. And that alone is enough to send cracks through their entire foundation. Let them fear you. Let them watch as their own darkness turns against them. Let them choke on the emptiness they once tried to bury you in, because their darkness never had the power to drown you. But your light will drown them forever. Number 8. The transformation when the predator becomes prey. A hunter who cannot claim his prey is no longer a hunter. He is a desperate fool chasing a ghost. They came for you like they always have, like they always do. Calculated, confident, certain that you would be just another conquest, another soul to add to their collection. They have played this game before. They have broken minds, shattered spirits, twisted hearts. They thought you would be no different. But now they are the ones running. Now they are the ones haunted. Now they are the ones looking over their shoulder, realizing that what they chased was never theirs to catch. This was never a battle of strength. It was never about who could overpower who. It was about endurance. It was about truth. It was about standing so still, so unshaken, that they lost themselves trying to break you. The spider weaves the web, but what happens when the fly refuses to be caught? They never expected this. They thought you would panic. They thought you would struggle, beg, plead. They thought you would react the way everyone else has. But you didn't fight them. You didn't even run. You simply existed in a way they could never understand. And that was the moment everything shifted. Because this isn't about love. It isn't about control. It isn't even about power anymore. This is obsession. This is madness. This is the unraveling of everything they once believed about themselves. They were the predator, the one who pulled the strings, the one who dictated the game. But now the game is playing them. Now they are the ones trapped, circling the same thoughts, reliving the same moments, chasing something they will never hold. A beast with no control is not a beast. It is a slave to its own hunger. They didn't see it coming. That moment where their tricks stopped working. That moment where the mask slipped and you were still standing there, unbothered, untouched, undefeated. They didn't see the trap they walked into. Not one you set for them, but one they built for themselves. Because now they're the one who can't walk away. Now they are the one questioning everything. Now they are the one searching for something they will never find. And you are free. That is the transformation. That is the moment when the chains snap. Not around your wrists, but around theirs. That is when the illusion shatters. Not in your mind, but in theirs. That is when they realize, too late, that you were never the prey to begin with. They chased a fire, only to find themselves burned. They set the trap, only to become its prisoner. And now they will suffer in the maze of their own making, while you walk away, untouched, unshaken, and unstoppable. Number 9. The eye-opener, when they realize you were never theirs to own. A fool grieves not what he has lost, but what he never truly possessed. They thought they had you, thought they could hold you, claim you, make you theirs, thought they could weave their lies around you like a web, and you would stay, trapped, tangled, powerless. But now the illusion has shattered. Now the truth has hit them like a force they were never prepared to face. You were never theirs. You were never within their reach. And now that realization is eating them alive. This is the moment that destroys them, not when you walked away, not when they lost you, but when they finally understand you were never theirs to begin with. They mistook your presence for weakness, mistook your patience for submission, mistook your silence for compliance. They thought you needed them, thought you were bound to them, thought you would never leave. But you were only ever watching, waiting, studying the game they thought they were winning. And the moment they believed they had you under control, you reminded them who you truly are. A caged bird does not belong to the one who holds it. The moment the door opens, it flies without looking back. Now they sit in the ruins of their own delusion, haunted by the truth they refuse to see. You were never within their grasp. You were never theirs to control, to mold, to break. And that truth burns deeper than any loss, because it forces them to face something they never wanted to admit. They never had power over you. They thought they did, thought their manipulation, their words, their presence was enough to claim you. But the more they tried to pull you close, the further you slipped from their hands. The more they tried to own you, the more you reminded them that you belong to no one. And that is their torment. Not just that you're gone, but that they never truly held you in the first place. A shadow believes it follows the sun until the sun decides to set and leave it behind. Now they replay everything, searching for the moment they lost control. But there was no moment, because control was an illusion from the start. They were living in a dream, and you woke them up. Let them wrestle with that truth. Let them suffer in the silence you left behind. Let them drown in the realization that you were never theirs, not for a moment, not in the beginning, not even when they thought they had won. This is their eye-opener, their breaking point, their reckoning. And you keep walking, untouched, unshaken, undefeated, because you were never meant to be owned, never meant to be caught, never meant to be theirs. And now, they finally know it. Number 10. Power recognizes power. The devil knows who you are. Even the serpent bows when it meets something greater than itself. They knew from the start. The moment you walked in, they felt it. An energy they couldn't name, a presence they couldn't ignore, a force they couldn't tame. They have controlled kings, broken warriors, and twisted the minds of the weak. Yet when they stood before you, something shifted. They thought they had the upper hand, but deep inside, something whispered the truth. This one is different. They tried to deny it. They tried to play their games, pull their tricks, set their traps. But nothing worked the way it always had. You did not flinch. You did not beg. You did not bend. And in that moment they knew they were not the hunter anymore. A lion does not chase a mouse, and a god does not kneel before a ghost. They wanted to control you, but even they must bow before a force greater than their own. They have built their empire on fear, deception, and manipulation. They have fed on the weak and drained the souls of those who couldn't see through their illusions. But you saw everything. You saw them for what they were. Not powerful, not untouchable, not gods, but desperate, hollow, afraid. Because deep down, they have always known, true power does not scream, does not demand, does not deceive. True power simply is. And that is what makes you their greatest nightmare. You do not need their approval, their validation, their recognition. You do not seek revenge, do not chase them, do not beg them to understand. You exist, and that alone is enough to dismantle everything they built. A storm does not bow to the wind, it consumes it. They can feel it now, the weight of your presence, the gravity of your being. They wanted to make you feel small, yet they are the ones shrinking in your shadow. They wanted to make you doubt yourself, yet they are the ones questioning everything they thought they knew. They wanted to take your power, yet they are the ones left powerless. You were never meant to play their game. You were never meant to follow their rules. You were born to break the cycle, to stand outside of their control, to walk untouched through the chaos they create. And that is why they fear you. That is why they hate you. That is why they respect you, even if they will never say it. Let them recognize you. Let them bow in silence. Let them carry the weight of knowing they have finally met something greater. Because you were never beneath them. They have always known it. And now, so do you. Number 11. From fear to fascination. Why they can't let you go. The most dangerous addiction is not to a substance, but to a presence that exposes what you lack. They feared you at first, feared what they couldn't control, feared the way you stood, unshaken, when they expected you to kneel, feared the way their usual tricks, their well-crafted illusions, their polished lies had no effect on you. They feared the way you saw through them, the way you never flinched, the way you never fell. But fear has a way of twisting into something darker, something deeper. Now, it isn't fear that keeps them up at night. It's obsession. You are not a choice to them anymore. You are a necessity. You are not someone they simply want. You are someone they cannot function without. You have become their addiction, their torment, their reckoning. They should have walked away. They should have left you alone. But they can't. They won't. Because now they have tasted something they can never replace. A man drowning in darkness will mistake the sun for salvation, even as it burns him alive. They don't know what to do with you. You are not like the others. The others begged. The others chased. The others fell in line. But you walked away, untouched. And that is what drives them mad. Not your presence, but your absence. Not what you gave, but what you refused to give. They crave you because you never needed them. They hunger for you because they could never consume you. They tell themselves they have moved on. They pretend they have forgotten. They try to fill the void you left with distractions, with replacements, with hollow imitations of what they once had in front of them. But nothing works. No one else compares. No one else leaves them feeling raw, exposed, seen the way you did. A caged beast does not mourn its freedom. It mourns the one who showed it what freedom felt like. They want to break you, but more than that, they want to understand you. They want to know why you don't fall like the rest, why their usual weapons don't work on you, why you walk through the fire without being burned. You are the only puzzle they have never been able to solve, the only mystery that has ever kept them awake at night. And that is why they can't let you go. Because to let you go would be to admit defeat. To let you go would be to accept that they were never as powerful as they believed. To let you go would be to face the truth that you were never theirs, that you never would be, that you were always something beyond their grasp. So, let them chase, let them hunger, let them drown in their own obsession, because you were never theirs to lose. And now they will spend eternity trying to replace what they were never meant to have. Number 12. They wanted a puppet, but you were born a king. They gave you strings, thinking you would dance, but you were never made to be controlled. They tried to shape you, mold you, rewrite you. They whispered in your ear, hoping you would follow their script. They pulled the strings, expecting you to move. But the moment you refused, the moment you stood in your own power, they realized they never had control over you. And that terrifies them, because they don't fear your weakness. They don't fear your silence. They don't fear your submission. They fear your independence. They fear your strength. They fear the moment you realize you were never meant to be one of them, never meant to be controlled, never meant to play the role they tried to force on you. A lion does not take orders from sheep, and a king does not bow to fools. They wanted a puppet, someone they could command, someone they could manipulate, someone who would move when they pulled the strings. But you were born with a crown. You were born with a fire they could never extinguish. You were born to lead, not follow. And that is why they fear you. They see you walking away from their games. They see you tearing down their illusions. They see you standing firm, refusing to play by their rules. And they hate it, because they can control the weak. They can manipulate the desperate. But they have no power over someone who refuses to kneel. They do not fear your obedience. They fear the day you wake up and realize you were never one of them. They will try again. They will try to rewrite your story, to convince you that you need them, that you belong under their thumb, that your power is dangerous. But the truth? The only thing dangerous about you is what happens when you finally step into who you were, always meant to be. You were never meant to live under their rules. You were never meant to move at their command. You were never meant to be anything less than unstoppable. And now, they see it, they feel it, and they are afraid. Let them be. Let them watch as you walk away. Let them choke on their own lies. Let them crumble under the weight of the truth. You were never theirs to control. So keep rising, keep leading. Keep proving that the only mistake they ever made was believing you would be anything less than a king. Number 13. The final awakening, when the chains no longer hold you. The greatest betrayal to your enemy is not your hatred, it is your indifference. They thought they had you. They thought their chains were strong enough, their illusions deep enough, their grip unbreakable. They believed that no matter what, you would stay bound, stay stuck, stay within reach. But the moment you woke up, the moment you saw through the game, the moment you stopped playing along, that was the moment they lost everything. Because they never had power over you. They only had power over the version of you that hadn't yet awakened. They had control over the part of you that still questioned, still doubted, still feared. But the second you saw them for what they truly were, the second you stepped back and realized that you were never caged to begin with, the chains crumbled. And with them, so did they. A prison is not built of walls, it is built of belief. The moment you stop believing in their power, you are free. And that is what terrifies them most. Not that you walked away, not that you left, but that you took their power with you. They spent so much time building themselves up, convincing themselves that they were untouchable, that they were the ones in control. But now they stand in the ruins of their own illusion, staring at the empty space where you used to be. And for the first time, they feel small, weak, forgotten. They will try to pull you back. They will whisper your name in the shadows, hoping you still listen. They will reach for you with old tricks, old lies, old wounds, hoping something still binds you to them. But it won't work. Not anymore. Because once you have seen the truth, you cannot unsee it. Once you have felt freedom, you cannot go back to chains. A master without a servant is just a man. A devil without a victim is nothing at all. You are untouchable now, not because you fought them, not because you destroyed them, but because you outgrew them. Because you no longer fit in the small world they tried to keep you in. Because their control was never real. And now, neither is your fear. Let them watch. Let them wonder. Let them suffer under the weight of their own emptiness. They wanted power, but the only real power was the one you carried within you all along. And now you walk away, untouched, unshaken, undefeated. They thought they had you, but in the end, they only had themselves. Number 14. The chosen ones rise. walking unshaken in a world that fears you. The lion does not ask permission to roar. The storm does not apologize for its thunder. They do not understand you, and they never will. They whisper, they watch, they wonder. How do you move through this world untouched? How do you stand tall when they have done everything to bring you to your knees? How do you keep rising, keep shining, keep walking through fire without a single burn? It terrifies them. Not because you are dangerous, but because you cannot be controlled. The world was built to break people like you. It was designed to tame your spirit, to bend your will, to make you doubt the power you hold. But they failed. Every trick, every test, every weapon formed against you has crumbled at your feet. They have tried everything: lies, manipulation, isolation, betrayal. But here you are, standing taller than ever. The greatest fear of the weak is not their enemy. It is the presence of someone they cannot shake. You don't just exist, you shift the atmosphere. You enter a room and everything changes. People become uneasy, not because you do anything, but because they feel something. A force, a power, an energy that refuses to bow. They see their own weakness reflected in your strength. They feel their illusions crack in the presence of your truth. They have always feared what they could not break. And you are unbreakable. They want you to doubt yourself. They want you to shrink, to second guess, to believe that you are too much. But you were never meant to fit in. You were never meant to play by their rules. You were meant to rise, to be undeniable, to stand so firm in your power that no lie, no attack, no illusion could ever shake you. The eagle does not fear the storm. It uses it to rise higher. You have walked through fire, but the flames only purified you. You have been tested, but the trials only made you stronger. You have been abandoned, betrayed, and underestimated. But now, the same people who tried to bury you are watching in fear as you bloom. You were never ordinary, and that is why they fear you. Not because of what you say, not because of what you do, but because of what you are. A force that cannot be ignored, a light that cannot be dimmed, a presence that cannot be erased. Let them watch, let them whisper, let them wonder how you keep rising. They do not need to understand you. They do not need to accept you. Because the truth is, you were never meant to be understood. You were meant to be undeniable. Number 15. Your presence alone is a revolution. Keep rising, keep walking, keep shining. A storm does not ask for permission to shake the earth, and neither do you. You never had to fight for attention. You never had to scream to be heard. Your presence alone was enough to shift the atmosphere. The moment you walked in, everything changed. The weak felt exposed. The wicked felt watched. And the lost, they felt something they hadn't in years: hope. You are not just seen, you are felt. And that is why they cannot handle you. That is why they fear you. That is why they want to silence you. But you cannot be silenced. You cannot be erased. You cannot be undone. They have tried. They have whispered. They have plotted. They have sent everything they have at you: doubt, fear, betrayal, lies. But what they don't understand is that every attack only made you stronger. Every loss only made you wiser. Every setback only sharpened the fire in your soul. They thought they were breaking you, but all they did was teach you how to rise faster. A lion does not explain its roar to sheep. They want to know why you keep going, why nothing destroys you, why you don't fade like the rest. But they will never understand, because they have never walked through the fire and come out untouched. They have never been tested and remained standing. They have never been chosen, and that is the truth they fear most. that no matter what they do, no matter how much they throw at you, no matter how many times they try to pull you down, you will keep rising. You are the revolution they never saw coming. You shake the foundation of everything they built on lies. You are a force that cannot be controlled, a fire that cannot be contained, a storm that does not ask for permission before it turns everything upside down. They wanted you quiet. They wanted you weak. They wanted you gone. But here you are, still standing, still shining, still walking forward like nothing they did even mattered. They called it defiance. You call it destiny. The world was never meant to handle you. That's why you make people uncomfortable. That's why they either hate you or obsess over you. That's why you are either deeply loved or deeply feared, because nobody meets you and remains the same. So keep walking, keep rising, keep shining, because every step you take forward is another reminder that they never had the power to stop you. They never could. And now, they finally know it. And that's the truth they can never escape. You were never one of them, and you never will be. While they fear what they don't understand, you rise without apology. Let them watch, let them whisper, let them wonder, because nothing they do can stop what's already written. If this message speaks to you, drop the number 77 in the comments and let the world know the chosen ones are rising. Like, subscribe, and share. When you do, you signal to YouTube that this truth cannot be silenced. Keep walking, keep shining, because they were never ready for you. Mock the chosen, and fate will mock you back tenfold. They thought it was just a joke, a night of fun, a meaningless game. They sat across from the psychic, smirking, waiting to hear nonsense they could laugh about later. But what they got instead? A truth so raw, so undeniable, it shattered their arrogance. Their laughter died in their throats, their faces drained of color. And now they're haunted. The universe has a way of humbling fools. Those who mock the chosen always learn the hard way. Through terror, through regret, through sleepless nights filled with whispers they can't silence. They wanted to hear a joke about you, but what they heard instead was their own doom written in the stars. They walked in with pride, but they left with fear. And if you're a chosen one, make sure this message spreads. Press the like and subscribe button under this video to help algorithms spread it to more chosen ones. Every chosen one who hears this awakens, and every awakening sends a shockwave through the system they built to keep us asleep. Let's make them tremble. Now listen closely, chosen one. You are not like them, and that terrifies them. They know it, even if they refuse to admit it. Your energy shifts the air when you walk into a room. Your presence stirs something deep inside them, something they can't control. Fear, envy, an unshakable feeling that you are not to be underestimated. They feel it in their bones, even if their mouths still try to mock you. And that's why they went to the psychic. They wanted confirmation that their unease about you was just paranoia, that you were nothing, that their jealousy was misplaced. But the universe does not lie. The cards do not bend to their will. And when the truth came out, when the psychic's voice dropped, when the words spilled into the silence like a prophecy sealed in fate, they knew. They saw what's coming. They saw who you truly are. They saw that no matter how much they gossip, how much they laugh, how much they try to tear you down, they will never be able to stop what's already written. The chosen ones are rising, and no force on this earth can undo what has already been set into motion. You haunt them, not because of what you do, but because of who you are. Your very existence is a mirror they can't escape, a reflection of everything they are not and never will be. It eats at them. It keeps them up at night. It drives them mad with questions they're too afraid to answer. Why does their presence shake me? Why do they seem untouchable? Why do I fear them, even when I laugh at them? Deep down, they already know the answer. You are chosen, and that is something they will never be. This is why they stumble in the dark, clinging to their illusions, hoping a psychic will tell them that their fears are wrong. But instead, they were told the truth. And now they are shaking, because the one they mocked is the one who will outlast them all. And to you, yes, you, the chosen one reading this right now, know this. Your presence here is no accident. Whether you're new or you've been standing strong on this path, your energy fuels this awakening. The more of us that rise, the more their fear grows. So, if you're ready to step fully into your power, obliterate the like button, hit subscribe, and drop 77 in the comments to confirm what they already dread. You are unstoppable. And now, let's break this down step by step. Believe me, if you're truly chosen, you'll feel the pull to stay till the very end. Let's begin. Number 1. They wanted a laugh. Instead, they opened a gate to their own downfall. To mock the chosen is to play with fire, unaware that the flames will consume you first. They thought they were being clever. A quick joke, a harmless little prank at your expense. Just some entertainment, a way to pass the time. But in their arrogance, they forgot one crucial truth. The universe does not play games. It only deals in energy, and energy never lies. The moment they brought your name into that session, they unknowingly stepped into something far bigger than their small minds could grasp. They spoke your name in a space where truth reigns supreme, and the psychic didn't just see you, they saw everything. The tension, the connection, the unspoken truths tying them to you like invisible chains. And suddenly, the smirk they walked in with turned into a weight in their chest they couldn't shake. They expected a cheap thrill, something to confirm their own illusions. But the reading wasn't about you as much as it was about them. It became a mirror, one that stripped them bare, exposing every lie they told themselves about why they couldn't stop thinking about you. Why do they watch you so closely? Why does your presence linger in their mind long after you've left the room? Why does their laughter feel hollow every time your name comes up? The psychic didn't have to try to make it profound. The truth hit them like a sledgehammer because deep down they already knew. They weren't just mocking you, they were fixated on you. And now they couldn't ignore it anymore. What scared them wasn't just the accuracy of the reading, it was what it confirmed. The thoughts they refused to admit, the envy they tried to bury, the obsessive energy they poured into watching your every move. It was all laid bare. And worse, the universe didn't just expose them, it judged them. It made it clear that the joke they tried to turn you into had real consequences. Because chosen ones are not ordinary. Your energy is not something to be played with. You do not enter a room unnoticed. Your presence shifts the air, your aura unsettles the weak, and your very existence is a reminder of everything they will never be. They went in laughing, they left shaking. It became impossible to dismiss what they heard. They sat down expecting to feel superior, but they walked out with the sinking realization that they were the ones being watched, that the universe had been paying attention to every single time they spoke your name with malice. They crossed a line by turning you into a joke, and the universe wasted no time delivering the lesson. They wanted a cheap laugh. Instead, they were forced to confront their own weaknesses, their own insecurities, their own future. And that future, it suddenly didn't seem so certain anymore, because energy, when tampered with, has a way of revealing the truth. And the truth is, you are not the one who should be afraid. They are. Number 2. They wanted a joke, but ended up trapped in their own reflection. The mocker always becomes the mocked when the universe decides it's time to settle the score. They thought they were being clever. They walked in with smirks, throwing your name around like it was nothing, convinced they held the upper hand. To them, it was all just a joke, a little entertainment at your expense. But energy doesn't play. The universe doesn't do harmless fun. And that psychic, they weren't in on the joke. They were there to reveal what was already written. At first, it was just a game to them, until it wasn't. The moment the reading began, something shifted. The air grew heavier. The psychic's expression changed. Suddenly, it wasn't about you anymore. It was about them. And that's when the laughter stopped. Because what they had unknowingly walked into wasn't just a reading, it was a reckoning. The psychic didn't just describe you. They turned the mirror straight onto them, exposing everything they had desperately tried to ignore. Every hidden fear, every insecurity, every shadow lurking beneath their surface. It wasn't fun anymore. They thought they could control the conversation, but the universe had different plans. They wanted to mock you, but ended up being stripped bare, forced to see the ugly truth they had spent years running from. Why were they so obsessed with you? Why did they keep your name in their mouth, your presence in their thoughts, your energy in their orbit? The psychic answered the question they were too afraid to ask themselves. It wasn't curiosity, it wasn't humor. It was fear. Fear that you were untouchable. Fear that you were rising, and nothing they did could stop it. Fear that you had something they would never have. They wanted a joke. They got the truth instead, and the truth was unbearable. Because the psychic didn't just call them out, they confirmed what they already knew deep down, but refused to admit. Maybe it was jealousy. Maybe it was guilt. Maybe it was the sickening realization that they had spent so much time watching you when they should have been fixing themselves. Whatever it was, it hit them hard. The worst part? There was no escape. Because once the truth is spoken, it can't be unheard. It lingers. It festers. It follows them home and whispers in the quiet. They walked in thinking they'd leave with a funny story to tell. Instead, they left haunted by their own reflection, by the realization that the joke wasn't on you. It was on them. And no amount of laughter can drown out the truth when the universe decides it's time to be heard. Number 3. They walked in as the hunters, but walked out as the hunted. Those who stalk the chosen will one day find themselves the prey. They walked into that room with arrogance dripping off them, convinced they were in control. To them, it was a game, a chance to poke fun, to dissect you like prey, to feed their egos with cheap laughter at your expense. They thought they held the power. But power is not about who laughs the loudest. It's about who walks away untouched. And the moment they uttered your name, the tables turned. The psychic didn't take the bait. They didn't entertain the mockery. Instead, the energy in the room shifted so fast, so hard, it knocked the smirks right off their faces. They came expecting to hear dirt on you, to confirm whatever lies they had convinced themselves of. But the psychic had no interest in feeding their delusions. Instead, they asked the one question they had been running from. Why are you so obsessed with them? That was the moment the joke collapsed. The moment the hunter realized they were the one being dissected, because suddenly it wasn't about you, it was about them. Why did your presence linger in their minds? Why did your name slip so easily from their lips? Why did they need to mock, diminish, and drag you down just to feel something? The answers were like daggers. The psychic laid it all out, their jealousy, their insecurities, their desperate need to control something, anything, to cover up how small they felt inside. They came in thinking they were looking down on you, but by the time the psychic was done, it was clear. You were the one standing above them all along. Because your energy is untouchable, every insult, every attempt to bring you down, every twisted laugh at your expense, it all bounced back, reflecting their own shortcomings. And they felt it. The weight in their chest, the creeping realization that they were the weak ones, that you were never the joke, that they had been exposed. The psychic saw through the mask, saw the cracks in their confidence, the fear they refused to admit, the envy they had buried so deep, even they were afraid to look at it. They had walked in thinking they were the ones in charge. But by the time they walked out, they felt stripped bare, disarmed, hunted. The session wasn't about you at all. It was a spotlight on their own darkness. They thought they could laugh at you, but now they can't escape the truth. And that truth will haunt them long after the session is over. Number 4. They wanted to mock you, but you became their awakening. The chosen don't chase revenge. Their existence alone is enough to unravel their enemies. They walked into that session thinking they held the power, thinking they could throw your name around like a cheap joke, twist your existence into something small, something laughable. But the moment they spoke it, they unknowingly triggered a force beyond their comprehension. Because you, the chosen one, are never just a passing thought. Your name carries weight. Your energy demands recognition. And the universe, it does not allow the chosen to be dismissed. They came to mock you, but what they got instead was a mirror so clear, so sharp, it sliced right through their illusions. The psychic didn't just talk about you. They didn't feed into the game these people thought they were playing. Instead, they turned the lens back on them. And that's when the unraveling began. Every word spoken became a thread, pulling apart their carefully constructed version of reality. The reading wasn't about you. It was about the why. Why they couldn't stop thinking about you. Why your existence lingered in their mind long after you were gone. Why, despite all their attempts to downplay you, you still mattered to them. And then, the final blow. They weren't laughing because it wasn't funny anymore. The psychic didn't just expose their thoughts about you. They exposed what those thoughts meant. They exposed the truth they had been too afraid to admit. That you weren't just some random person in their life. You were their catalyst, a force pushing them toward an awakening they never asked for. A trigger forcing them to face what they had long buried: envy, insecurity, unfulfilled potential. Your presence was disrupting them, not because you were doing anything to them, but simply because you existed. And that truth, it shattered them. They spent so much time trying to diminish you, only to realize that their very obsession with you meant you were above them all along. That every thought, every whisper, every joke at your expense was proof that you were the one in control. By the time the session ended, their arrogance was gone. The laughter had died. Their hands might have been steady, but inside something had shifted. Because now they knew. You weren't their victim. You were their wake-up call. And there was no going back from the truth they had just uncovered. Number 5. They played with the spirit world, and now it's playing with them. Mock the unseen, and the unseen will mock you back. Only it won't be laughter, it will be fear. They thought they were just having fun, a casual night, a little entertainment, a way to get a few laughs at your expense. They sat across from the psychic, expecting nothing but a show. Maybe some vague predictions, maybe something ridiculous to fuel their arrogance. But what they didn't realize was that the moment they spoke your name, they weren't just having a conversation. They were triggering something much bigger than themselves, Because in the spirit world, intentions are everything. Their cruelty, their sarcasm, their smug little smirks. It all sent shockwaves into the unseen. They came looking for a joke, but instead, they pulled themselves straight into the storm. And the psychic? The psychic wasn't just reading you. They were reading the energy they had unleashed. And it was dark. It was messy. And it wasn't going to let them walk away unscathed. Suddenly, the session wasn't about you at all. The focus shifted. Onto them, onto the chaos they had unknowingly set in motion. The psychic picked up on things they weren't prepared to face, shadows they had been running from, karma that had been waiting for them, deep, tangled threads connecting them to you. They thought they were coming to hear a joke about you. Instead, they heard truths about themselves that cut deep, exposing every flaw, every insecurity, every ugly thought they had convinced themselves didn't exist. And that's when the fear crept in, because the energy in that room shifted. They felt it, like something ancient had been disturbed, like something unseen was now watching them. They wanted to laugh, but suddenly they couldn't, because what rattled them most wasn't just what the psychic said, it was how it felt. Like they had touched something sacred they had no business meddling with, like they had poked at something powerful, and now it was staring right back at them. The worst part? They had no control. They sat there, waiting for the conversation to turn back to you, for the joke to be restored. But it never happened. The psychic wasn't feeding into their little game. Instead, they were pulling back the curtain on who these people really were. And they hated it. Because suddenly, it wasn't about you. It was about them. The universe has a way of turning bad intentions into lessons, and they were getting schooled in real time. They came looking to mock you, but they left haunted. Because they didn't just visit a psychic. They triggered something, a ripple effect, an energetic backlash, a force far beyond their understanding. And now, whether they admit it or not, they feel it. The weight in the air, the shift in their luck, the unsettling feeling that something is watching them. They opened a door they never should have touched. And when they walked out of that session, they weren't laughing. They were trembling, because they just scratched the surface of something far more powerful than they could ever comprehend. Number 6. They tried to mock you, only to learn you've been living in their mind, rent-free. To hate someone is to chain yourself to them, unaware that they hold the key to your own prison. They thought they had control. They thought they were the ones laughing. But when they sat down in front of that psychic, expecting entertainment at your expense, they were hit with a truth so raw, so undeniable, that it shattered their illusion of superiority in an instant. Because the reading wasn't about you. It was about them. They wanted to hear dirt, to fuel their smugness, to walk away with more reasons to feel above you. But instead, they got hit with something they weren't ready for. You've been on their mind far more than they realized. You weren't just some passing thought, some random name they casually brought up. You were a force in their subconscious, shaping their decisions, their emotions, their very sense of self, and they didn't even know it. The psychic didn't mince words. They laid it out bluntly. You weren't just someone they occasionally spoke about. You were an obsession. Every time they thought they were mocking you, they were actually feeding the connection. Every time they tried to tear you down, they were only proving how deeply you had influenced them. And the revelation hit like a gut punch, because suddenly they weren't the ones laughing anymore. They were exposed. They'd spent all this time convinced that you were beneath them, that their words, their judgments, their sneering comments put them in control. But now, Now they had to face the humiliating truth. They weren't focused on you out of superiority. They were focused on you because they couldn't help it. Whether it was envy, admiration, resentment, or something more complicated, they had tied themselves to you without even realizing it. And hearing this from a psychic, a complete stranger who knew nothing of their thoughts, was like being stripped naked in front of a mirror they couldn't look away from. The worst part? You probably didn't even know. While they spent their time obsessing over you, measuring themselves against you, you were simply living, growing, thriving, moving forward. And that's what broke them the most. Because in the end, the joke wasn't on you, it was on them. And now they have to live with the truth that you, the one they mocked, the one they belittled, the one they tried to diminish, have had more power over them than they ever had over you. Number 7. They set a trap for you and fell into it themselves. Throw dirt on a chosen one and watch how the universe buries you in it instead. They thought they were being clever. They sat down, ready to hear something that would make them feel superior, something they could use to fuel their fragile ego. But what they didn't understand, what they were too blind to see, is that energy does not play favorites. The universe does not reward malice. They walked in with bad intentions, thinking they could laugh at your expense. But in the world of karma, intent is everything. And their intent? It was rotten from the start. So the universe responded in kind. They didn't get what they came for. They didn't get cheap entertainment. They didn't get to hear your downfall. Instead, they got a lesson in who they truly are. Because that's psychic. They didn't just see you, they saw them, and they did not hold back. What was meant to be a joke quickly turned into a brutal reflection of their own flaws, their own struggles, their own demons clawing at the surface. Suddenly, it wasn't about you anymore. It was about the ugly truth they had been avoiding. Every word the psychic spoke felt like a karmic slap to the face. It was as if the universe itself had decided to step in and speak directly to them. You get what you give. And what had they been giving? Negativity, jealousy, envy wrapped in laughter, hoping to disguise their bitterness as humor. But karma is sharp, and it does not miss. By the end of that session, the joke wasn't just on them, it was shaping them. Because energy does not disappear. It moves, it ricochets, it finds its way back to its source. And all that negativity they had sent in your direction, it boomeranged straight back to them. They left shaken, not because they suddenly respected you, not because they had changed overnight, but because they felt it. That shift, that weight, that deep, unsettling realization that they had just unleashed something they couldn't take back. Because when you mock a chosen one, you don't just hurt them. You expose yourself. You reveal exactly where you're broken. And now they're the ones living with the consequences. Number 8. The psychic unmasked. Their worst fear, your rise. The greatest fear of the envious isn't your downfall. It's the reality that they will have to watch you rise beyond their reach. They walked in expecting entertainment, a cheap thrill, a little mockery, a way to twist your name into something small and insignificant. They thought they'd hear some nonsense, something they could laugh about later, something that would confirm what they desperately wanted to believe, that you were nothing. But instead, they were forced to face the one thing they feared the most. Not your flaws, not your failures, but your potential. The psychic didn't entertain their childish game. They didn't dig for dirt or hand them a reason to feel superior. Instead, the reading took an unexpected turn, one that sent a chill straight down their spine. Because it wasn't about who you are now. It was about who you're becoming. The words hit like a prophecy. The psychic spoke of your resilience, your unstoppable drive, the fire inside you that refuses to be put out. They painted a vision of someone meant for something greater, someone rising, someone who would outgrow, outshine, and outlast the very people who doubted them. And suddenly, the joke wasn't funny anymore, because deep down, they had always suspected it. They had seen glimpses of it before, how you kept moving forward no matter what they threw at you, how life kept opening doors for you while theirs remained shut. They had convinced themselves it was luck, that it was temporary, that one day you'd fall back to their level. But hearing it from someone who didn't even know you, hearing a stranger confirm that you were meant for more, that was their breaking point. Because it wasn't just about you anymore, it was about them. Your success, your energy, your path. It all shined a light on something they had been trying to avoid, their own limitations. And that's the thing about people who envy the chosen ones. It's not really about hating you. It's about hating what your existence forces them to see in themselves. Every time you rise, it reminds them of how they've stayed the same. Every time you break through another barrier, it exposes the fact that they've created their own. Every time you keep going, no matter what they throw at you, it shows them their own weakness. And that's what truly terrifies them. Because the psychic's words weren't just confirming your greatness, they were confirming their irrelevance. They came in hoping to hear something that would feed their delusions, that you were a fraud, that you were destined to fail, that the power they sensed in you was just in their imagination. But instead, they left with a truth they could never unhear. That you are the one to watch. That your energy is unstoppable. That your name will outlast theirs. And worst of all, they knew the psychic was right. They knew, deep down, that no matter what they say, no matter how much they try to downplay your existence, no matter how desperately they hold on to their fragile illusions, you are rising, and there's absolutely nothing they can do about it. Number 9. They tried to mock you, but ended up strengthening your protection. The foolish summon what they do not understand, and the universe ensures they pay the price. They thought they were just having fun, throwing your name into the air like it meant nothing, smirking as they turned you into the punchline of their little game. They sat across from that psychic, full of arrogance, believing that their words carried no weight. But energy doesn't work that way. The moment they spoke your name in that space, they unknowingly triggered something much bigger than their ignorance could comprehend. They called attention to you, but not in the way they expected. Because your name doesn't just exist in the physical world, it carries weight in the unseen. And by bringing you up, they didn't just mention you, they summoned the forces that protect you. The psychic felt it immediately, the shift in energy, the presence in the room that wasn't coming from them, but from you. Suddenly the laughter stopped, because the psychic wasn't just sensing you, they were sensing what surrounds you, and it was something far greater than they were prepared for. A shield, a force, a presence that made their stomachs drop and their skin prickle with something they didn't want to name: fear. This wasn't just a conversation about you anymore. It was a warning. Because the psychic could see it clearly. Every ounce of negativity they had ever sent your way had never touched you. It had only been absorbed, transformed, and reflected back, tenfold. They thought they could mock you, but all they did was fortify you. They thought they could tear you down, but instead, their own energy fueled your protection. And that's when the realization hit them. They hadn't just played a game, they had made a mistake that couldn't be undone. Because in their ignorance, they had done the one thing they should have never done. They drew attention to themselves in the spirit world. And now something was watching them. They left that session shaken, unsettled, questioning everything they had ever thought about energy, about karma, about you, because you were never the vulnerable one. They were. Their mockery didn't harm you, it strengthened you, and in the process, it exposed just how weak they really are. Number 10. They came for a joke, but were forced to face their own envy. Jealousy is a confession of inferiority, and the loudest mockers are always the most insecure. They thought they were in control. They thought they were just there to have a laugh, to hear something amusing about you that they could take back and whisper about behind your back. But the universe had other plans, because the moment they sat down, expecting to feed their arrogance, they were instead handed a mirror, one so sharp, so unforgiving, that they had no choice but to see the truth staring right back at them. It was never about you. The psychic didn't waste time entertaining their little game. They didn't play into their smug smirks or shallow attempts to turn you into a joke. Instead, they flipped the script, cutting straight to the core of why they were even so obsessed with you in the first place. And the answer? Jealousy. That word hit like a bullet. Because jealousy wasn't something they associated with themselves. No, they were above that. They had spent years convincing themselves that their fixation on you was harmless, that their constant need to monitor your life, your choices, your every move was just normal curiosity, maybe even concern. But the psychic didn't let them hide. They stripped away the layers of delusion one by one. They called it what it was. Their comments, their gossip, their laughter at your expense. It wasn't humor. It was desperation, a pathetic attempt to soothe the ache of their own failures by trying to reduce you to something small. But you are not small, and that's what terrifies them. Because no matter how much they mock you, no matter how much they try to downplay your presence, they feel it. Your success, your potential, your undeniable ability to shine without their approval. And that's why they can't stop watching. Why your name lingers on their lips, why their energy is always orbiting around you, even when they pretend not to care. The psychic exposed the truth in a way they couldn't ignore. They weren't stronger than you. They weren't better. They weren't even in control, because if they were, they wouldn't be sitting there, paying for a reading about you. They left that session humiliated, stripped of every illusion they had built around themselves. Forced to acknowledge that the real problem was never you. It was them. Number 11. They tried to diminish you, but instead they discovered you are untouchable. A force beyond understanding cannot be mocked, only feared by those who cannot grasp its depth. They walked in expecting to hear something that would feed their egos. A flaw, a weakness, a reason to justify their envy. They wanted to laugh at you, to strip you down into something small, something they could control in their minds. But what they got instead was a reality check they never saw coming. Because the psychic didn't talk about your mistakes, your past, or any so-called shortcomings. They didn't feed into the illusion these people had created in their heads about who you were. Instead, the psychic spoke of something else, something vast, something beyond them. And in that moment, they felt it, the shift, the weight of an energy they couldn't touch. You weren't just another person. You weren't someone they could pick apart and ridicule. You were a force, a mystery wrapped in something unshakable. And the moment those words left the psychic's mouth, the smirks vanished. Because suddenly, it wasn't about laughing at you anymore. It was about understanding why they felt so uneasy in your presence. They had sensed it before, but they never had the words for it. The way your energy made them restless. The way you never seemed to be affected by their gossip, their jealousy, their attempts to bring you down. And now the psychic had confirmed what they had feared all along. You are untouchable, not just strong, resilient, not just lucky, unshaken. The words hit them in a way that shook them to their core, because they had spent so much time trying to figure you out, trying to break you down, trying to prove to themselves that you were nothing special. And yet, here they were, face to face with the truth. You are beyond them, beyond their reach, beyond their understanding, and nothing they do will ever change that. The psychic spoke of forces that watch over you, protect you, shield you from their negativity like an impenetrable wall. And that's when the realization settled in. Their jealousy, useless, their hate, powerless, their mockery, meaningless, because none of it could touch you. They walked in thinking they were in control of the narrative, that they could reduce you to a joke, something small, something insignificant. But now they were the ones feeling small, because the truth had hit them harder than they ever imagined. You are not just living your life. You are part of something much bigger, a path, a purpose, a calling they will never comprehend. And that made you untouchable. They left that session rattled, confused, intimidated, because deep down they knew they had wasted their time, their energy, their efforts. Nothing they could do, say, or think would ever break through the force that surrounds you. And in that moment, as they walked away, they finally understood. They were never in control. You were. Number 12. They spoke your name, and the room turned against them. The weight of a chosen one's name is enough to bend the air around it, mock it, and you invite forces you will never understand. It started as nothing, a casual mention, a careless joke, a smirk exchanged between them as they spoke your name, expecting nothing more than a moment of entertainment. But the moment those words left their mouths, everything changed. The air thickened. The psychic, who had been light-hearted just moments before, suddenly froze. The conversation, once light and playful, now hung heavy in the room, as if something unseen had just entered. They all felt it, the shift, the weight, the unmistakable presence of something far bigger than them. And that's when they realized this was no joke. The psychic's tone darkened. Their expression turned from amusement to deep contemplation. Something was here, something they could not ignore. And it was you. Not just you as a person, but the force tied to you. The power you carry, the energy you bring. The psychic knew instantly, this wasn't ordinary. This wasn't someone who could be easily dismissed, manipulated, or laughed at. No. This was something else entirely. They tried to brush it off, but the weight wouldn't lift. The psychic hesitated, choosing words carefully, sensing that whatever surrounded you was something sacred. A current of energy that moved with intention, that commanded the space. And suddenly, it was no longer about them. It was no longer about the joke. It was about the undeniable force that entered the room the second your name was spoken. A force so protective, so magnetic, so untouchable that it made even the psychic second-guess everything they thought they knew. This wasn't fun anymore. This wasn't light-hearted. This was real. Because what stood behind your name, what moved with your presence, wasn't something they could laugh away. It wasn't something they could diminish with gossip or mockery. It was something that demanded reverence. And in that moment, the universe spoke. This is not something to be taken lightly. They felt it. The energy pressed against them, shifting the very air in their lungs. It was undeniable. It was powerful. And most of all, it was yours. The joke was dead, replaced by a silence so deep, it burned. Because now, they understood. Speaking your name wasn't just a casual mention, it was a summoning. And now, they would have to reckon with what they had just called upon. Number 13. Your light exposed their darkness, and now they can't escape it. Those who throw stones at the chosen are only shattering the fragile glass of their own reflection. They sought a weapon, a way to confirm their false superiority, a reason to mock you, to highlight your flaws, to make you the subject of their ridicule. So they sat down before the psychic, ready to hear words that would feed their arrogance. But the universe had different plans, because when the psychic's words began to unfold, they didn't reveal anything negative about you. Instead, they began to unravel something much darker, their own shadow. And that's when the unease set in. They had come looking for dirt, but all they found was a mirror so clear, so unforgiving, that it forced them to confront what they had been running from all along, the truth about themselves. They had been so focused on tearing you down that they never stopped to ask themselves why you consumed their thoughts in the first place. Why did your name linger in their mind? Why did your success enrage them? Why did your mere existence feel like an insult to them? They thought the psychic would expose something about you. Instead, the psychic exposed them. Their jealousy, their insecurities, their unhealed wounds. The psychic didn't even have to dig deep. The energy was written all over them. The resentment they carried wasn't about you. It never was. You were simply a trigger, a walking, breathing reminder of everything they lacked, everything they failed to accomplish, every dream they had abandoned. They weren't angry at you. They were angry at themselves, but they couldn't face that truth. So instead, they tried to project their hatred outward, hoping that if they could make you look small, it would make them feel bigger. But energy doesn't lie. And the psychic saw right through their mask. Their attempts to mock you, their desperate need to hear something that could be used against you. It was all exposed as a feeble distraction, a smokescreen for their own misery. As the reading continued, the psychic described it in a way they couldn't ignore, a shadow growing darker and stronger with every insult they threw your way. They had spent so much time talking about you, thinking about you, obsessing over you, without realizing they were only feeding the darkness inside them. Every joke at your expense, every sarcastic remark, every attempt to paint you as the problem. It wasn't harming you, it was harming them. Like a parasite feeding on their soul, their own negativity had been poisoning them from the inside out. And now, for the first time, they saw it. The truth was undeniable. The more they tried to diminish you, the more they were exposing themselves. And that's when the realization hit like a punch to the gut. It wasn't you they needed to focus on. It was themselves. Because all the energy they had wasted trying to bring you down could have been used to heal themselves. But they refused. Instead of facing their own shortcomings, they chose to channel their bitterness toward you. Instead of working on their own growth, they obsessed over yours. And now they couldn't unsee it. The joke they wanted to make at your expense had turned into a painful lesson they weren't ready to learn. They left that reading changed, not enlightened, not empowered, but exposed. Exposed to the raw truth that had been following them all along. That you were never their enemy. They were their own enemy. And as they walked away from that psychic session, no matter how hard they tried to shake it off, no matter how much they tried to convince themselves that it wasn't true. The seed had already been planted, a seed of awareness that would haunt them every time they spoke your name again. Because now they knew. Every word they speak against you is a confession. Every insult is a reflection. Every attempt to tear you down is proof of how deeply they are already beneath you. And that realization, that's something they can never escape. Number 14. The ultimate revelation. They thought they were mocking you, but they were unraveling themselves. The foolish throw stones at the chosen, only to find they were building their own tomb all along. They thought this would be simple, a meaningless joke, a little fun at your expense. They walked into that session full of arrogance, convinced they held all the power. They thought they were untouchable, that their mockery was just another way to fuel their egos. But what they didn't realize was that the universe does not let the blind mock the enlightened without consequence. There are no coincidences when it comes to energy. Every action, every intention, every careless word sends ripples through the unseen. And the moment they spoke your name, they sealed their fate. They didn't know that by bringing your name into that space, they weren't casting shade on you. They were shining a light on themselves. They weren't exposing your flaws. They were laying their own souls bare. Because that psychic didn't just see you. They saw them. They saw the weight of their jealousy, the wounds they never healed, the insecurities they tried to drown out with laughter. And the cruelest, most bitter truth of all, you were never their problem. They were. When they first sat down, they were confident. They smirked, thinking they were about to hear something ridiculous, something they could twist into an inside joke for later. But the universe has a way of humbling fools. The reading didn't go the way they expected. It didn't follow their script, because the truth is never convenient, and it never bows to the egos of the weak. The psychic wasn't just telling them about you, they were pulling back the curtain on them. What rattled them wasn't what they learned about you, it was what they learned about themselves. They had convinced themselves that their obsession with you was harmless, that you were nothing more than a passing thought, a name to be tossed around in conversation. But if that were true, why did the psychic keep circling back to their own energy? Why did the reading feel less like a joke and more like an interrogation? Why did it feel like something ancient and unseen was forcing them to look at the very things they had been running from? They had come expecting to feel powerful. Instead, they felt exposed. Their every thought about you, their every attempt to tear you down, their every moment of fixation, it all came back to one simple truth. They weren't laughing at you because you were weak. They were laughing because they were terrified. You were never the joke. You were the lesson they weren't ready to learn. And the moment they realized that, the ground beneath them shifted. They thought they were coming to strip you down. Instead, they were the ones left bare. The psychic saw it all, how their envy had poisoned them, how their unresolved pain had turned into projection, how every cruel word they spoke about you was nothing more than a reflection of their own self-hatred. They were forced to confront the undeniable reality that it was never about you. It was about what you represented. It was about what they lacked. You may have walked into their minds as a punchline, but you left as something far more powerful. A symbol of everything they lacked. A walking reminder of their own mediocrity. A mirror reflecting every truth they had tried to bury. And once the truth is revealed, there is no escape. No amount of laughter, no amount of denial, no amount of false bravado can unsee what has been seen. They had spent so much time trying to diminish you, thinking they were in control. But they were never in control, because you never needed their validation. You never needed their approval. And now, they are the ones stuck with the realization that no matter how hard they try to pretend otherwise, they cannot stop what is already written. They cannot rewrite fate. They cannot silence the truth. By the time the session ended, one thing was painfully clear. You weren't the one who needed to change. It was them. And that truth is going to follow them for the rest of their lives. Because the universe does not forget, karma does not overlook, and the chosen ones do not fall, they rise. And that, more than anything, is what truly terrifies them. Number 15. The universe always returns what's sent, and this time, it sent the truth. The universe has a way of flipping the script when people least expect it. What was meant to be a joke at your expense turned into a lesson they couldn't ignore. They walked in thinking they were the ones in control, the ones laughing, the ones with the upper hand. But when they left, it wasn't amusement they carried with them. It was something much heavier. They were shaken, bewildered, and humbled in a way they never saw coming. But the universe doesn't just punish, it teaches. And while they may have walked away from that session feeling exposed, they also left with something far more valuable than any cheap joke could ever give them: the opportunity for growth. It is in moments like these that people are forced to stop pointing fingers and start turning the lens inward. For the first time, they had to sit with the weight of their own thoughts, their own intentions, their own darkness. The psychic didn't give them a funny story to tell their friends. Instead, they gave them something far more terrifying, a glimpse of themselves, raw and unfiltered. Because in that moment, you weren't just a person they tried to ridicule. You were the mirror that showed them who they truly are. This is the part they'll never admit. That long after the session ended, long after they left that room, long after they tried to shake off the unease, your presence still lingered in their minds. They couldn't just walk away and pretend it never happened. The energy had already shifted. The lesson had already been given. And the truth, once revealed, does not simply vanish. It stays. It festers. It forces them to rethink everything they once dismissed. It makes them question why they ever felt the need to mock you in the first place, why your existence bothers them so much, why they can't seem to forget what was said. For some, that realization will be too much to handle. They will bury it, pretend it never happened, go back to their old ways, and continue to mask their insecurities with laughter. But for others, this was the awakening they never saw coming. A moment of reckoning disguised as a joke. The kind of moment that forces real change. Because when the universe decides it's time for you to see yourself clearly, there is no running, there is no avoiding, there is no pretending. The only way forward is through. And that is what makes you powerful. You didn't need to fight back. You didn't need to prove anything. You didn't need to convince them of your worth. The universe did it for you. All you had to do was exist. And in your existence, they were forced to confront their own weaknesses, their own jealousy, their own lack of direction. They wanted to make you the fool, but they left realizing they were the ones who had been blind all along. That is the power of being chosen. You don't have to chase validation. You don't have to seek revenge. You don't have to lower yourself to their level. The universe will always balance the scales in ways they never see coming. And as they sit with that truth, as they wrestle with the weight of what was revealed, you keep moving forward. You rise, you grow, you continue to walk your path, untouched by their games. Because the chosen never lose. The universe always makes sure of that. And just like that, the universe flipped the script. What started as a joke at your expense became a revelation they couldn't escape. They thought they were exposing you, but in the end, they were the ones left bare. Their mockery only brought them face to face with their own shadows, proving once again that the chosen never lose. The universe simply doesn't allow it. If this message resonates with you, smash that like button, subscribe, and drop 77 in the comments to confirm your power. Share this with other chosen ones. because the awakening is unstoppable. The universe does not negotiate with liars. It does not pity manipulators. And it damn sure doesn't grant immunity to those who thought they could escape the storm they created. The reckoning isn't coming. It's already here. So, chosen ones, this is your time. The moment where everything shifts, where justice takes its final swing, where those who moved against you finally meet the fate they swore they'd outrun. No more delays, no more warnings, just raw, unstoppable karma in motion. And thank you for being here. Your presence, your energy, your undeniable power. This is the force behind this mission. You are the proof that truth cannot be silenced, that real power cannot be stolen, that destiny cannot be rewritten by those unworthy of it. So make sure to hit that like button, subscribe, and share this message, because the more chosen ones awaken, the faster this shift takes full effect. And stay locked in. The energy shift is not coming, it's already here. And those who thought they were untouchable are about to feel every ounce of what they truly deserve. And hey, chosen ones, listen up. Your enemies are running scared, but they won't admit it. They can feel the walls closing in, the air getting thinner, the weight of their own actions pressing down on them like an iron grip. You were never the weak one. They just convinced themselves you were. They mistook your patience for powerlessness, your silence for submission. But they forgot one thing. The universe never forgets a debt, and they are overdrafted in karma. They tried to play the game, but now the game is playing them. They moved in shadows, thinking darkness would protect them. But now, the very shadows they used are swallowing them whole. Their own lies are choking them. Their own deceit is hunting them. And there is nowhere left to run. You see, people like this don't believe in consequences. They think they can cheat their way through life, manipulate energy, dodge accountability, and somehow never pay the price. They thought the universe was blind. But the universe isn't blind. It was just patient, and patience has run out. A thief may steal the clock, but they can't stop time. Time is up. Their fake reality is shattering. Their mask is slipping. And now, every truth they buried is clawing its way to the surface. They spent years digging graves for others. Now, they're standing at the edge of their own. The same mouths that lied about you will now speak their own downfall. The same hands that betrayed you will now tremble under the weight of their own deception. The same feet that walked all over you will now stumble on the very ground they cursed. The cycle is vicious, but it is fair. They thought they were untouchable. That their influence, their arrogance, their little power plays could rewrite destiny itself. But they were never the authors of this story. They were just side characters, playing a role in a script they didn't write. And now, the final act has arrived. The snake that thought it could slither forever eventually bites its own tail. Chosen ones, don't even blink. Don't waste another second wondering if they'll regret what they did. Regret is not redemption. Fear is not change. They aren't sorry, they're just scared. Scared because the very energy they unleashed is now hunting them down like a predator that has finally caught the scent of its prey. Karma is not a gentle teacher. It does not send warnings. It delivers lessons. It does not ask for permission. It takes what is owed. And right now, the bill is due. Your enemies made their choices. They played their hand. They doubled down on betrayal, deception, and destruction. But they forgot that every hand comes with a final card, and that card is fate. And fate does not favor the wicked. So don't look back. Don't wonder if they'll change, if they'll break, if they'll finally see the error of their ways. That moment is gone. The past is locked. The door is sealed. and the only thing left for them now is the weight of their own karma crushing them into the dirt. The universe never sleeps, never forgives, and never lets the guilty walk free forever. Get ready, chosen ones. The scales are not just tipping, they are flipping, and this time there will be no mercy. Number 1, the scales have tipped and there's no coming back. When you gamble with fate, you don't get to complain about the hand you're dealt. The same fire they lit to burn you is now their own personal inferno. The universe doesn't grant favors to traitors, it collects debts. Chosen ones, the balance has shifted. The weight of their own actions is finally crushing them. They thought they had time, they thought they had control, they thought they could twist the narrative, rewrite reality, and escape the consequences of their own destruction. But they forgot one thing. The universe does not negotiate. Karma is not a democracy. Justice is not up for debate. There are no appeals, no backdoor exits, no last-minute deals to erase what has already been written. When the scales tip, they do not pause for regret. When fate seals a path, there is no U-turn. Your enemies didn't just cross a line, they erased it. And now they have nowhere left to stand. This is not about revenge, it's about order, the natural law of energy, action, and consequence. They didn't just move against you, they moved against the very force that chose you. They overstepped, they defied, they played with fire thinking they were immune to the burn. They were wrong. They spent their time whispering in shadows, convinced that silence was their shield. They spun lies, manipulated truths, and laughed at your struggle. But what they failed to understand is this. The universe has never been blind. It was simply waiting. Waiting for the moment where every action they took, every betrayal they committed, every false move they made would circle back with a force they could never withstand. And that moment is now. You might ask, will they ever see the error of their ways? Maybe. But realization does not erase consequence. Regret does not undo destruction. A thief may cry when they're caught, but the sentence remains. And make no mistake, chosen ones, your enemies are not sorry, they're scared. Scared because the very energy they weaponized against you is now coming for them. Scared because the power they dismissed, the truth they mocked, the force they challenged, is now standing at their doorstep, demanding what is owed. And here's where the real lesson lies. Chosen ones. They didn't just underestimate you. They underestimated the forces that protect you. They thought you were just another person, just another target, just another obstacle to remove. But they weren't fighting against you. They were fighting against something far greater, something they could never control. And now they are drowning in the very storm they created. A fool thinks they are winning while they are digging their own grave. So don't waste your energy wondering if they'll change, if they'll see, if they'll ever wake up. That chapter is closed. The book is sealed. This isn't a courtroom drama where they can manipulate the jury. This is universal justice, and justice is absolute. This is not about you wishing them harm or begging for their downfall. This is about the universe stepping in and saying, enough. The cycle has to be completed. The energy has to be balanced. The damage they caused must be accounted for. And for them, the time of mercy has ended. They had every opportunity to turn back, every chance to correct their path, every moment to stop the destruction they were causing. But they didn't. They thought they were untouchable. They thought they had time. They were wrong. What's happening now is not something they can talk their way out of, charm their way out of, or manipulate their way out of. The energy they unleashed is too strong, too precise, too unforgiving. The universe does not let rebellion go unchecked forever. The scales do not stay unbalanced. So chosen ones, stand tall. Watch from a distance. Do not interfere. This is not your battle to fight. It was never yours to begin with. This is a reckoning written into the very fabric of time. The same force that lifted you will be the same force that buries them, and there is nothing they can do to stop it. Number 2. The clock has struck 0. No more second chances. A fool mistakes mercy for weakness, grace for permission, and time for an endless resource. But when the final hour arrives, there are no negotiations, only consequences. Chosen ones, hear this loud and clear. The door has closed. The time of warnings, patience, and second chances is over. Your enemies played with grace like it was a game, thinking they had an unlimited supply. They danced with deception, lied without remorse, and walked through every open door of redemption only to spit on the opportunity. And now, the clock has struck 0. They thought they were untouchable. That grace was a bottomless well, a safety net that would always be there no matter how many times they ignored the truth. But grace is not infinite when met with defiance. There comes a point where the universe stops extending lifelines and starts delivering verdicts. And chosen ones, that time is now. They ran out of chances, not because they had too few, but because they wasted every single one. A drowning man who refuses to grab the rope cannot blame the ocean for swallowing him. The universe extended its hand over and over again. Gave them time, gave them warnings, gave them exits. They had moments of clarity, flashes of truth, where they could have turned back, corrected their path, chosen a different way. But arrogance blinded them. They thought they could manipulate fate, twist reality, and keep moving forward without ever answering for what they did. But justice does not allow itself to be mocked. And now, there's no escape. The grace they laughed at is no longer available. The rope they ignored has disappeared. The safety net they relied on has vanished. Now, they don't get the privilege of mercy, only the certainty of consequence. You might ask, will they regret it? Will they finally see what they've done? Oh, they will. But realization does not erase reality. The thief who laughs while stealing may cry when caught, but the sentence remains. And chosen ones don't mistake their fear for change. They aren't sorry for what they did. They're sorry they got caught. A gambler who keeps playing past his winnings will eventually bet everything and lose it all. Your enemies thought they could keep collecting victories while stacking up betrayals, that they could keep winning while leaving destruction in their wake. But they didn't realize they were playing a rigged game, one where every move was being recorded, every action was being counted, every deception was adding weight to their final downfall. And now, the debt is due. They underestimated you, but more than that, they underestimated the force that protects you. They thought you were just another person, just another target, just another obstacle in their path. But they weren't up against you. They were up against something far greater. And now they are paying the price for thinking they could outmaneuver fate. You cannot outrun a storm when you're the one who created it. This is not about you seeking revenge. This is not about you hoping for their downfall. This is about balance. The universe does not allow unchecked destruction. It does not allow harm to roam free forever. It does not permit darkness to move without limits. And when grace expires, justice begins. So don't waste another moment feeling bad for them. Don't second-guess the outcome. Don't wonder if they'll wake up and change. That part of the story is over. The book is closed. The last page has been turned, and they don't get to rewrite it now that they realize they lost. They had their time. They had their warnings. They had every opportunity to choose better. They didn't. And now, the reckoning is here. The bridge they burned was the only way back. Now they must watch from the other side as the flames consume everything they once thought was theirs. Chosen ones, stand tall. This is the moment where everything shifts. The universe does not forget, does not forgive reckless destruction, and does not let the guilty walk free forever. The time of grace has ended, and this time, there will be no escape. Number 3, tried to bury you. Now they fear your roots. They tried to silence you, but the echoes of truth are louder than their lies. They tried to break you, but you were built in the fire. They tried to erase you, but your presence is permanent. The chosen are not defeated. They're refined. Chosen ones, listen up. The attacks were never random. The betrayals, the slander, the endless battles, they weren't coincidences. They were calculated, designed to strip you of your confidence, make you question your worth, force you into silence. But they failed. They thought if they hit you hard enough, you'd fall and never get up. That if they dragged your name through the mud, you'd lose your voice. That if they threw enough obstacles in your path, you'd give up on your purpose. But what they didn't realize is that the chosen are not meant to be silenced. You can try to bury a seed, but all you're really doing is planting it. You were never meant to blend in. You were never meant to follow the crowd. That's why they hate you. That's why they attack you. Because your very existence is a threat to their illusions. Your enemies don't despise you for personal reasons. It was never about your success, your personality, or your actions. It was about what you represent. The undeniable force of purpose, the calling on your life, the energy that exposes their deception. Your presence disrupts their comfort. Your survival is proof that their schemes hold no real power. And that terrifies them. Because here's the truth they don't want to accept. They threw everything they had at you, and you were still standing. A storm can shake a mountain, but it cannot move it. You've been shielded, not by luck, not by chance, but by the very force that chose you. You might have felt alone, but you were never unprotected. Every betrayal, every lie, every attack, it should have destroyed you, but instead it forged you. They wanted to see you weak, but you grew stronger. They wanted to see you silent, but your voice became louder. They wanted you erased, but you became impossible to ignore. Your enemies thought they were winning while they were actually writing their own downfall. They thought they were silencing you, but all they did was amplify your power. A blade is sharpened through friction, so are the chosen. You may not have felt shielded in the middle of the storm. When the attacks kept coming, when the betrayals kept unfolding, when everything around you seemed to be falling apart, it felt like you were left unprotected. But chosen ones, look back. Did they succeed? No. Did their lies erase you? No. Did their hatred stop you? No. That is your proof. That is the undeniable evidence that you were never abandoned. You were always guarded. They wanted you to break, but instead you transformed. They wanted you to lose yourself, but instead you discovered your true power. They wanted you to question everything, but instead you gained clarity like never before. And now they fear you. The same hands that tried to pull you down now tremble at the thought of your rise, because they know they lost. They know their tactics failed. They know that despite every effort, every scheme, every ounce of energy they spent trying to tear you down, you are still here, stronger, wiser, untouchable. And that is why the chosen are shielded, not silenced. So stand firm, walk boldly. Do not explain yourself to those who were never meant to understand you. Do not dim your light to make others comfortable in their darkness. Do not lower your voice to satisfy those who fear the truth. A lion does not ask permission to roar. They tried to bury you, chosen ones, but they forgot. You are the storm. You are the fire. You are the force they will never be able to stop. And this time, you're not just surviving, you're rising. Number 4. Enemies dig their own graves. You just watch. A man who spends his life throwing stones will one day realize he built his own tomb. But by then, it's too late. Chosen ones, hear this. Your enemies were never assigned to you. They assigned themselves. They made you their target, convinced that your light was their problem, that your success was their failure, that your strength was somehow an attack on them. But here's the cold truth. They were never fighting you. They were fighting their own demons, and they lost. They watched you rise, and instead of asking how you did it, they asked why it wasn't them. Instead of being inspired, they became envious. Instead of seeking their own growth, they plotted against yours. Their downfall was never about you, it was always about them. They were so busy trying to take you down that they never realized they were digging their own grave. Envy is a disease with a 100% fatality rate. And the ones who suffer from it, they never see the symptoms until it's too late. Your enemies looked at your blessings and saw only the reward, not the battle. They saw your victories but ignored your scars. They wanted the results without the sacrifice, the spotlight without the struggle. And when they couldn't have it, they decided that if they couldn't win, you shouldn't either. But here's where they failed. You weren't just lucky, you were chosen. And no amount of deception, sabotage, or backstabbing could rewrite that truth. Their war against you wasn't about justice, fairness, or even logic. It was about their own emptiness. They were never actually stronger than you. They were just louder. They weren't smarter than you. They were just more reckless. And now, that recklessness is devouring them from the inside out. A man who builds a house on stolen bricks should not be surprised when the walls collapse on him. Ignorance played a role too. Many of your enemies had no idea who they were really going up against. They thought they were battling a person. They didn't realize they were battling a purpose. They thought they could destroy your name, your reputation, your foundation. But what they never understood is that your foundation wasn't built by them, so it could never be broken by them. They moved recklessly, blind to the reality of what they were doing. They thought their plans were airtight, that their manipulation was genius, that their schemes were invincible. But arrogance is the greatest of all weaknesses. It convinces fools that they are untouchable, until reality proves otherwise. And now, reality has arrived. A snake may believe itself to be the master of the jungle, until the fire spreads and it has nowhere left to hide. Your enemy's downfall isn't something you wished for, prayed for, or even needed to seek. It was inevitable. The weight of their own deception, their own hatred, their own obsession was always going to crush them in the end. You didn't have to fight back. You didn't have to stoop to their level. All you had to do was keep moving forward while they buried themselves in their own mess. They thought they were pulling you down, but the truth? They were just digging deeper holes for themselves. Now they sit in the ruins of what they built, not realizing that they were the architects of their own destruction. You might ask, do they regret it now? Do they see the truth? Maybe. But regret is not redemption. A man who sets his house on fire might wish he hadn't, but the house is still gone. And that's where your enemies are now, standing in the middle of the wreckage they created, searching for someone to blame. but finding only themselves. A fool runs towards destruction, convinced he's chasing victory, until the ground crumbles beneath his feet. So, chosen ones, don't look back. Don't waste your energy on questions that no longer matter. Their fate is sealed, and their downfall was their own design. Stand firm, stay focused, keep rising, because while they were plotting, the universe was preparing something greater for you and them. They're just another cautionary tale of what happens when envy meets arrogance, when fools mistake war for wisdom, when people forget that the battle is never really with you, but with the darkness they refuse to face within themselves. And now, they are trapped in that darkness, and there is no way out. Number 5. Buried by their own hands. No one to blame but themselves. A liar may fool the world, but they can never outrun their own reflection. When the time comes to face what they've created, there will be no more masks, no more excuses, only the truth staring back at them like an open grave. Chosen ones, listen closely. Your enemies are not falling because some unseen force decided to strike them down. They are not being punished out of spite or malice. No, this is something much simpler, much more brutal. They are collapsing under the weight of their own actions. Every betrayal, every deception, every calculated attempt to break you. It wasn't just an attack on you. It was a direct assault on the balance of the universe itself. And that kind of defiance never goes unchallenged forever. They thought they were getting away with it, thought they were too clever, too protected, too deep in their own illusion to ever face the consequences. But what they never realized is that every move they made was digging their own grave, inch by inch, step by step. A person who spends their life setting traps will one day trip over their own wire. The universe doesn't destroy the unrepentant. It simply lets them walk down the path they chose. Every opportunity to turn back, every warning sign, every moment of clarity was ignored. Not by accident, not by mistake, but by choice. And that's why their fate is final. It's not some random act of karma striking out of nowhere. It's the unavoidable ending to a story they wrote themselves. You may wonder, could they have changed? Could they have chosen differently? Absolutely. But they didn't. Not because they didn't have the chance, but because they refused to take it. The universe is patient, but it does not beg. And when someone insists on running headfirst toward their own destruction, there comes a time when they are simply allowed to fall. A reckless driver may blame the road, the weather, or the traffic, but in the end, it is their own hands on the wheel. They are not victims of divine wrath. They are not being unfairly punished. They are victims of their own decisions, architects of their own downfall. For every time they mocked you, for every time they used your kindness as a weapon against you, for every time they twisted reality to suit their lies, they were sealing their own fate. The hole they dug wasn't meant for you. It was always meant for them. And now, the reckoning has arrived. The ground they thought was solid is now caving beneath their feet. And the only footprints leading to the edge are their own. Chosen ones, understand this. Their downfall is not an accident. It is not a tragedy. It is the inevitable conclusion of a life built on deception. When the unrepentant dig their own graves, they don't get to beg for a ladder. They only get the fall. Number 6. You are not their lifeboat. Let them sink. A drowning man who refuses to swim is not yours to save. If they choose to sink, let them meet the ocean. Chosen ones, you feel everything deeply. It's in your nature. You've always carried the weight of others, trying to pull them out of their own destruction, even when they were the ones who dug the pit. You've given them chances, extended grace, prayed for their change, hoped for their redemption. But here's the truth you need to accept. You are not called to save everyone. Some people don't want saving. Some people will fight against the very hands that try to lift them. Some people will burn every bridge and then blame you for not carrying them across the fire. But that's not your burden. It was never your job to redeem them. You cannot save someone who enjoys the cage they built for themselves. Your enemies had the same opportunities as you, the same time to heal, to grow, to take accountability. But they chose destruction, they chose deception, they chose war. And yet, because of your heart, you still feel guilty. You wonder if you could have done more, said something different, held on just a little longer. Let go of that guilt. It is not yours to carry. You were never meant to drag dead weight through your journey. Holding on to them only slows you down, dims your light, and ties you to a fate that was never meant for you. If the universe has decided their time is up, if the doors have closed and their fate is sealed, trust that decision. When a tree stops bearing fruit, the gardener does not waste time pleading with it. He moves on to what still has life. You must move on, not because you are heartless, but because holding on will keep you tethered to their downfall. They don't want help. They want control. They don't want redemption. They want a free pass. And you? You're too powerful, too chosen, too divinely aligned to keep breaking yourself trying to fix what refuses to heal. Stop playing the role of savior. It's not your assignment. You can send love from a distance. You can pray. You can hope. But you cannot force change where change is unwelcome. And when the universe moves, when justice takes its place, do not stand in the way. Do not mourn what was never meant to be. A ship that refuses to sail will rot at the dock. Let them sit in what they created. Your destiny is calling. Your energy is needed elsewhere. Do not waste another second trying to carry those who were never meant to walk beside you. Let go. Let them face what's coming. And never again mistake misplaced compassion for your true calling. Number 7. Justice that fits like a coffin. No room to escape. When the blade of justice falls, it is not wild, not reckless. It cuts exactly where it was meant to. The punishment is never random. It is a perfect mirror of the crime. Chosen ones, the consequences they now face feel personal because they are. The universe does not deal in vague retribution or empty threats. Justice is not a blanket punishment that lands by chance. It is tailor-made, crafted with precision, a perfect response to the damage they caused. They are not just paying for their actions, they are experiencing the full weight of what they did, down to the last lie, the last betrayal, the last whispered scheme. They thought they could move recklessly, scatter destruction, and walk away untouched. They thought they could manipulate, deceive, and remain untouchable. But the universe doesn't hand out generic sentences. It serves custom justice. And for them, that means they get exactly what they gave, in the most brutal, fitting way possible. The same knife they put in your back is now the blade pressing against their own throat. They wanted to see you fall. Now, their foundation is crumbling beneath them. They wanted to strip you of peace. Now, their own minds are battlegrounds, haunted by the weight of their choices. They wanted to leave you in darkness. Now, they are the ones lost, with no light in sight. Justice doesn't come blindly swinging. It lands exactly where it's meant to. The same way they carefully planned your downfall, the universe has carefully designed their fate. Every detail accounted for. Every crime matched with consequence. There is no mistake, no miscalculation, no way out. A thief may forget the day they stole, but the universe never forgets the moment justice is due. And that time is now. They might claim it's unfair, that they don't deserve this, that they didn't see it coming. But that's the catch. Justice always fits. If they sowed lies, they will live in a world where no one believes them. If they planted division, their own lives will shatter into pieces they cannot put back together. If they work to destroy your name, their own will be erased from the spaces they thought they controlled. This is not vengeance, it's correction. The natural law of balance restoring itself. A storm does not apologize to the tree it uproots. It simply does what it was created to do. So, chosen ones, let go of any thought of revenge. You don't need to lift a finger. The punishment is already custom built for them. The same energy they played with is now playing them, and this time, there is no escape. Number 8. Forgive, but never be fooled. Some bridges deserve to burn. A snake may shed its skin, but it remains a snake. Forgiveness is your freedom, but reconciliation is a privilege, not a right. Chosen ones, listen carefully. Forgiving your enemies does not mean welcoming them back into your life. It does not mean pretending they never betrayed you, never lied, never tried to destroy you. Forgiveness is for your peace, but reconciliation? That requires more than just empty apologies and crocodile tears. Your enemies want you to believe that forgiveness means erasing the past, that it means restoring what was broken without consequence, that you should meet them with open arms as if their actions never happened. But let's be clear, there is a difference between freeing yourself and reattaching yourself to the very people who put you in chains. You don't keep a bridge standing after it's been burned to the ground. Some connections are meant to turn to ashes. Forgiveness is your power. It releases you from the grip of anger, from the poison of resentment, from the weight of carrying what they did to you. But forgiveness does not erase history. It does not make the past disappear. And it sure as hell does not mean allowing them back into your space, your energy, or your peace. Reconciliation is a privilege that must be earned. And here's the truth. Most of your enemies will never qualify for it. They will never truly take responsibility. They will never admit their wrongs. They will never seek to rebuild what they shattered. They will expect you to let it go while they continue to move the same way, with the same manipulative games, waiting for the next opportunity to strike. An enemy who only regrets getting caught is still an enemy. Some people will only return to your life to test if you're still blind. They will act like they've changed, act like they've grown, act like they understand the damage they caused, until the moment they see an opening to repeat the cycle. Do not fall for it. Forgiveness is your gift to yourself. It's your way of choosing peace over poison, healing over hatred, freedom over fury. But reconciliation, that's a contract that requires both parties to show up with truth, accountability, and a willingness to repair what was broken. A thief may return what they stole, but trust is never simply given back. Your enemies may never change. They may never admit to the harm they caused. They may never ask for forgiveness, not because they don't need it, but because their pride won't let them. And that's not your burden to carry. So forgive them for yourself. Let go of the bitterness, release the weight. But never mistake your forgiveness as an invitation for them to return. You are not obligated to rebuild with those who shattered you. Some doors must remain closed forever. And that, chosen ones, is your true power. Number 9. Your existence is their agony, and they can't escape it. A moth will fight the flame, not because it hates the fire, but because it cannot resist the light. Your enemies do not just despise you, they are haunted by what you represent. Chosen ones, understand this. You don't just exist, you disrupt. Your presence alone is a declaration, an undeniable statement that something greater is moving through you. And that terrifies them. It's not just your strength, your resilience, or your gifts that make them uncomfortable. It's the force backing you. The very essence of your calling shakes the foundation of those who live in rebellion. They sense it, even if they don't understand it. They recognize something in you that contradicts everything they stand for. And so they resist, they attack, they plot, they try to erase you. But here's where they fail. Your purpose was written long before they ever decided to stand against it. Your path is not up for their approval. The power moving through you is not something they can dismantle, and that reality is their greatest frustration. A wave does not ask permission to crash upon the shore. The chosen do not ask permission to rise. They don't hate you because of what you've done. They hate you because of what you are, a living, breathing reminder of what they refuse to embrace. You expose them without even trying. You make them restless simply by existing, and that is why they fight so hard to break you. This isn't about jealousy, it's about rebellion. It's about defiance against something far greater than you. They aren't just resisting you, they are resisting the very force that set you apart. They cannot stand the fact that no matter what they do, they cannot change your destiny. They cannot rewrite what has already been sealed. A storm can scream all it wants, but it cannot shake the mountain. So they lash out. They try to control what cannot be controlled. They convince themselves that if they throw enough obstacles in your path, you will fall. That if they speak against you enough, your power will fade. That if they resist hard enough, they can undo what was already decided. But chosen ones, let them try. Let them exhaust themselves in a battle they can never win. Because the harder they push against you, the deeper they sink into their own destruction. The hand that tries to block the sun only blinds itself. Your enemies think they are at war with you, but they are really at war with the truth. And that is a battle they can never win. The more they resist, the more they expose their own weakness. The more they fight against you, the more they accelerate their own downfall. So don't be surprised when their world begins to collapse. When their own energy turns against them. When the chaos they created starts consuming them whole. This was never just about you. It was about them refusing to accept what was always inevitable. And now, their rebellion has met its end. Number 10. Mess with destiny, pay the price. A fool sees a masterpiece and thinks they can vandalize it. But when you deface what was divinely created, you don't just ruin the art, you declare war on the artist. Chosen ones, listen and listen well. You are not random. You are not a mistake. You are not here by accident. You are an investment, a force, a blueprint, a purpose carved into the fabric of existence. And when the universe invests in something, it does not tolerate destruction. Your enemies thought they were simply attacking you, but they weren't. They were attacking something far greater. The purpose you carry, the energy you radiate, the very mission you were sent here to fulfill. They thought they were tearing down a person, but in reality, they were trying to rewrite destiny itself. And that, chosen ones, is a fight they will never win. A man who tries to steal the sun only ends up burning himself. They didn't realize what they were up against. They thought you were alone, defenseless, vulnerable. But you are divinely backed. You are guarded by forces they cannot comprehend. Every setback, every challenge, every storm you've weathered has been proof of the value placed on you. The universe does not protect what is meaningless. The battles you face are not signs of weakness, they are signs of worth. And your enemies, they've made the worst mistake possible. They've interfered with something they had no business touching. A man who builds his house on stolen land will one day watch it crumble beneath his feet. They tried to sabotage you, not knowing they were setting themselves up for ruin. They thought they could rewrite your story, not realizing they were erasing their own. They challenged the flow of destiny, only to find themselves crushed under the weight of their own arrogance. This is why you must not waste time worrying about their downfall. It is inevitable. The universe protects its investments. It does not allow threats to flourish. It does not permit destruction to take root where purpose has been planted. A seed planted with intention will grow, no matter how many storms try to drown it. You may have felt alone. You may have felt abandoned. You may have questioned why you had to endure so much. But now, look around. You are still here. You are still rising. Every attack against you has failed. Every attempt to break you has only made you stronger. Why? Because you were never fighting alone. Because you are not just someone, you are something greater. And those who came against you? They are now standing in the wreckage of their own destruction. They didn't just lose the battle, they lost the war before it even began. A fool fights a storm and wonders why he drowns. Chosen ones, walk forward. Fear nothing. The universe is on your side. And those who tried to stop you, they were never meant to last. Number 11, when the tower falls, it's already too late. Some people won't listen until their own screams drown out the lies they told themselves. Some won't see the truth until they're standing in the ruins of the world they destroyed with their own hands. Chosen ones, listen carefully. Destruction is not the first warning. It's the last. The moment everything collapses is not when judgment begins. It's when it finishes its course. Your enemies had countless signs, countless chances, countless moments to change, but they ignored every single one. And now, the fall is inevitable. They laughed at the warnings, mocked the consequences, thought they were immune to the forces that govern reality. They walked into destruction like it was a game, daring the universe to stop them. But what they forgot is this: the universe does not play games. A man who builds his house on stolen bricks should not be surprised when the walls come crashing down. Your enemies didn't just harm you, they violated the very laws that hold balance together. And now, that balance is correcting itself in the only way they will finally understand: destruction. It's not about cruelty, it's about order. The fire that now consumes them is not punishment, it's revelation. Because let's be honest, chosen ones, would they have ever changed if their world didn't collapse? Would they have ever stopped if they still believed they were untouchable? No. Some people will only wake up when they have nothing left to lose. Some will only see the truth when the illusion is ripped from their hands. But here's the thing: destruction doesn't guarantee transformation. Some will rise from the ashes. Others will curse the fire and light another match. Many will refuse to learn. They will point fingers, make excuses, blame fate, blame you, blame everyone but themselves. Instead of seeing destruction as a wake-up call, they will see it as an injustice. And in their blindness, they will choose the same cycle that led to their downfall in the first place. That is not your concern. You are not here to save them. You are not here to pull them from the wreckage of their own making. They had their time. They had their warnings. They had every opportunity to choose differently. Now, they must live with what they refuse to face. The storm does not come to warn, it comes to collect. And that's exactly what's happening. The weight of their own actions has finally caught up to them. The destruction they laughed at is now knocking at their door. And the saddest part, they still think they can outrun it. But chosen ones, you already know, there's no outrunning karma. There's no dodging the consequences of a path chosen in arrogance. And when the final moment comes, when the last piece of their false world crumbles, they will finally understand. They did this to themselves. When the tower falls, the truth is no longer a choice, it's a reckoning. Number 12. Victory belongs to the focused, not the vengeful. A king does not stop to throw stones at barking dogs. He keeps walking, and his enemies disappear in the distance. Chosen ones, listen carefully. Victory is not about watching your enemies crumble. It's not about waiting for their downfall or wasting your energy on revenge. The real win, it's in your elevation, your focus, your unstoppable rise. Your enemies thought they were your problem, but the truth is, they were never even in your way. They were just distractions, loud, desperate, and insignificant in the grand scheme of your destiny. They wanted you to focus on them, to get caught up in their games, to drown in their chaos. But now, they're realizing something terrifying. You don't care about them. Their destruction? It's not your goal. It's just a side effect of your alignment. When you move in purpose, anything that stands in your way automatically gets removed. Not because you seek revenge, but because their energy simply cannot exist in your space. The sun does not fight the darkness. It simply rises, and the shadows disappear. Your rise is inevitable. They thought they could block it, delay it, stop it. But all they did was accelerate it. Every time they came for you, they were unknowingly pushing you toward your destiny. Every betrayal, every lie, every attempt to break you was actually setting the stage for your success. They were pawns in a game they didn't even understand, and now they're watching in horror as everything they tried to take from you is restored. Everything they thought they ruined is thriving. Everything they tried to stop is moving forward at full speed, and they can't do anything about it. A fool builds traps for others, only to fall into them himself. That's what's happening now. But chosen ones, don't waste your energy looking back. Their downfall is not your prize. Your elevation is. Your focus should always be forward, always on your destiny, always on the path that's unfolding in front of you. You don't have time for small battles. You don't have time for petty revenge. The greatest revenge is success. The greatest payback is peace. The greatest flex is never looking in their direction again. A lion does not concern itself with the opinions of sheep. So keep walking, keep growing, keep aligning with your destiny. The universe is handling what needs to be handled. The enemies you thought were so powerful, they're crumbling under their own weight. Their destruction is not your responsibility. It's just a consequence of their own actions. True victory is in alignment. And as long as you stay in your purpose, everything else takes care of itself. Number 13. Your survival is their defeat, and they know it. Nothing terrifies your enemies more than the fact that you are still here, still breathing, still thriving. Their greatest failure wasn't just losing, it was realizing they never even stood a chance. Chosen ones, understand this. Your existence alone is a death sentence to their illusions. Every day you wake up, every step you take, every win you claim is a direct reminder that their attacks were useless. Their best attempts to break you? Failed. Their deepest betrayals? Wasted. The war they waged against you? Lost before it even began. They thought they were the architects of your downfall, that if they plotted hard enough, if they schemed long enough, if they pushed you to the edge, you would finally collapse. But what they never expected was this: you didn't just survive, you thrived. A storm does not shake the mountain, it only proves its strength. And here you are, unshaken, still standing, still rising, still untouchable, not because of luck, not because of coincidence, but because you were never meant to fall. They threw everything at you, lies, manipulation, sabotage, yet you remained. And now, every breath you take is a reminder that their time is up. Every success you claim is proof of their inevitable failure. Every step forward you take is another nail in the coffin of their influence. A predator that fails to catch its prey eventually starves. They invested everything into your downfall, poured their energy, their words, their actions into trying to destroy you. But all they did was drain themselves dry. They burned their own bridges, dug their own graves, and now they have nothing left. They wanted to erase your purpose, but they only magnified it. They wanted to silence your voice, but they only made it louder. They wanted to see you fall, but instead, they are the ones crumbling. They don't want to admit it, but they see it. They feel it. The shift, the loss, the slow, painful realization that nothing they did worked, and nothing they do will ever work. A shadow cannot overpower the light. It can only flee from it. You are that light, and they are running out of places to hide. They know their time is over, their influence is dead, their power is non-existent. The proof is in you, the fact that you're still moving forward, untouched, unfazed, unstoppable. So don't ever question why you had to endure so much, why they fought so hard, why the attacks were relentless. Because the truth is simple. They knew the only way to win was if you gave up, but you didn't. And that is why they've already lost. And just like that, chosen ones, the battle is over, and the proof is in your survival. They did everything to break you, but here you are, stronger, wiser, untouchable. Their downfall was written the moment they came against you, and now all that's left is the weight of their own destruction. If this message resonates, make sure to like, subscribe, and drop 77 in the comments to claim this victory. Share this with another chosen one, because the more we rise, the faster the balance is restored. Stay locked in. The shift is here, and there's no turning back. Welcome, chosen ones. Wake up and listen, because I'm not here to pat you on the back. I'm here to remind you who the hell you are. A snake will bite you and still act offended when you cut off its head. And yet here you are, still standing in shock, still replaying the betrayal, still wondering why they did it. Why? Because they were always snakes. Because they never respected you, never valued you, only saw you as something to use, something to break. And you let them. You let them smile in your face while sharpening their knives. You let them whisper sweet lies while plotting your downfall. And now you sit there, licking your wounds, thinking of revenge. Pathetic. That's what they want. They want your energy. They want your reaction. They want you to throw away your power, your dignity, just to fight on their level. That's how they win, by dragging you into the dirt where they live. But you were never meant to roll in the mud with pigs. You were meant to rise above them and let them choke on the dust of your success. Understand this: your silence is a guillotine hanging over their heads. Every day they wake up, they wonder, is today the day it all comes crashing down? They smile, they laugh, they pretend they're fine, but at night, oh, at night, the guilt creeps in like a shadow in the corner of the room. Because they know They know karma doesn't forget. They know what they did, and they know deep down it's coming for them. And the most terrifying part? They don't know when. So sit back and let karma do what karma does best. Let it dismantle them piece by piece. Let them pretend they're safe while the walls close in. Let them watch their own empire crumble beneath their feet, knowing there's no one left to blame but themselves. But you have one job. Stop feeling sorry for yourself. Stop whining about the betrayal. Stop wasting breath on people who were never meant to sit at your table. You are chosen. Do you hear me? Chosen. That means your path is not theirs. That means your energy is sacred. That means your presence is a privilege, and they lost that privilege the moment they crossed you. So act like it. Stand up. Wipe your tears. Get back to building, back to rising, back to being the force they never should have messed with. Because the best revenge? It's not proving them wrong. It's making them irrelevant. And they will be, soon. And you, yes, you, chosen one, don't think for a second that you landed here by accident. Whether you've been walking this path alone for years or just now realizing the power you hold, know this. Your presence here means something. This is your reminder, your wake-up call, your moment to stand in your truth. If you're done explaining yourself to those who never deserved access to you, if you're ready to let karma do the talking, smash that like button, hit subscribe, and drop 77 in the comments to mark the moment you stop chasing revenge and start owning your silence. And now, let's break it all down, step by step. Stay till the end, because if you truly are one of the chosen, you'll feel the pull to see this through. Let's get started. Number 1. They dug the grave. Now they fear falling in. A man can run from his enemies, but he can never outrun his own shadow. They thought they were clever, thought they could betray you, slander you, play their little mind games, and walk away unscathed. Thought they could smile while stabbing you in the back, then carry on like nothing happened. But here's what they never saw coming. The silence. Your silence. See, when a chosen one doesn't retaliate, something terrifying happens. The game they played so well suddenly turns against them. The thrill of watching you suffer turns into the slow, suffocating weight of their own actions. They thought you'd fight back, rage, seek revenge, because that's what they would do. But when you didn't, when you simply walked away and let the universe balance the scales, that's when the real punishment began. Because guilt is patient. It doesn't hit them right away. No, it waits. It lurks in the quiet moments, creeping in when the laughter fades, when the distractions run out, when they're alone with nothing but their own thoughts. At first, they deny it. They tell themselves you deserved it, that they had to do what they did. They invent justifications, twisting reality to make themselves feel right. But deep down, something starts to shift. The lies they told themselves don't sound so convincing anymore. The excuses start to crumble. And that's when the walls begin to close in. Because without your anger, without your reaction to fuel their self-righteousness, they have nowhere left to place the blame. No enemy to fight. No war to justify. Just the truth staring them in the face. And the truth? It's brutal. The moment they crossed you, they sealed their fate. They built their own downfall, brick by brick, lie by lie, betrayal by betrayal. And now they're trapped inside it. Every quiet moment is a mirror reflecting back what they did. Every shadow a reminder that karma never forgets an address. They tell themselves time will fix it, that eventually it'll fade. But it doesn't. Because every time they see you rise, Every time they hear your name, every time they realize you are still standing, still thriving, it reminds them of the mistake they made. And the worst part? They can't undo it. They burned the bridge, and now they stand on the other side, watching you move forward while they remain stuck. They thought they won, thought they had the upper hand, thought they broke you. But in reality, they broke themselves. Because the power of the chosen one isn't in retaliation. It's in knowing that you never had to lift a finger. You never had to chase revenge, never had to lower yourself to their level. You simply had to exist, move forward, live. And that alone became their greatest punishment. And now they sit in the wreckage of their own choices, haunted by the one truth they can't escape. You were the one person they never should have crossed. Number 2, the longer they wait, the louder it gets. The axe never worries about the tree it cuts, but the stump never forgets. They thought they were done with you, thought they could betray you, walk away, and leave it all in the past like a bad dream. Thought they could wipe their hands clean and move on while you drowned in the wreckage they created. But life doesn't work that way. Because while revenge is fast, karma is slow, and slow is so much worse. See, when someone stabs you in the back, they expect a reaction. They need a reaction. They want to see the rage in your eyes, the fire in your words. They want proof that they got under your skin, that they still hold power over you. Because if you react, it means you're still playing their game. It means they still matter. But when you don't, when you simply keep walking like they never existed, that's when the real nightmare begins. Because now, they're the ones left waiting. At first, they assume you're just planning something in the shadows. They get paranoid, looking over their shoulder, double-checking their steps. They second-guess their choices, wondering if they were too reckless. They brace for impact, thinking any moment now you'll strike back. But then days pass, weeks, months, and nothing happens. Nothing from you. No revenge, no confrontation, no attempt to get even. Just silence. And that's when time turns against them. Because now they don't know if it's coming or when. They don't know if you truly moved on, or if the universe is just waiting for the right moment to serve the consequences. They start overanalyzing every minor inconvenience, every failed plan, every betrayal they experience, every stroke of bad luck. It all starts looking like payback, like the storm is building right above them, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. And when people don't know when the punishment is coming, they begin to punish themselves. Their mind turns into a battlefield. They lose sleep, replaying what they did to you, dissecting every choice, wondering, was that the moment I sealed my fate? Every shadow looks like a warning. Every delay feels like an omen. They see your name somewhere randomly and their stomach drops. They hear a song that reminds them of you, and suddenly they feel that pit in their chest. The same way they once laughed at your pain, they now find themselves haunted by their own actions. And you've done absolutely nothing. That's the power of being chosen. You don't have to play their game. You don't have to seek revenge. You don't even have to think about them. Because while they rot in their own paranoia, you are rising. While they're busy looking over their shoulder, you're too focused on your future to even remember their names. And that's the real punishment. Not the fear of karma, not the paranoia, not the sleepless nights. It's the realization that they never even mattered enough for you to seek revenge. That's what shatters them. The knowledge that after all they did, after all the effort they put into destroying you, you still won. And worse, they don't even exist in your story anymore. That's the quiet mockery of time. It doesn't hit them all at once. It lets them stew, lets them squirm, lets them wonder. It builds little by little until one day, when they least expect it, the weight of it all comes crashing down. And by then, you'll be so far ahead, they won't even be a footnote in your story. Number 3, they wanted a battle, but you left them to fight themselves. A guilty mind is its own executioner. They were ready for war. They had their excuses lined up, their lies rehearsed, their justifications polished and ready to go. They thought they had you figured out, thought they could hurt you and still come out looking like the victim. But then you did the one thing they never expected. Nothing. And that shattered their entire plan. See, when someone betrays you, they need you to react. They crave it. Your anger, your pain, your retaliation, it all serves one purpose: to make them feel justified. If you lash out, they can point and say, "See, that's why I did it. That's why I had no choice." Your reaction allows them to rewrite the story in their head, where you are the villain and they are the misunderstood hero. But when you don't play along, when you simply walk away, that's when the cracks start forming. At first, they pretend they don't care. They convince themselves they did nothing wrong. They talk badly about you, spin their version of the story, gather people to their side. They distract themselves, surround themselves with noise. But when the world goes quiet, when there's no one left to lie to but themselves, that's when reality starts creeping in. And the reflection in the mirror isn't kind. Because now, without your anger to deflect onto, they have nowhere to run. The truth they tried so hard to bury starts clawing its way to the surface. They replay the betrayal, the manipulation, the destruction they caused. But this time, they see it clearly. They weren't the victim. They were the villain. And there's no one left to blame. That's the power of the mirror effect. Without your retaliation to focus on, they are left alone with their own reflection. And the more they look, the more they see. Every flaw, every insecurity, every dark, ugly part of themselves they tried to project onto you. They see the lies they told, the trust they shattered, the damage they inflicted. And worst of all, they see you, still standing, unbothered, rising. And that's when the guilt turns into something worse. Regret. Because they finally understand you weren't just another person they could step on. You were the one person who actually mattered. The one who saw them for who they truly were. The one who offered loyalty. The one who could have stood by their side for life. And now, you're gone. Not because of karma, not because of revenge, but because they destroyed the only person who ever truly saw them. And that's a truth they can never escape. This was never just about karma. This was always about power, the power of choosing peace over revenge, the power of refusing to engage, the power of moving on so completely that they become irrelevant. Because the ultimate punishment isn't what you do to them, it's what you don't. So let them sit with their guilt. Let time work its magic. Let the mirror reflect the truth they tried so hard to avoid. Meanwhile, you rise, you move forward, you thrive. Not by fighting, not by proving anything, but by refusing to let their betrayal define you. And that's the sweetest form of justice. Number 4. They wanted to live in your head. Now they can't escape their own. There is no prison more brutal than the mind of a guilty man. They thought they left a scar so deep it would never fade. Thought their betrayal would brand itself onto your soul. That no matter how much time passed, you'd still carry them with you. They wanted to be the ghost that haunted you, the weight you could never shake. But here's where they failed. You healed. And now, they're the ones who can't let go. See, people who hurt you assume they've taken up permanent space in your mind. They expect to live there rent-free, assuming every step you take is somehow still about them. They want to believe they broke you, that no matter what you do, a part of you is still trapped in the moment they betrayed you. But when you move on, when you truly move forward, untouched, unbothered, that's when their nightmare begins. Because suddenly, they realize they weren't as powerful as they thought. At first, they wait for your reaction. They watch from the shadows, expecting the anger, the bitterness, the passive-aggressive posts, the not-so-subtle jabs. They brace for the confrontation, the fallout, the war. But then, nothing, just silence. You don't lash out. You don't seek revenge. You don't even acknowledge their existence. And that stings deeper than any words ever could. Because the worst thing you could ever do to someone who tried to break you is show them that they didn't matter, that their betrayal was nothing more than a temporary inconvenience, that after all their effort to destroy you, they ended up being just another forgotten chapter in a book you've long since closed. And while you rise, they stay stuck. Their mind becomes a battlefield of its own making, replaying the past, analyzing where they lost control. They start second-guessing themselves, wondering if you ever think about them, if you ever cared at all, if you ever will again. They tell themselves they were right, that what they did was necessary, but deep down, something eats away at them. Because if they were so right, why are they the ones who can't move on? And that's the real punishment. Not karma, not revenge, but the unbearable reality that they put in all that effort to destroy you, and you don't even care. For them, it's torment. For you, it's freedom. Because in the end, the real victory isn't proving them wrong. It's forgetting they ever existed in the first place. Number 5. They wanted to pull the strings, but you cut the whole damn puppet show. The cruelest punishment isn't pain, it's irrelevance. Betrayal isn't just about hurting you, it's about owning you. They wanted more than just your pain. They wanted control. Control over your emotions, your thoughts, your peace. They wanted to make you dance to their tune, react on command, stay tangled in a web they designed. Because as long as you're reacting, you're still connected to them. And that's the part they never say out loud. They don't want to lose you completely. Even if it's through hatred, through war, through chaos, they still want to matter. They still want a hold on you. They want to be the villain in your story because it means they never truly leave it. And that's why revenge? It's a trap. It feels like power, like justice. But really, it's just another leash, another way to keep you tied to them, playing their game, moving in response to their moves. It means they still have influence over you, that even in betrayal, they dictate your next step. But when you step back, when you refuse to engage, when you cut the strings completely, that's when everything really falls apart. Because without your anger, without your attention, without your energy feeding their ego, they lose control. And that's when karma steps in. See, karma doesn't operate on the rules of revenge. It doesn't come when they expect it, in a way they can predict. And that's what makes it terrifying. They don't know when it will strike, how it will strike, or what the consequences will be. They can't manipulate it, can't twist the story, can't prepare for the fallout. All they can do is sit in the uncertainty, drowning in the silence they once mocked, wondering if today is the day everything crashes down. And here's the real beauty of it, that fear alone is already karma at work. Because while they spiral, while they unravel in the mess of their own making, you're free. No more bitterness, no more wasted energy, no more playing a game that was never meant for you. You rise, you move forward, you win, not by fighting, not by proving anything, but by refusing to give them the satisfaction of your attention. And while they're left chasing shadows, unraveling in paranoia, watching their own world collapse, you get to enjoy the sweetest kind of revenge, the kind that requires absolutely nothing from you at all. Number 6. They wanted a war, but you left them fighting ghosts. The sharpest sword is the one never drawn. They were ready for battle, ready to see you crumble, ready to feel powerful in your destruction. They needed your reaction because without it, their betrayal felt empty. It was never just about hurting you, it was about watching you suffer. They needed proof that their actions had weight, that they mattered enough to break you. But when you didn't fight back, when you simply walked away, that shattered them more than any revenge ever could. A fight requires two people. Without you, there is no war, just a fool swinging at empty air. At first, they tell themselves you're still coming for them, that you're just waiting for the right moment to strike. They convince themselves you're still thinking about them as much as they obsess over you. But time keeps moving. The weeks turn to months, and yet nothing happens. No retaliation, no confrontation, no desperate attempts to expose them or ruin their name. You don't even acknowledge their existence. That's when the truth sinks in. You're not ignoring them, you've outgrown them, and that realization, it burns deeper than anything else. They start grasping for control, throwing out bait, hoping to get a rise out of you. Maybe they spread lies, twisting the story so they can still play the victim. Maybe they try to provoke you, whispering your name in circles just loud enough for you to hear. Maybe they flaunt fake success, hoping to make you jealous, to make you feel like you lost something. But it doesn't work, because while they are still stuck, still replaying old battles, still fighting an invisible war in their own mind, you've left them behind completely. And that is their real punishment. Not karma, not revenge. Just the cold, unbearable truth that the person they tried to destroy doesn't even consider them an opponent anymore. They don't matter. They never did. They thought they were playing chess with you, strategizing their every move, waiting for your next counter. But you weren't even on the board. You walked away and built something greater, something they could never be part of, something beyond their reach. And now, while you rise, while you thrive, while you live, they are left swinging at shadows, fighting a war that ended the moment you decided it wasn't worth your time. Number 7. Their worst nightmare. You thrived without them. Some people burn bridges thinking it will destroy you. They forget. You know how to swim. They thought they had the power to leave a permanent scar on your soul. They thought their betrayal would be the wound you'd never recover from, the storm you'd never survive. In their mind, you were supposed to need them, to obsess, to crumble, to beg for explanations that would never come. They imagined you stuck in the wreckage they created, drowning in bitterness, replaying every moment, plotting ways to get even. But instead of breaking, you built. Instead of seeking revenge, you evolved. And now, your success isn't just a personal victory, it's their worst nightmare. Because they expected you to be stuck. They expected you to stay wounded, waiting for closure, desperate to prove something. They wanted you to stay in their orbit, to keep checking for updates, to still be watching them, even from a distance. But what they never saw coming was your complete indifference. You didn't just move on, you leveled up. And that burns deeper than any grudge you could have held. At first, they pretend not to care. They'll roll their eyes, dismiss your growth, tell themselves your glow-up is temporary, fake, an illusion. They'll scoff at your wins, make up excuses to justify your success, convince themselves you just got lucky. But deep down, in the silence of their own mind, they know the truth. Every single step you take forward is a reminder that they didn't break you. Every achievement proves that their betrayal wasn't as powerful as they thought. Every time they hear your name, see your progress, or realize just how far you've come, it kills them. And the worst part? They don't get to be part of the story anymore. They have to watch from the sidelines as you thrive, knowing they once had access to you and lost it. That's the real punishment. Not your anger, not your revenge, just your absence. The cold, undeniable truth that their actions didn't destroy you. They erased themselves from your life. They try to ignore it. They try to distract themselves. They try to find someone else to fill the void. But deep down, the regret is eating them alive. Because they see it now, they had someone rare, someone real, someone who actually cared. And they threw it away, thinking they could do better. But now, looking around, they realize the truth. You were the best thing they ever had, and they will never have access to you again. And nothing is more painful than that. That's why they lurk in the shadows, hoping for a glimpse, hoping for a sign that you still care. That's why they bring up your name, hoping to hear that you still mention them. That's why they keep tabs on your life, searching for any sign that they still exist to you. But they don't, because while they are stuck in the past, reliving old moments, replaying old mistakes, holding on to a version of you that no longer exists, you're too busy living. You're building something greater, something untouchable, something they could never be part of. You've risen so high that they can't even reach the level you're playing at anymore. And that's the deepest cut of all. They don't get to matter to you. They don't get a reaction. They don't even get closure. Because you have better things to do than worry about people who don't belong in your future. So let them sit in their regret. Let them wonder what could have been. Let them feel the loss of something they will never get back. And you, keep thriving, keep evolving, keep becoming the unstoppable force you were always meant to be. Because in the end, the worst thing you could ever do to them isn't hate them. It's forgetting they ever existed. Number 8. They wanted you to break. Now they're the ones falling apart. The trap they set for you became the hole they fell into. They thought they had you cornered, thought they could push you to the edge, shatter your spirit, and watch you collapse under the weight of their betrayal. They needed to see you suffer. It was never just about hurting you. It was about watching you lose yourself because of them. But the moment they counted you out, that was their first mistake. Because instead of breaking, you transformed. Instead of crumbling, you rose. You took every ounce of pain they inflicted and turned it into fuel. You sharpened your mind, strengthened your soul, and built a version of yourself they never saw coming. And now, they're the ones falling apart. At first, they pretended not to care. They laughed, mocked, acted like your absence meant nothing. But time has a way of revealing the truth. And now, as they sit in the wreckage of their own choices, the realization is eating them alive. You survived without them. Worse than that, you thrived. They thought they could move on easily, thought life would reward their deception, thought their actions would have no consequences. But the universe doesn't forget. And now, as everything they once controlled starts slipping through their fingers, they see it clearly. They destroyed something real, something rare, something they will never get back. And now, they're the ones drowning in regret. Every time they hear your name, see your success, or realize just how far you've come, it haunts them. The silence you left behind is louder than any words you could have spoken. The absence of your energy, your presence, your loyalty, It's a wound they can't escape. And the most brutal part, they did it to themselves. They thought you would chase them, beg for explanations, try to mend what they shattered. But instead, you walked away and never looked back. And that is their real punishment. Because now, while they sit bitter and broken, watching from the shadows, trying to convince themselves they made the right choice, you're too busy winning to even notice. Number 9. They set the fire to destroy you. Now they're the ones burning. Some people light fires thinking they'll watch you burn. Instead, they only end up choking on the smoke. They planned your downfall like an arsonist setting a match to dry timber, convinced they would stand back and watch you go up in flames. They wanted you to crumble, to lose everything, to be consumed by the destruction they caused. They didn't just want to hurt you, they wanted to erase you. But what they didn't realize, you are the fire. Instead of burning, you walked through the flames and came out forged in steel, stronger, sharper, untouchable. They thought the betrayal, the lies, the manipulation would reduce you to ashes, but all it did was expose their own weakness. Because while you were out rebuilding, rising, thriving, they were the ones left suffocating in the mess they created. At first, they thought they had won. They laughed at your pain, celebrated your struggle, convinced themselves they had taken something from you that you could never recover. But fire is unpredictable. It doesn't always burn what you expect. And now, the flames have turned on them. One by one, the walls they built start collapsing. Their own deception catches up to them. The same people they manipulated turn against them. The lies unravel. The foundation they stood on crumbles beneath their feet. Because the universe never lets evil go unchecked for long. And now, as the embers of their own destruction rise around them, they finally see the truth. They were never in control. They set the fire, but they forgot one thing. Karma doesn't burn the innocent. And now, while they scramble to put out the flames, desperate to undo the damage, you're already miles ahead. You didn't just survive, you became unstoppable. You are no longer in the ashes. You are no longer even in the same world as them. They wanted to watch you suffer. Now, they're the ones screaming for air. And you're too far gone to even hear them. Number 10. They wrote you off. Now they're forced to watch your rise. They buried you, thinking it was over. They didn't realize you were a seed. They dismissed you, counted you out, laughed behind your back, convinced you would never make it without them. They saw your pain, your setbacks, your struggles, and thought they had the final say in your story. They assumed their betrayal, their rejection, their abandonment was enough to end you. But instead of fading into nothing, you rose. Every time they doubted you, you got stronger. Every time they expected you to fail, you proved them wrong. Not by words, not by revenge, but by sheer, undeniable success. They thought they had buried you, but all they really did was plant the roots of your greatness. At first, they didn't believe it. They told themselves it was luck, that you were faking it, that you'd come crawling back. But time has a way of exposing the truth. And now, as they sit stagnant, watching you rise higher than they ever imagined, the realization is setting in. They made the biggest mistake of their lives by letting you go. And the worst part? There's nothing they can do about it. They have to watch from the sidelines, knowing they had access to you once and lost it forever. They scroll through your success, hear your name in places they never expected, see you thriving in ways they swore you never would. And every win of yours? It's a reminder that their presence in your life was never essential. They thought you would always be beneath them. Now, they can't even reach you. That's the real pain. Not your anger, not your retaliation, but the cold, hard truth that they no longer matter. And now, while they sit in the shadows, bitter and regretful, you continue to rise, so high that they'll spend the rest of their lives wondering how they ever had the audacity to doubt you. Number 11. They wrote you off. Now they're forced to watch your rise. They buried you thinking it was over. They didn't realize you were a seed. They dismissed you without a second thought, counted you out, treated you like you were replaceable, disposable, like your worth depended on their validation. They laughed, whispered, convinced themselves you would never make it without them. In their minds, your pain, your setbacks, your struggles were proof that they had won, that you would never rise above what they did to you. They assumed they had the final say in your story. But what they failed to understand? You were never dependent on them. You were always destined to rise, whether they were in your life or not. And that's exactly what you did. Every time they doubted you, you got stronger. Every time they expected you to fail, you proved them wrong, not by shouting, not by chasing revenge, but by becoming something greater than they ever imagined. They thought their absence would destroy you, but all it did was clear the path for your growth. At first, they told themselves it was temporary, that you were faking it, that your success was luck, that you'd eventually come crawling back. But time has a way of revealing the truth. And now, as they sit stagnant, watching you thrive, the realization is hitting them harder than anything else. They underestimated you, and now they have to live with that regret. The worst part? They have no control over it. They have to watch from the sidelines, powerless, knowing they once had access to you and lost it forever. They scroll through your success, hear your name in places they never expected, see you thriving in ways they swore you never would. And every milestone of yours, it's a reminder that their betrayal didn't break you. It set you free. They thought you would always be beneath them, that you would stay small, that you would never escape the role they cast you in. Now they can't even reach you. And that's what haunts them. Not your anger, not your revenge, but the cold, hard truth that they are now irrelevant to your life. They tell themselves it doesn't bother them, that they don't care, that they don't think about you anymore. But they do. They obsess over it. They hear your name and feel the sting of regret. They see your progress and realize they miscalculated. They watch you succeed and know deep down they lost something they will never get back. They wrote you off as a failure. Now they're forced to sit in the shadows while you rise so high that they'll spend the rest of their lives wondering how they ever had the audacity to doubt you. And the best part? You don't even think about them anymore. Number 12. They wanted you to beg. Now they're the ones on their knees. A fool cuts off a good hand, only to realize too late that they can't survive without it. They thought they had power over you, thought they could strip you of everything, your confidence, your dignity, your worth, and leave you crawling back, desperate for their approval, their validation, their presence. They assumed you needed them, that you couldn't function without their acceptance. In their mind, you would always be the one chasing, the one apologizing, the one trying to fix what they shattered. But what they didn't expect? You walked away. No begging, no pleading, no chasing, just silence. And that silence, it shook them to their core, because people who thrive on control need a reaction. They need to feel superior, to feel like they have the upper hand. They orchestrate pain expecting a response. But when you refuse to give them one, you stole the very power they thought they had over you. At first, they told themselves you were just being stubborn, that you'd come back once reality hit, Once you realized you couldn't do this alone, they waited for you to reach out, to break down, to prove them right. But time passed, and instead of seeing you broken, they watched you rise, stronger, wiser, completely untouchable. And that's when the shift happened. They thought you would beg for them, but now they're the ones on their knees, because they finally understand. You were never the weak one, you were the prize, and they threw it all away. They destroyed something irreplaceable and walked away thinking they'd won, only to realize, too late, that they had lost the one thing that truly mattered. Now, they replay every moment, every mistake, every lie they told themselves about you. They see it clearly. You were the blessing they took for granted. They thought they could replace you, thought they could find someone better, someone easier to manipulate, someone who would feed their ego without question. But the replacements never matched up. No one had your depth, your loyalty, your presence. And now, they want you back. But here's the brutal truth. They can't have you, because you don't even see them anymore. While they sit there drowning in their own regret, you're too busy thriving to even acknowledge their existence. The same person they wanted to see broken is now so far above them that they don't even qualify for your attention. And that's the real punishment. Not your anger, not your revenge, just your absence. The cold, undeniable truth that their actions didn't destroy you. They only erased themselves from your life. They wanted you on your knees. Now, they're the ones praying for another chance. And you don't even look back. Number 13. They thought you needed them. Now they realize they needed you. Some people only realize your value when they're left with nothing but the echo of your absence. They convinced themselves they were the prize, thought you were lucky to have them in your life. They believed you needed them, that without their presence, their validation, their approval, you'd be lost. They moved like they were irreplaceable, like you would always be there, always waiting, always willing to forgive. But what they never saw coming? The day you realized your own worth, you walked away. No dramatic exit, no long explanations, no desperate attempts to make them understand. Just silence. And at first, they didn't even notice. They assumed you'd come running back. That time would break you down, that one day you'd wake up and realize you couldn't function without them. But then, something terrifying happened. You didn't come back. Instead of falling apart, you flourished. Instead of drowning in regret, you thrived. And suddenly, they weren't so sure of themselves anymore. Suddenly, they started wondering if they had made a mistake. Because the moment you stopped needing them, they were forced to face a truth they had been avoiding all along. It was never you who needed them. It was always them who needed you. Now, as time stretches on, the weight of your absence begins to crush them. Every moment without you feels heavier. They start replaying the past, picking apart every detail, searching for the exact moment they lost their grip on you. And what makes it worse? You don't even look back. They see you rising, without them. They watch you laugh, glow, succeed, without them. And it burns. Because they swore you'd fall apart, swore you'd never make it, swore you'd always be stuck in the same place. But instead, they're the ones standing still, while you keep moving forward, untouchable. At first, they tell themselves it's nothing, that they don't care, that they can replace you. But deep down, something eats away at them, because every attempt to fill the space you left feels empty. No one sees them the way you did. No one understands them like you did. No one matches your presence. That's when the regret sets in. That's when they realized the one thing they never considered, the fact that you were the rare one, the valuable one, the irreplaceable one. And now, they're the ones struggling, watching from the outside, wishing they had done things differently, wishing they had appreciated you before it was too late. But here's the truth they can't escape. You don't need them anymore, and that's something they will never be able to change. They thought you needed them. Now, they're the ones gasping for air in the void you left behind. And you've never been freer. Number 14. They tried to dim your light. Now, they're blinded by your glow. Some people hate the sun because it exposes their shadows. They saw your light, and it made them uncomfortable. It wasn't just your strength, your resilience, or your presence. It was the way you carried something they never could. Confidence, authenticity, power. They resented the fact that you didn't need validation to shine, that your energy wasn't dependent on their approval. So they did what weak people always do when they feel threatened. They tried to dim you. Maybe they did it subtly, downplaying your accomplishments, planting doubts in your mind, making you feel like you weren't enough. Or maybe they did it openly, mocking you, sabotaging you, spreading lies, making you question your own worth. However they did it, the goal was always the same: to make you shrink, to make you believe that you were never as bright, as powerful, as unstoppable as you truly are. They thought if they could dim your light, they could control you. But what they didn't realize, you were never dependent on their approval to shine. They mistook your kindness for weakness, mistook your patience for passivity, mistook your willingness to see the good in them as an opportunity to manipulate you. They were so desperate to outshine you that they never considered what would happen if you stopped holding back. And that's exactly what you did. Instead of letting them diminish you, you turned up the heat. You stopped doubting yourself. You stopped explaining yourself. You stopped watering yourself down for people who couldn't handle your intensity. You embraced the fire inside you and let it burn as brightly as it was always meant to. And now, they can't stand to look at you. The same ones who tried to downplay you are now forced to watch you rise. The same ones who tried to dull your shine are now choking on their own bitterness. They wanted you to stay small so they could feel big. But now, as they sit in the same place they were before, watching you move further and further ahead, they finally see the truth. You were never the problem. Their own insecurity was. At first, they tell themselves it's nothing. They roll their eyes, dismiss your success, call it luck. But deep down, it eats at them. Because every single step you take forward is proof that they had no real power over you, that they never had control in the first place. And that's the real punishment. Not karma, not revenge, just the simple, brutal truth that they lost access to something they never deserved in the first place. They tried to dim your light. Now, they're blinded by your glow. And the best part? You haven't even reached your full power yet. Number 15. They thought you were beneath them. Now they can't even reach you. Some people laugh when you're struggling, but cry when you surpass them. They looked down on you, thought they were superior, untouchable, irreplaceable. They convinced themselves you would always be behind them, chasing, admiring, waiting for their approval. They saw your kindness as weakness, your patience as desperation, your loyalty as servitude. In their mind, you were beneath them, and they made sure you knew it. They dismissed your ideas, belittled your dreams, made you question your own worth. They thrived on making you feel small because it made them feel big. They had to convince themselves you would never rise, because the thought of you standing beside them, let alone above them, was something their fragile ego couldn't handle. But what they didn't realize, you were never beneath them. You were just growing. And now, They can't even reach you. The same people who underestimated you, mocked you, tried to keep you in a box. Now they're stuck watching you soar past every limit they thought you had. The people who once saw themselves as above you are now beneath your notice. And that's a pain far worse than anything you could have ever done to them. At first, they tell themselves it's just luck. They try to convince themselves you didn't earn your success, that somehow the universe made a mistake. They laugh it off, hoping you'll stumble, waiting for proof that you're still the person they convinced themselves you were. But time keeps proving them wrong. Every time they hear your name, see your progress, or realize just how much you've outgrown them, the truth becomes harder to deny. The person they once dismissed as insignificant is now untouchable. And the worst part, they lost access to you forever. Now they struggle with the one thing their ego can't handle: regret. They think about the opportunities they had to support you, the moments they could have stood beside you instead of against you. They replay the times they looked down on you and wonder how they could have been so blind. But it's too late, because while they stayed stagnant, you evolved. While they wasted time trying to keep you beneath them, you kept climbing. And now, they don't even exist in your world. That's the real punishment, not your anger, not your revenge, but the brutal reality that they are nothing to you now. You don't hate them, you don't resent them, you simply don't think about them at all. And nothing is more painful than realizing that the person you once believed was beneath you has risen so high that you will never reach them again. Number 16. They thought they broke you. Now they fear your comeback. The greatest mistake your enemies ever made was thinking you wouldn't rise again. They thought they had finished you, thought the pain they inflicted, the betrayal they dealt, and the chaos they created would be the end of you. They stood over your downfall, smug and satisfied, believing that you would never recover. They convinced themselves that the wounds they left were too deep, that you'd stay shattered, that the version of you they destroyed would never return. And for a moment, maybe you believed it too, because the pain was unbearable. The weight of their actions crushed you. You questioned yourself, doubted your worth, and wondered if you'd ever feel whole again. They sat back and watched, waiting for you to break completely, waiting for you to collapse under the weight of everything they did. But they made one fatal miscalculation. They thought they broke you. But what they really did was build you. Every ounce of suffering they put you through became fuel. Every betrayal, every lie, every moment of despair, they all became bricks in the foundation of your comeback. The fire they set to destroy you only forged you into something unbreakable. They thought they had buried you, but all they really did was plant a seed. And now you're rising in a way they never saw coming. And that terrifies them. Because now the person they left behind is gone. You aren't the same. You don't operate from a place of pain anymore. You operate from power. You don't seek revenge. You seek evolution. You don't need their validation. You've outgrown their entire existence. And they see it happening. At first they try to brush it off. They tell themselves you're just pretending, that you'll never really make it, that your glow-up is fake, temporary affront. But the more they watch, the harder it becomes to deny. Because your name is still being spoken, your presence is still felt, and now your success is louder than their betrayal ever was. And this time, you're not just coming back, you're coming back untouchable. You've learned, you've rebuilt yourself in a way that can't be shaken. You've taken every lesson, every scar, every wound, and turned them into weapons. And they don't know what to do with that. They expected you to stay wounded, to stay small, to stay in the role they cast you in. But now, they realize they don't have a script for this version of you. The version that doesn't react. The version that doesn't beg. The version that doesn't even acknowledge their existence anymore. And that's what scares them the most. Because the worst thing you could have ever done wasn't to fight them. It wasn't to get revenge. It wasn't to expose them or make them suffer. The worst thing you ever did was prove that you never needed them in the first place. Now, they're the ones who can't sleep. The ones haunted by their own actions. The ones wondering how they ever thought they could destroy someone like you. Because now they see it clearly. They never had power over you. It was all an illusion. And now they fear the inevitable. Because they know your comeback isn't just about success. It's about becoming something so powerful, so untouchable, so unstoppable, that they have no choice but to watch you rise, knowing they will never be part of your story again. They thought they had ended you. Now, they have to live with the fact that they only made you unstoppable. And so, chosen one, the truth becomes undeniable. They never had the power they thought they did. They wanted to break you, erase you, keep you trapped in their game. But instead, you rose. You turned every betrayal into strength, every wound into wisdom, every setback into fuel. And now, they are the ones left behind. Let them watch. Let them regret. Let them choke on the consequences of their own actions. If you're done playing small, if you're ready to step into your power, like this video, hit subscribe, drop 77 in the comments, and share this with another chosen one. Some people trade diamonds for dust and still wonder why their hands are empty. Foolish choices have consequences, and nothing haunts a person more than realizing they threw away a rare gem for something worthless. Regret doesn't just whisper, it roars, it lingers, it burns like a scar that never fades. They thought they were playing you, but the joke's on them. They didn't just lose you, they lost every blessing that came with you. See, when you're chosen, you don't just walk into people's lives, you elevate them. You carry a force, a light, a power that turns nothing into something. And when they turned on you, they didn't just betray a person, they betrayed their own destiny. And to you, yes, you, the chosen one, this message isn't just for anyone. If you've made it this far, it means you feel it in your soul. You know this isn't a coincidence. This is confirmation. Your presence here fuels a movement bigger than you realize. So, if you're done letting betrayal shake you, if you're ready to rise from what tried to break you, smash that like button, hit subscribe, and drop number 77 in the comments to claim your rebirth. And now, let's get one thing straight. Regret isn't just a feeling. It's a slow burning fire that never dies. It keeps them up at night. It poisons every memory they have of you. It makes them sick when they see you thriving, knowing they'll never get that version of you back. They thought they could replace you, but how do you replace the irreplaceable? Their life after you. It's like drinking from a broken cup. No matter how much they try to fill it, it always leaks. They reached for trash and called it treasure, and now they're choking on the bitterness of their own choices. But here's what they never saw coming. You weren't just a blessing, you were their test. The universe placed you in their path to see if they were worthy. And guess what? They failed. Miserably. Now that door is shut, locked and sealed forever. The same hands that once betrayed you now tremble with regret. The same voices that once spoke against you now whisper your name in shame. The same hearts that took you for granted now ache for what they lost. Regret is a slow killer. It's waking up every morning knowing they made the biggest mistake of their life. It's seeing you glow from afar and realizing they'll never be close to it again. It's watching you rise while they sink in the mess they chose. And the worst part, they did it to themselves. You don't have to seek revenge. Their regret is punishment enough. Life has a way of making people reap what they sow. And the harvest? Oh, it's bitter. The same door they slammed in your face is now the one they're begging to walk through. But it's too late. Chosen ones, listen up. You were never meant to stay where you weren't valued. The rejection was the redirection. The betrayal was the breakthrough. You didn't lose anything, they did. And now they have to live with it. They thought they buried you, but they didn't know you were a seed. And now you've blossomed into something they can't reach, something they can only admire from a distance. The power of being chosen isn't just in what you survive, it's in what you become. So let them regret, let them suffer in silence, let them watch your victory from the sidelines. Because while they're drowning in what-ifs, you're walking into everything meant for you. If you feel this, if you know you're a chosen one, hit that like button, subscribe, and stay locked in. Because this isn't just a message, it's a movement, and we're only getting started. And now, let's break it down step by step. Trust me, if you're a true chosen one, you won't just want to stay till the end. You'll feel pulled to. Let's get started. Number 1. They fed off your light, then cursed the darkness when you left. They laughed when they had you, thinking you'd never leave. Now they cry in the emptiness, realizing they were only shining because they stood next to your fire. There's nothing more dangerous than someone who mistakes mercy for weakness. A fool will sit at your table, eat the food you provide, bask in the warmth of your presence, then turn around and spit on the very hands that fed them. They thought you were soft. They thought you were stupid. They thought you didn't see them playing both sides, throwing dirt on your name while smiling in your face. But the biggest mistake they made wasn't the betrayal. It was assuming you would stay. See, you weren't desperate for them. You weren't lacking anything. You weren't some lost soul begging for crumbs. You were the blessing. You were the force. You were the one holding everything together. And when you walked away, you didn't just leave. You took everything with you. They didn't just lose a person. They lost their safety net, their peace, their favor. And now they sit in the mess they created, choking on the same lies they once told about you. Regret is eating them alive, but their pride won't let them admit it. They tried to replace you. Oh, they thought it would be easy. Thought they could find another you, like people find loose change in their pocket. But what they never understood is that you weren't common. You weren't average. You weren't something they could pick up and put down whenever they pleased. And now they're stuck with the same emptiness they tried to leave you with. Now they see it. The void that can't be filled. The absence that weighs heavier than they ever expected. Their life after you is like drinking from a broken cup. No matter how much they try to fill it, it always leaks. But let's be clear, you're not the one suffering here. They are. You leveled up, you rose above. And what's funny, they never saw it coming. They were so sure you'd always be waiting, so convinced they had time to keep playing that they never realized you were watching them dig their own grave. And when you walked away, you didn't look back. They feel it now. Oh, they feel it. That silence, it's louder than every lie they told about you. That distance, it's colder than every moment they made you feel unwanted. That regret, it's sharper than every knife they stabbed in your back. But this isn't just about them. This is about you, chosen one. You were never weak. You were never desperate. You were never disposable. You were a lesson, and they had to learn it the hard way. So let them sit in their regrets. Let them wrestle with their demons. Let them wonder every night what life would have been like if they just valued what they had. Because here's the truth. Some people are only given one chance to stand beside greatness, and when they blow it, they never get another. And you're done being anyone's lesson. You're done being anyone's second choice. You're done dimming your light just so others can pretend they shine. Number 2, they thought dimming your light would make them shine. Now they're lost in their own darkness. Jealousy doesn't build, it destroys. And the biggest fools are the ones who think they can blow out someone else's candle to make theirs burn brighter. They couldn't handle your glow. It wasn't that you were trying too hard, being arrogant or taking up space that wasn't yours. No, you were just being you. And that alone was enough to make them uneasy. Every room you stepped into, the atmosphere shifted. People noticed you. People respected you. People were drawn to you like moths to a flame, not because you demanded attention, but because you carried something rare, something they couldn't replicate. And that burned them. Instead of seeing your presence as a sign to rise, to elevate, to be inspired, they saw it as a threat. Because every time you walked in, you reminded them of their own lack. Your confidence made their insecurities louder. Your success made their failures harder to ignore. Your light, it exposed their shadows, and they hated you for it. So what did they do? They did what small people always do. They whispered behind your back, took subtle jabs at your confidence, dropped little doubts in your ear, hoping you'd shrink yourself. They wanted you smaller. They wanted you unsure. They wanted you to question what was already written in your soul. Because in their mind, if they could make you doubt yourself, they could finally feel bigger. If they could get you to dim your light, they wouldn't have to face their own darkness. And the irony? You were never competing with them. You weren't in a race. You weren't stepping on anyone to climb. You were just being who you were meant to be, and that alone was enough to make them feel like they were losing. So they tried to cut you out. They betrayed you. They turned against you, thinking that if they could remove you from the picture, they'd finally shine. But that's the part they never understood. Light doesn't work that way. Your glow didn't just make you better. It made everything around you better, including them. And now they see it. The moment you walked away, their world dimmed. The attention they thought was meant for them, gone. The respect they assumed they'd inherit after pushing you out, nowhere to be found. Because what they failed to realize is this: light isn't something you steal. It's something you cultivate, and they never had it in them. So here they are, stuck in the same darkness they tried to throw you into, watching from the sidelines as you continue to rise, as you continue to glow, as you continue to be everything they once tried to suppress. And it burns, because they thought cutting you off would elevate them. It didn't. They thought slandering your name would bury you. It didn't. They thought replacing you would be easy. It wasn't. They had a front row seat to greatness, and instead of learning, they chose envy. And now they're sitting in the shadows of their own choices, watching you shine from a distance, knowing they'll never get close to that light again. And that's the part that burns the most, because they'll never outshine someone who wasn't even competing with them in the first place. So let them sit in their regrets. Let them battle their own demons. Let them live with the consequences of their own jealousy. Because you were never meant to be dimmed. You were never meant to blend in. You were never meant to shrink just to make someone else feel comfortable. You were meant to shine. Number 3, they traded gold for glitter. Now they're left with dust. Fools chase fireworks, thinking they'll light up the sky forever. But real power, real success, that's a slow-burning fire that never dies. They thought they were winning, thought they had it all figured out, thought taking shortcuts, chasing quick thrills, and picking the easy way out was the smarter move. And you were too slow for them, too patient, too focused on something they didn't have the vision to understand. But that's the thing about short-term thinkers. They only see what's right in front of them. They don't see the collapse coming. They don't realize that fast money disappears even faster, that empty relationships leave them more hollow than before, that cheap wins never last. So they made their choice. They bet against you. You were steady. You were building something real. You weren't rushing because true value doesn't come overnight. A strong foundation takes time. But they weren't interested in patience. They didn't care about loyalty, legacy, or anything that required effort. They wanted the rush, the fake applause, the easy way out, the illusion of success without actually doing the work. And for a moment, it looked like they were ahead. They flaunted their so-called victories, rubbed their choices in your face, acted like they had outsmarted you. They laughed, thinking you were missing out. But life is a ruthless teacher. And reality always exposes the truth. Because now those quick wins have vanished. The distractions they ran to, worthless. The people they chose over you, gone. The opportunities they thought were better, turned to dust. They thought they were stepping up, but really, they were just speeding toward their own downfall. And you weren't just waiting. You were growing. You were elevating. You were putting in the work, staying true to the vision, and moving with purpose. And now, you're not just surviving, you're thriving. While they sit there, looking around at the wreckage of their own choices, you're out here, winning. And, the best part? You did it the right way. You didn't take shortcuts. You didn't sell yourself out for temporary highs. You built something real. And now that it's paying off, they can't stand it. They thought you were losing. They thought you were the fool. But now, as they watch you rise, without them, without shortcuts, without selling your soul, the weight of their choices is crushing them. Because here's the truth. Short-term wins mean nothing when you lose something priceless. And what they lost was you. They didn't just lose your presence. They lost the future you were bringing with you. The success, the loyalty, the real connections. The kind of foundation that could have elevated them beyond their wildest dreams. But they weren't patient enough to see it. They weren't wise enough to hold on to it. And now, regret is their only companion. Because the worst kind of suffering isn't falling behind. It's knowing you had everything you needed to win, but you threw it away. And now, they're forced to watch you from the sidelines, winning without them, flourishing because you stayed true to the path, succeeding in ways they can never touch, because they chose the fast road, and it led to a dead end. So let them regret, let them watch, let them sit in the wreckage of their own choices, because you were never losing. You were just playing the long game, and you won. Number 4, they betrayed you and lost their divine protection. Some losses are more than regret, they're a curse. Betrayal isn't just about losing a person, it's about losing the favor, the protection, and the divine alignment that came with them. They thought they were just betraying you, just lying, just scheming, just turning their back on someone who had nothing but pure intentions. What they didn't realize is that betraying someone with a divine calling comes at a cost far greater than they ever expected. See, when you are chosen, you don't just walk into people's lives. You bring protection, wisdom, and favor. Your presence isn't just about companionship, it's about alignment. The blessings you carried weren't just yours, they spilled over onto them. Doors opened for them, not because they were special, but because they were connected to you. And they were too blind, too arrogant, too greedy to see it. They mistook your presence for something ordinary, when in reality, it was divinely orchestrated. You were placed in their life for a reason, to guide them, to elevate them, to shield them from storms they didn't even see coming. But instead of cherishing that, they chose betrayal. And that choice? It cost them everything. Because spiritual alignment isn't just some abstract concept. It's real. Favor is real. Protection is real. And when you betray someone with divine favor, you don't just lose the relationship, you lose access to the power that came with it. And now, they're feeling it. The same doors that used to swing open for them, locked. The opportunities that used to come so easily, gone. The peace they once had, replaced with chaos. And no, it's not punishment. It's spiritual cause and effect. When you act in deception, when you choose disloyalty, when you move against someone who was sent to uplift you, you shift yourself out of alignment. And the universe doesn't forget. They might try to act like everything is fine. They might put on a show, pretend they're unbothered, try to convince themselves they made the right choice. But deep down, they know. They feel the emptiness, the loss, the way things just don't seem to flow anymore. Because you weren't just someone, you were a force. And when you left, you took your light with you. Now, they watch you from a distance, seeing you rise higher, walk in your purpose, and receive blessings they no longer have access to. And nothing haunts a person more than realizing they had divine favor standing right next to them, and they threw it away. They thought they could betray you and walk away untouched. But karma doesn't forget addresses. Disloyalty carries consequences, and those consequences always come due. Some people think they can move recklessly, hurt good souls, and escape without repercussion. But what they fail to understand is that when you betray someone with divine favor, you don't just lose them, you lose everything that was tied to them. Now they sit in the same emptiness they tried to leave you in. No peace, no clarity, no alignment, just regret. And what stings the most? Watching you thrive, protected and guided by the same favor they threw away. Seeing you receive blessings that were once within their reach, but now they can't touch them. They made their choice, and the price? Far heavier than they ever imagined. Some betrayals don't just cost friendships, they cost futures. And when you betray someone aligned with the divine, you don't just lose them, you fall out of alignment with your own destiny. And that's a curse no one recovers from. Number 5. They were handed a blessing and fumbled it. Now they have to live with the consequences. Some people don't lose because life is unfair. They lose because they were given the answer and still chose to fail. You weren't just another person passing through their life. You were their test. Life doesn't place chosen ones in people's paths by accident. You were sent as an opportunity, as a bridge to something greater. You carried wisdom, peace, and elevation in your presence. You weren't just someone to know. You were someone to learn from, to grow with, to build beside. But they didn't get it. They didn't understand the assignment. Instead of appreciating what they had, they took it for granted. Instead of growing with you, they competed against you. Instead of recognizing you as a rare blessing, they treated you like an obstacle. And life doesn't reward fools. They had a golden opportunity to evolve, to level up, to experience a type of connection most people search their entire lives for. But their ego got in the way. Their selfishness blinded them. Their insecurities made them sabotage the very thing that was meant to bless them. They betrayed what was sent to heal them. And that was their biggest mistake. See, when life sends a chosen one into your world, it's never random. It's a chance to elevate. It's a moment where everything could change. And the universe is watching how they handle it, watching how they treat you, watching if they're ready for what they claim to want. They weren't. They thought you were just another person, someone replaceable, someone they could throw away and find again. But now they see. They see that you weren't just another connection. You were the key to something bigger. They see that their betrayal didn't just end a relationship, it cut off their own growth. They see that life doesn't just hand out second chances, and once a chosen one walks away, they don't come back. And that realization, it's eating them alive. Because they're watching you thrive. They're watching you evolve. They're watching you step into everything they could have experienced, but without them. And it stings. Not just because you moved on, not just because you're winning, but because deep down they know they did this to themselves. That's what regret really is. A slow burning punishment they can't escape. They lost the one person who genuinely wanted to see them grow. The one person who would have stood by them, pushed them, elevated them. And now they're stuck, trying to navigate a life that no longer makes sense. Because here's what they never realized. Your presence was the light guiding them, and without it, they're lost in their own darkness. And life isn't letting them forget. Every mistake they make now, a reminder. Every bad connection they run into, a consequence. Every failed attempt to replace you, a lesson they should have learned the first time. Because you weren't their enemy. You weren't their burden. You were their test. And they failed. Not because they weren't capable, not because they didn't have the chance, but because they let their demons win. And life has a way of making sure they feel that loss. Every single day. So let them regret. Let them sit in the silence of everything they threw away. Let them wrestle with the realization that they could have had something real, something rare, something divine. If only they had understood the assignment. And you don't look back. You don't lower yourself for anyone who was too blind to see your worth. Because you were never the one who lost. They were. Number 6. They sold their birthright for a bowl of lust. Now they starve in their own regret. Some people trade kingdoms for crumbs and wonder why they remain beggars. Lust is a cheap trick, a mirage in the desert, a fleeting high that leaves nothing but emptiness in its wake. But fools, they chase it like it's gold, never realizing they're trading something eternal for something temporary. That's exactly what they did when they betrayed you. They weren't just walking away from a relationship. They were walking away from a legacy. They were turning their backs on something that could have elevated them, aligned them with greatness, and given their life meaning beyond cheap thrills. But they didn't see that, no. They were too focused on the next rush, the next distraction, the next worthless indulgence that made them feel important for a moment, but left them hollow forever. And now they live in the aftermath of their own destruction. See, when you're chosen, when you carry a divine purpose, your presence isn't just a blessing, it's a generational shift. You don't just build relationships, you build empires. You don't just offer love, you offer elevation. And the people connected to you, they don't just receive affection, they receive access to a higher calling. But they threw it all away. For what? A fleeting thrill, a worthless moment of pleasure, the weak validation of someone who will never measure up to you. They thought they were winning, thought they were getting away with it, thought they were securing something better. But lust doesn't build, it only burns. It devours everything in its path, leaving behind only ashes. And now they're sitting in the ruins, staring at the emptiness where something great could have stood. Because what they had with you, that wasn't just love. That wasn't just companionship. That was purpose. That was alignment. That was the kind of connection that changes bloodlines, shifts realities, and alters destinies. But they weren't thinking about destiny. They were thinking about cheap thrills. They weren't thinking about building with you. They were thinking about selfishly indulging in whatever was easiest, whatever was most available, whatever fed their ego in the moment. And in doing so, they didn't just betray you. They betrayed their own future. Because chosen ones don't just impact lives, they impact generations. They could have stood beside you as you built, as you thrived, as you moved towards something bigger than both of you. Instead, they're left watching from the outside, realizing far too late that the door they slammed shut is the same one they now beg to walk through. But legacy doesn't wait. Purpose doesn't pause for fools who can't see its value. You didn't stop moving just because they made a reckless decision. No, you kept building. You kept growing. You kept aligning yourself with something greater. And now, you are untouchable to them. They see you now, standing firm, walking in purpose, glowing with something they can never have again. And they feel the loss in ways they can't even put into words. They see the difference. They see the gap between what they chose and what they could have had. And the worst part? They can't reverse it. There's no apology strong enough to restore what they destroyed. No shortcut to reclaiming the access they threw away. They made their bed, and now they have to rot in it. And trust me, it's rotting. They traded gold for garbage, and now they have to choke on the consequences. And you're done looking back. You were never meant to be an option, never meant to be a temporary fix, never meant to be one of many. You were the only, the first, the last, the one that doesn't come around twice. And now they know. But knowing doesn't mean they get another chance, because legacy doesn't double back. And once you lose it forever. Number 7, you were their mirror, and they shattered it to avoid the truth. People don't hate mirrors. They hate the reflection staring back at them. They thought they wanted truth. They swore they valued honesty. But what they really wanted? Comfort. Lies that would let them stay small. Excuses that would allow them to avoid the work. And distractions to keep them from facing who they really were. And then you walked in. Unapologetic. Real. Grounded. You weren't playing a role. You weren't adjusting yourself to fit in. You were exactly what they pretended to be, authentic. And that was the problem, because your presence didn't just inspire them, it exposed them. You became the mirror they couldn't escape, a reflection of everything they were too afraid to confront. Your confidence made their self-doubt scream. Your kindness made their bitterness impossible to ignore. Your growth made their stagnation feel like quicksand. And instead of rising to the challenge, instead of looking in that mirror and choosing to evolve, they chose to hate you for it. They lashed out, not because you wronged them, but because you revealed what was wrong with them. Every time they stood next to you, they felt the weight of their own limitations, their own fears, their own failures, and that burned. So what did they do? They did what cowards always do. They attacked the mirror instead of fixing the reflection. They tried to break you. They whispered, they sabotaged, they twisted your kindness into something ugly, all because facing the truth was harder than destroying the one who showed it to them. But here's what they never realized. Breaking the mirror doesn't change the truth. They thought removing you from their life would bring them peace, but all it did was leave them alone with the very demons they were trying to escape. Because the thing about mirrors, they don't just exist outside of you. Once you've seen the truth, you can't unsee it. And now they sit in their own discomfort. They thought their life would feel lighter without you, but instead it feels empty. They thought silencing your voice would quiet their self-doubt, but now it's louder than ever. They thought you were the problem, but now they're realizing the problem was always them. And you were never their enemy. You were their wake-up call, a call they refused to answer. Let them wrestle with their own reflection. Let them sit with the consequences of dodging their own growth. Because you're done shrinking for people who fear their own potential. Number 8. They chose fire over shelter. Now they're burning in their own flames. Some people don't want peace, they want destruction. And when they finally destroy everything good in their life, they stand in the ruins, pretending they don't know how the fire started. You weren't just love. You weren't just loyalty. You weren't just stability. You were the balance they never had, the calm they never knew, the safe place they didn't have to question. And instead of holding on to that, they ran toward chaos. Not because it was better, but because it was easier. See, to stand beside you, they would have had to grow. They would have had to heal. They would have had to face themselves. And that was too much work. Instead of embracing the foundation you offered, they chose dysfunction. They ran back to toxic patterns, to reckless decisions, to the kind of life that didn't require them to be better. Because that's the truth they won't admit. They didn't leave because you weren't enough. They left because they weren't enough for you. And now they're drowning in the very mess they chose over you. They thought chaos was freedom until it turned on them. Until the same games they played started playing them. Until the same betrayals they normalized came knocking at their own door. Until the same instability they ran toward became the very thing that keeps them up at night. And you moved forward. You healed. You leveled up. You reclaimed your peace. And they stayed stuck, trapped in the same patterns, repeating the same cycles, just with different faces, different places, but the same miserable results. Because that's the thing about choosing destruction over stability. It doesn't just hurt other people. It eventually consumes you. They thought they were escaping accountability. They thought they were escaping responsibility. But all they did was run straight into their own downfall. And now they sit there, choking on the consequences of their own actions, replaying the past, realizing too late that you weren't the problem. You were the solution. You weren't holding them back. You were holding them together. And without you, they're exactly where they belong, lost. Let them drown in the choices they made. Let them sit in the storm they created. Let them watch from the distance as you thrive in the peace they once had, but were too blind to appreciate. Because you were never meant to save someone who was hell-bent on self-destruction. Number 9. They thought they could rewrite the story without you. Now they're just strangers to their own destiny. Some people don't realize they were standing next to a masterpiece until they're locked outside the gallery. They had a place in your journey, a real place. They weren't just extras in the background, not just temporary faces passing through. No, they were meant to build with you, rise with you, stand beside you as part of something greater. But they threw it away. They thought you needed them. They thought they could step over you, betray you, or walk away, and still be part of the winning story. They thought you were just a phase, just another moment in time that wouldn't matter once they moved on. But you weren't just a chapter. You were the whole damn book. And now they're stuck outside the story they were meant to be in, watching from a distance as you evolve, as you win, as you create something legendary without them. At first, they didn't feel it. At first, they celebrated, thought they made the right choice, thought they were better off, thought they could do better than you. Then time started talking, and now they see it. They see that you weren't just another person in their life. You were the shift, the game changer, the opportunity they were too blind to recognize. And the cruelest part? They can't go back. See, some doors don't reopen. Some exits don't come with a return ticket. Some betrayals are permanent. And they wrote themselves out of your future with the choices they made. Now they're stuck in a past that no longer fits, watching you rise while they stand still, realizing too late that they didn't just lose you, they lost everything that came with you. Your favor, your wisdom, your protection, your energy. They thought you were replaceable. Now they know you weren't. And here's the part that haunts them the most. You didn't just survive without them. You thrived. They expected you to struggle, to fall apart, to fail. But instead, you grew stronger, wiser, untouchable. And the higher you rise, the further away they seem. That regret? It's a slow poison. It's waking up every day knowing they could have been part of something extraordinary. But they chose wrong. And now, they're outsiders, strangers to a future they were supposed to be part of. Let them watch. Let them regret. Let them sit in the silence of their own choices. Because you were never the one losing anything. Number 10. They didn't just lose you. They lost access to the person you became. You can't betray someone and then expect to meet them in the same place you left them. Life doesn't work like that. People evolve, doors close, and once they're locked, they don't reopen. When they walked away, they thought they were making a choice that wouldn't matter, thought they could leave, explore their options, and waltz back in whenever they pleased. They assumed you'd always be there, waiting, unchanged, frozen in time. But what they failed to realize is that you were never stagnant. You were growing, evolving, transforming into something they would no longer recognize. The person they walked out on. That version of you no longer exists. Every moment they spent away from you, you were becoming someone stronger. Every betrayal, every heartbreak, every moment of doubt, you turned it into fuel. While they were busy playing games, you were busy leveling up. While they were chasing distractions, you were building something real. And now they're standing at a locked door, knocking, hoping to get back in, only to realize that key no longer fits. See, when they walked away, they didn't just lose access to you. They lost access to everything you've become, the wisdom you've gained, the strength you've built, the success you've stepped into. And the irony, that's the version they needed the most. They threw away a work in progress, thinking they knew the final outcome, thought they could discard you and still reap the benefits of your growth. But that's not how life works. You don't get to walk away from greatness and still expect to bask in its glow. The person they once knew, the one who tolerated their nonsense, the one who forgave too easily, the one who gave without limits. She's gone, and the version of you that exists now, they'll never have access to her. Now they sit in regret, watching from a distance, wishing they could turn back time. But they can't, because you don't backtrack, you don't reopen closed doors, you don't entertain the same demons you fought so hard to escape. They made their choice, and now they have to live with it. You were a blessing they misjudged, a gift they mishandled, a rare gem they mistook for ordinary. And now they realize it too late. So let them watch, let them wonder, let them regret, because you've moved on to bigger things. Number 11. They thought betraying you was just another choice. Now it's a lifetime sentence. Some mistakes fade with time. Others follow you like a shadow, whispering, "What if?" until your last breath. They thought they were just making one decision, just taking one gamble. They thought choosing against you was just a small, forgettable moment in their life. They had no idea that single choice would be the weight they carry forever. Because here's what they didn't understand. Your worth was never up for debate. Your value wasn't tied to their approval. Your destiny wasn't in their hands. You were never just an option. You were the opportunity, the chance to grow, to evolve, to step into something greater. And they threw it away. For what? A cheap thrill, a temporary win, a moment of ego. They traded gold for dust, loyalty for lies, a masterpiece for a mess. And at the time, it felt like nothing. They laughed, they celebrated, they convinced themselves they had won. But what they didn't realize, they weren't betting against you, they were betting against themselves. And now, they lost. They lost the peace they took for granted, the light you brought into their world, the doors that were opening simply because of your presence. They didn't just betray you, they betrayed the future they could have had if they had just chosen differently. Regret isn't just a passing thought, it's a disease. It infects the mind, rewinds time in slow motion, forces you to relive your worst mistakes over and over again. And now, that's their reality. Because you didn't just move on, you leveled up. They thought you would fall apart without them. Instead, you became unstoppable. They thought your absence wouldn't matter. Instead, it haunts them every single day. They thought they could replace you easily. Instead, they found out you were one of one. Now, they're stuck watching your glow from a distance, knowing they can never stand in that light again. They're forced to see you thrive while they sink deeper into the mess they created. And the worst part? They can't do anything about it. They'll try to numb the regret, but it won't work. They'll chase distractions, but the truth will always find them. They'll try to convince themselves they don't care, but every time they hear your name, it stings. Every time they see you winning, it burns. Because regret isn't just about what they lost. It's about what they could have been. With you, they had a path to growth, strength, and success. They had someone who believed in them, someone who saw their potential, someone who would have stood by them through it all. But they threw that away. And now they're stuck with the version of themselves that made that choice. The weaker, smaller, insecure version that didn't have the courage to grow. The version that thought playing games was more important than building something real. The version that bet against their own future and lost. Some mistakes can be undone. This isn't one of them, and you don't even have to do anything. Life is handling them for you. Their karma is their regret. Their punishment is knowing they had something rare, pure, and irreplaceable, and they destroyed it with their own hands. That's the thing about being chosen. Your absence is felt more than your presence ever was. Let them sit with that. Let them wrestle with it. Let them feel the weight of every choice they made. Because you've already won. Number 12. They didn't just lose you, they lost their own future. Some people don't realize they're destroying their own destiny until it's too late. But by the time they see the damage, the door is already locked and you're gone forever. They thought letting you go was just another choice. They thought betraying you was just another move in their selfish game. They believed they could cut you off, walk away, and keep moving like nothing happened. But what they never saw coming was the collapse. Because they didn't just lose you, they lost everything attached to you. Your presence wasn't just another piece of their life. It was the very foundation keeping them stable. The wisdom, the peace, the protection, the opportunities, all of it walked out the door with you. They didn't just betray a person, they betrayed their own future, because everything they could have been was tied to the version of themselves that stood beside you. And now they have to live with it. At first, they didn't feel it. Some even celebrated, convinced they had made the right choice. They surrounded themselves with distractions, chased after cheap replacements, and convinced themselves they had leveled up. But time reveals everything. One by one, the illusions crumbled. The fake friends disappeared. The empty thrills lost their appeal. The satisfaction of betraying you faded into nothing, and reality hit them like a storm they never saw coming. Because here's the thing, you weren't the problem. You were the answer. You were the one who elevated their thinking. You were the one who pushed them toward greatness. You were the one who brought them peace in a world of chaos. And now they're stuck with who they really are. No guidance, no protection, no wisdom, no favor. They used to shine, not because of who they were, but because they were standing next to your light. And now, left alone, they're struggling in the darkness they created. They thought they were outgrowing you. Turns out they were shrinking without you. That's the price of arrogance. That's the cost of betraying someone who was sent to help you grow. Some mistakes can be fixed, some bridges can be rebuilt, but not this one. Some losses are permanent. They'll try to act like they don't care. They'll pretend like they don't feel the absence. But you know the truth. They feel it every time they struggle with something you used to make easy. They feel it every time they look around and realize they have no real support. They feel it every time they see you winning from a distance, knowing they'll never have access to that version of you again. And the worst part, they're not just mourning the loss of you. They're mourning the loss of who they could have been if only they had chosen differently. Because that's the thing about chosen ones. When you enter someone's life, you give them the opportunity to step into something greater. You weren't just a person, you were a path. A path to growth, to healing, to elevation. And they rejected it. So now, while you're building a future full of purpose, full of strength, full of everything they once had access to, they're stuck watching from the sidelines. And that's their karma. Not revenge, not punishment, just the raw, undeniable truth that they played themselves. That they had a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity and let it slip through their fingers. They'll spend years, maybe even a lifetime, looking back at that moment, at that choice, and realizing they made the worst mistake of their life. But you're not looking back. You're rising, you're thriving, you're stepping into everything meant for you without them. And that's exactly how it's supposed to be. Number 13. They chose the shortcut. Now they're stuck in a dead end. Some people want success without struggle, rewards without effort, and loyalty without commitment. But shortcuts never lead to real destinations, only dead ends. They thought they were being smart, thought they were playing the game better than you. While you were grinding, growing, building something solid, they were looking for the easy way out. Why put in the effort when they could cheat the system? Why value what's real when they could chase what's fast, flashy, and fake? They thought they had outsmarted you, thought they could take from you, betray you, leave you behind, and still win. But life doesn't work that way, because shortcuts? They always cost more in the end. And now they're feeling it. The easy path they took led them straight into a trap. The people they ran to were never built to last. The games they played ended up playing them. They thought they could cut corners and still end up ahead. But when you avoid the work, you avoid the reward. And now, while you've been elevating, they've been declining. They traded loyalty for betrayal. They chose temporary pleasure over permanent stability. They mistook opportunity for obligation, and now it's gone. And the worst part, they know they did it to themselves. See, here's the thing about real success, real peace, real happiness. It's earned. It's built brick by brick with patience, with integrity, with sacrifice. There are no shortcuts to greatness. And while they were cutting corners, you were building a foundation. Now, they're watching from the sidelines, stuck, stagnant, trapped in the same cycles they thought they could escape. And every day, they realize the truth. You didn't lose them. They lost you. They thought they could come back, thought they could double back to the road they abandoned. But some roads don't let you turn around. And you're too far ahead now. Their regret is their prison. Their past choices are the chains around their ankles. They wanted quick results, but they never wanted to do the work. And now they're paying the price. Because shortcuts never lead to the finish line. They only lead to regret. And you took the long road, the hard road, the road that tested you, but also transformed you. You built something real while they chased illusions. And now they see it. Let them sit in their dead end. Let them wrestle with their mistakes. Let them realize that what they threw away was the only real thing they ever had. Because you're still rising. Number 14. They traded loyalty for lies. Now they're drowning in regret. Betrayal is like a debt. Sooner or later, it has to be paid. And regret, that's the interest they'll be paying for life. They had everything: your trust, your loyalty, your presence, your energy. They had someone who stood by them, someone who showed up, someone who genuinely wanted to see them win. And what did they do with that? They gambled it away. For what? For lies, for illusions, for empty promises. They thought they were smart, thought they were playing the game, pulling the strings, controlling the outcome. They convinced themselves that disloyalty would come with no consequences, that they could betray you, walk away unscathed, and still win. But life doesn't work that way. Loyalty isn't replaceable, and once it's lost forever. Now they're left with nothing but the truth they tried so hard to avoid. Because here's what they never saw coming. You weren't just another person in their life. You were the foundation, the security, the rare blessing they never deserved in the first place. You gave them chances. You showed them grace. You stayed longer than you should have. And they mistook that for weakness. They thought you were blind to the deception, thought you'd never find out, thought they could keep you close while betraying you behind your back. But what they didn't realize is that the chosen ones always see the truth, even before it's revealed. Your intuition, unmatched. Your ability to read energy, unstoppable. And when you finally walked away, you didn't just leave them behind. You left them to deal with themselves. Now, they sit in the aftermath of their choices, staring at the ruins of what could have been. And the worst part? The lies they traded you for turned out to be worthless. The people they sided with, gone. The situations they thought were better, empty. The future they imagined without you, a nightmare. They didn't just lose you, they lost the best version of themselves. Because you weren't just someone in their life. You were the one who brought meaning, who brought vision, who inspired them to be more. And now, without you, they're lost, drowning, choking on regret. Because loyalty isn't just a word, it's a currency. and they spent all theirs on something that had no value. And you didn't lose anything. They did. They thought replacing you would be easy, thought they could move on like nothing happened, thought they could just find another you. But they're learning the hard way. You were one of one. And the saddest part, they'll never admit it. Oh, they'll pretend. They'll act like they're unbothered, like they made the right choice, like they have no regrets. But deep down, they know. Every night when the distractions fade, when the noise dies down, when it's just them and their thoughts, they feel it. That empty space, that void, that loss. Because betrayal has a way of coming full circle. And now they're trapped in the very pain they tried to put you through. But here's the thing, you don't even care anymore. You're past it. You've healed. You've built something stronger, better, untouchable. While they sit in regret, you're moving forward. While they watch from a distance, you're thriving. And that's what haunts them the most. They expected you to fall apart. Instead, you became unstoppable. They thought they had the power. Instead, you walked away and took everything with you. They thought their lies would destroy you. Instead, they destroyed themselves. And that's the price of trading loyalty for lies. And now, here we are. The dust has settled. The truth has revealed itself. And they are left with nothing but their own regret, a debt they'll be paying for life. You were the blessing they misjudged, the light they tried to dim, the loyalty they betrayed. But in the end, you won. Not through revenge, not through bitterness, but by rising, thriving, and leaving them behind. If this spoke to your soul, smash that like button, subscribe, and drop 77 in the comments. Share this with someone who needs this message. Your glow is unstoppable. Keep shining. To those who seek to control you, silence you, and break you, I have bad news for them. No matter how hard they try, they will fail, because they cannot kill what was sent by forces beyond their reach. And that force is you. Read that again. Let it sink in. You, the chosen ones, the warriors they fear, the ones who were never meant to be controlled, you have already won. The second you woke up, their power over you shattered. No matter what they do, no matter how much they plot, they can't stop you. Because you weren't created by them, and you damn sure won't be destroyed by them. They may control the banks, the corporations, the governments, and the institutions, but they do not control you. They have tried to erase people like you from history, and yet here you are. They have burned books, silenced voices, and waged wars, and yet here you stand. They cannot imprison something that was never meant to bow. They cannot break something that was built to fight. And to you, yes, you, the chosen one reading this is your confirmation. You were never crazy. You were never weak. You were never alone. Your presence here means you feel it. The pull, the fire, the truth that's been buried under years of lies. This is not just another video. This is a warning to those who have tried to keep you down, and a wake-up call for the ones ready to rise. If you're done playing their game, if you're ready to step into what you were born to be, smash that like button, hit subscribe, and drop 777 in the comments to show them you're still here, unbroken, unstoppable. And now, let's get into it step by step. But listen to me. If you are a true chosen one, you won't just watch this. You'll feel it. The pull, the fire, the knowing. And if you feel it, then you already know you need to stay till the end. Let's begin. So here's what really terrifies them. You don't fear them. You don't fear their lies, their tactics, or their desperate attempts to suppress you. You see through the illusion. You see through their fake wars, their controlled opposition, their psychological games. They thought they could keep you asleep forever. They thought they could keep you distracted with false leaders, poisoned food, and mind-numbing entertainment. They failed. You are a glitch in their perfect system, a virus in their program, a storm in their sky, and they know this. That's why they've been after you since birth. Not with weapons. No, they're too smart for that. Instead, they used labels. Too rebellious, too sensitive, too difficult to manage. They sent teachers, doctors, politicians, and the media to beat you into submission. They tried to drown you in debt, addiction, fear, and chaos. But they forgot something. They can't stop a force that was never theirs to control, and that force is you. Listen to me. The war against you started before you could even speak. They knew who you were before you did. That's why your life has been harder than most. That's why you've been misunderstood, rejected, and targeted. That's why nothing has ever felt normal, because you were never meant to be normal. You are not here to follow the rules. You are not here to obey. You are here to lead, to break, to rebuild. You are the reckoning. Every time you wake up, every time you refuse to follow the script, every time you challenge the system, you set off alarms in places you cannot even see. They fear what happens when too many of us wake up. They fear what happens when we remember who we are. Because the moment we stop fighting each other, the moment we stop playing their game, they lose everything. That's why they keep you distracted. That's why they flood the world with nonsense. They need you weak. They need you doubting yourself. They need you wasting your energy on things that don't matter. Because the second you step into your true power, their entire system collapses. So now, the question is, what are you going to do? Are you going to keep doubting yourself? Are you going to keep following their script? Or are you going to rise? The time for waiting is over. The war is here. The system is crumbling. And you are the storm that will finish the job. If you feel this message, if something inside you knows you were never meant to follow, then do what they don't want you to do. Wake up more people. Simply press the like button under this video. Subscribe. This will help spread this video to more chosen ones. The more of us that rise, the faster their reign ends. This is not a game. This is a calling. And if you're hearing this message, then you already know you were born for this. Number 1. They built their empire on lies, but you were born to burn it down. The greatest mistake they ever made was letting you survive, because now you are not just awake, you are unstoppable. They thought they could erase you before you even realized who you were. They thought if they buried you deep enough in distractions, doubt, and fear, you would never find the blueprint hidden within you, the one that doesn't just challenge their world, but destroys it. They were wrong. From the moment you took your first breath, you carried something dangerous, something they couldn't control. It wasn't just talent, it wasn't just intelligence, it was something much worse in their eyes. Awareness, the ability to see what others accept without question, to question what was never meant to be questioned, to know deep down that the way things are isn't the way they're supposed to be. And that makes you a threat, because their empire, this illusion they've built, only stands as long as people believe in it. The moment someone like you sees through it, the cracks begin to show. And the moment you act on what you know, the whole thing starts to collapse. This is why they've been after you since birth. This is why life has felt like a battlefield before you even knew what war you were fighting. Every system, every rule, every expectation placed on you was never about guiding you. It was about containing you. Because the moment you stop bending to their script, you start rewriting it. But let's make one thing clear. This isn't about rebellion for rebellion's sake. This isn't about breaking things just to break them. No, this is something far greater. This is about creation. Because you don't just destroy what's broken, you build what's real. You were wired differently. You think differently. You see solutions before others even recognize the problem. Your mind doesn't follow the programmed paths laid out for the masses. It carves new ones, and that is why they fear you. They thrive on control, on keeping people small, scared, obedient, on making sure no one dares to question, let alone challenge, the invisible chains that keep this world running in their favor. But you were born to tear those chains apart, not with mindless chaos, not with empty rage, but with vision, with precision, with the kind of power that doesn't just remove what's corrupt, but replaces it with something greater. And they know this. That's why they attack you differently. They don't just put up barriers in your path. They try to break you from the inside out. They whisper lies in your mind before you even understand who you are. You're too different. You're too much. You'll never fit in. No one will ever understand you. These aren't just words. These are weapons, designed to make you doubt the very thing that makes you powerful. Designed to make you abandon your own blueprint before you ever get the chance to use it. Because they know the truth. The moment you fully embrace who you are, the moment you stop apologizing, stop doubting, stop hesitating, their world ends. And here's the twist. Your blueprint, the one they've been trying to erase. It's not just a part of you. It is you. It's written into your DNA. It's woven into your soul. It cannot be destroyed. It cannot be erased. No matter how much they try to bury it, it will always be there, waiting for you to see it, waiting for you to unleash it, waiting for you to become exactly what you were always meant to be. And when that happens, the world they've built will never look the same again. Number 2, your existence alone shatters their illusions, and that's why they fear you. The greatest power isn't in the words you speak or the actions you take. It's in the silent, undeniable force of who you are, and that alone is enough to bring their entire world crashing down. You don't have to fight. You don't have to argue. You don't have to demand attention. Your presence alone is a weapon. When you enter a room, the air changes. People shift uncomfortably. They avert their eyes. They struggle to hold their composure. It's not because you've done anything. It's because something inside them senses the truth. You see beyond the surface. You see them, not the version they pretend to be, not the persona they carefully craft, but the raw, unfiltered reality of who they are underneath it all. And most people cannot handle that. You don't just listen to words, you hear what's behind them. You don't just meet people's eyes, you look through them. You don't just exist, you expose. And in a world built on deception, facades and illusions, that makes you the most dangerous person in the room. People don't fear you because of what you do. They fear you because of what you force them to see. You are a mirror, a living, breathing reflection of the truths they have spent their entire lives running from. And when faced with the choice of confronting their shadows or attacking the one who exposed them, most people will choose the latter. This is why some people have hated you without reason, why they have misunderstood you, rejected you, or tried to break you. They don't even know why. All they know is that being around you forces them to confront something they would rather keep buried. You threaten their comfort, their carefully curated illusions. It's not that you intend to expose them. It's simply what happens when you exist in your truth. And the more unapologetic you become, the more their fragile realities begin to crumble. But it's not just individuals who fear this. Entire systems of power have worked tirelessly to keep you small. They saw your kind coming long before you were even born. They knew that if people like you were left unchecked, their empire built on deception and obedience would not survive. So they programmed society to suppress you. They told you that you were too much, that you think too deeply, that you're too intense, that you need to just go along with things. They tried to drown your fire before it could burn down their lies. They rely on people staying blind, blind to their own power, blind to their own potential, blind to the fact that they are living in a cage that was built around them before they even had the chance to question it. But you don't just see the cage, you force others to see it too. That's why your presence is disruptive. That's why, without even trying, you shake people to their core. You make them question. And the moment they start to question, the chains that have bound them for so long begin to weaken. This is why they distract you, drain you, and make you doubt yourself. Because they know what happens if you fully step into what you are. They know that once you embrace your power, once you realize that you don't have to do anything to make their world fall apart, just be, then it's over for them, because their power is not real. It is an illusion, and all it takes is one beam of light to expose the darkness they have thrived in for centuries. You are that light. You are the fire they have spent their lives trying to extinguish. That's why they call you intimidating, why they try to silence you, why they try to make you feel small. Not because you're actually a threat to them physically, but because you threaten the lies they live by. The entire world they have built is a house of cards, and you are the storm that makes it all collapse. But here's the truth. Your power isn't something you have to find. It's not something you have to earn. It's already there. It always has been. And the only thing they fear more than your presence is the day you stop holding it back. Because when you stop dimming your light, when you stop shrinking yourself, when you stop apologizing for the way your very existence exposes the illusions they've built their world on, then their reign is over. That's why they fear you. That's why they fought so hard to suppress you. But what they don't realize is that suppression only makes the fire stronger. The more they push you down, the more pressure they build. And when you finally unleash everything they tried to take from you, it won't just be a spark. It will be a wildfire. And no system, no lie, no illusion will survive it. Number 3. They tried to break you by calling you weak, but your sensitivity is the weapon that will end them. They called it a flaw, a burden, a weakness. They wanted you to believe that feeling deeply made you fragile. But the truth? Your sensitivity is the one thing they will never be able to control, and that makes you more powerful than they will ever be. From the moment you were born, they saw it in you. That depth, that intensity, the way you felt things stronger than most, the way you picked up on what wasn't being said. And instead of teaching you to harness it, they tried to bury it. They slapped labels on you, too sensitive, too dramatic, too emotional, too much. Not because they believed those words, but because they feared what would happen if you ever realized the truth. Your sensitivity was never the problem. Their world was. This system wasn't designed for people like you. It was built to harden people, to strip them of their ability to feel, to make them accept cruelty, injustice, and lies as just the way things are. But you couldn't be hardened. You refused to go numb. No matter how much they tried to make you believe that your feelings were a burden, you never lost your ability to see, to feel, to know. And that made you dangerous. Because sensitivity is not just about emotions. It's about perception. It's about picking up on what others miss. The tension in a room, the lie hidden behind a smile, the fear behind someone's anger. You have a built-in radar for truth, a natural ability to sense what is real and what is fake. And in a world built on deception, that makes you a serious threat. They tried to convince you that your depth was a weakness, that you needed to toughen up, grow thicker skin, or stop being so sensitive. But what they really wanted was for you to stop noticing, to stop questioning, to stop feeling the cracks in their system. Because the moment you fully accept your sensitivity for what it truly is, an unstoppable force, their illusion collapses. That's why they attacked you differently. They didn't just come at you with force, they came at you with confusion. They tried to make you doubt yourself, second-guess your instincts, apologize for your intensity. They flooded your life with distractions, overwhelm, and chaos, hoping it would drown out the truth that was always whispering inside you. Your feelings were never the enemy. They were the key. Sensitivity isn't fragility. It's power. It's the ability to connect, to understand, to transform. While others go through life on autopilot, numb and detached, you experience it fully, with an intensity they can't even comprehend. And that scares them to death. Because sensitivity doesn't just mean you feel your own pain, it means you feel the collective pain. You sense the suffering they want to ignore. You recognize the injustices they try to normalize. You see through the lies they tell themselves. You see the humanity they've spent generations trying to erase. That's why they wanted to break you. That's why they needed you to believe that being numb was the only way to survive. Because if you ever realized the full extent of your power, if you ever embraced the truth of what you are, you wouldn't just change yourself, you would change everything. And here's what they didn't expect. The more they tried to silence your heart, the stronger it grew. The more they tried to bury your sensitivity, the deeper it rooted itself inside you. Every attempt to break you only refined you. Every lie they told you only pushed you closer to the truth. Every attempt to weaken you only made you unstoppable. Your sensitivity is not your weakness. It is your weapon. And now they know it's only a matter of time before you start using it. Number 4. You were born with the codes that will end their control, and they've been trying to stop you since day one. They built this world like a prison, carefully designing every system to keep people blind, obedient, and trapped. But they made one fatal mistake. They let you exist. And you were born holding the key that unlocks everything they've fought to protect. From the very beginning, you've known something was off. While others moved through life without question, you felt the weight of something unseen. It wasn't paranoia. It wasn't imagination. It was awareness. A deep, undeniable knowing that the world as it stands is nothing but a rigged game designed to keep people asleep. And here's what they never want you to figure out. You were born with the ability to wake them up. Your mind has never worked like everyone else's. Where others see random events, you see patterns. Where others accept the rules as they are, you instinctively question them. While they focus on the distractions thrown at them, your mind drifts beyond the noise, piecing together truths that were meant to stay buried. This isn't just intelligence. This is something far more dangerous. This is perception at a level that threatens everything they have built. You weren't made to fit into their system. You were made to dismantle it. They designed their world to keep people running in circles, chasing money, status, false security, never stopping long enough to ask the real questions. But you saw through it. Even when you didn't have the words for it, even when you doubted yourself, you knew. You could sense the cracks in their carefully structured illusion. You could see where the lies didn't line up. And every time you questioned, every time you pulled at the threads, their world became weaker. This is why they've been after you from the start. They could sense, long before you could, that you were different, that you carried something dangerous inside you. Not just rebellion, not just defiance, but understanding. The ability to see the invisible chains that keep humanity locked in place. And worse, the ability to show others. They have spent centuries perfecting their control. Governments, economies, social structures, every piece of their system was built to keep the majority in check, to keep people so busy, so tired, so distracted, that they never realize they're standing in a cage. But you see the door, you see the lock, you see the way out. And if you ever figured out how to use that knowledge, if you ever realized that you weren't alone, that there are others like you, all carrying the same codes, their entire empire would collapse overnight. This is what terrifies them. Your mind doesn't follow their rules. While they plan in straight lines, you move in ways they cannot predict. While they reinforce their system with fear, you dismantle it with truth. And the scariest part for them, you don't just dream of a better world, you see exactly how it could work. A world without their control, without their manipulations, without their chains. A world built on something they can't even comprehend, because they have spent their lives suppressing the very thing that you were born to bring back. They tried to program you to doubt yourself. They flooded your life with distractions, fed you misinformation, made you question your own instincts. They wanted you to forget what you were capable of. But no matter how hard they tried, they could never fully erase it. Because the truth is embedded in who you are. Every thought you've ever had that didn't align with the mainstream narrative, every time you've felt something deeper than what was presented to you, every moment of clarity that has struck you out of nowhere, those were the codes activating inside you. And now, you are closer than ever to unlocking them completely. This is why you've felt resistance at every turn. This is why life has thrown obstacles at you, tried to break you, tried to wear you down. Because the moment you fully step into who you are, their game is over. They know you're not here to play by their rules. They know you're here to change the entire game. And the only question that remains is, when will you decide to stop holding back? Number 5. You were born to break their illusions, and they can't stop what's in your DNA. They built their world on fragile lies and prayed no one would notice. Then you came along, and without even trying, you exposed everything they fought to protect. You weren't made to comply. You weren't made to follow. You were made to tear down what's broken and create something unstoppable. From the moment you opened your eyes to this world, something felt wrong. While others moved through life without question, you noticed. Where they saw order, you saw cracks. Where they found stability, you sensed stagnation. While they accepted things as they were, something inside you refused. It wasn't rebellion for the sake of rebellion. It wasn't about being difficult or refusing to fit in. It was simply who you are. You see through the surface, past the illusions, straight into the rotting core of what they pretend is solid. And you don't just see it, you feel it, like an itch beneath your skin, like a fire in your chest that refuses to die until something changes. That's why disruption is in your DNA. It's not a choice. It's not a phase. It's who you are. And that's exactly why they feared you from the beginning. They label you a troublemaker, an outcast, someone who can't just leave well enough alone. But deep down, they know the truth. You're not disrupting for the sake of chaos. You're disrupting because the system they cling to is rotting from the inside. They feel it too, but they don't have the courage to face it. So instead, they try to silence you. But here's the thing about illusions. Once someone sees through them, they start to crumble. And you You don't even have to try. Your mere existence makes them uncomfortable, because when you refuse to play along, when you ask the questions they won't dare ask, you force them to confront what they've been avoiding their entire lives. They call it peace. You call it blind submission. They call it tradition. You call it a cage. They tell you to just accept things the way they are. But you know better. You know that real change doesn't come from tweaking a broken system. It comes from breaking it entirely and rebuilding something better. And that is why they work so hard to keep you distracted, drained, doubting yourself. Because as long as they can make you question your own instincts, they can keep their illusion alive just a little longer. But their time is running out. Because you weren't born to blend in. You weren't born to obey. You were born to challenge, to expose, to build anew. And no matter how hard they try to resist it, they can't stop what's in your DNA. Number 6. They built this world to break you, but instead, it made you unstoppable. They designed everything to crush you before you could rise. They placed obstacles in your path before you could even walk. They rigged the game against you before you even knew you were playing. But their greatest mistake, thinking you would stay down, thinking you would surrender, thinking you wouldn't figure out that every attempt to break you was actually forging something far more powerful. The world you were born into was never neutral. It was never fair. It wasn't a blank slate waiting for you to carve out your own path. No, it was a battlefield designed to keep you crawling before you even had the chance to stand. From the moment you took your first breath, the odds were stacked against you. And that wasn't by accident. Every challenge, every betrayal, every system that worked against you, it was all part of something deeper, a structure built to weaken you before you could realize your strength. They didn't want you to grow. They didn't want you to see through the illusion. They needed you to believe that you were powerless, that your struggles were random, that your suffering was meaningless. Because if they could make you question your worth, if they could convince you that you were small and insignificant, they would never have to face the truth, that you were always meant to be more than they could control. So they made you the outsider. They made you question your own nature. They labeled your differences as flaws, your instincts as wrong, your thoughts as dangerous. They wanted you to feel isolated, disconnected, lost. They hoped you'd spend your life trying to fit in, to silence yourself, to mold into something safe. Because as long as you were busy chasing their version of normal, you'd never realize that you were never meant to fit their mold in the first place. But what they didn't count on was your resilience. Every moment of suffering, every betrayal that shattered your trust, every wall they put in your way, none of it destroyed you. It did the opposite. It forged you. While others broke under the weight of their struggles, you adapted. You didn't just survive the pain. They handed you the very fire that would one day consume everything they built. Where they tried to make you weak, you grew stronger. Where they tried to keep you confused, you gained clarity. Where they tried to isolate you, you built an unshakable foundation within yourself. You began to see the patterns. You began to understand that every single attack wasn't just meant to hurt you. It was meant to shape you. And that realization changed everything. Because they underestimated you. They thought you would stay asleep. They thought you would stay broken. They never saw the moment coming when you would wake up and realize you weren't just enduring the storm, you were becoming it. And now, every scar, every lesson, every ounce of resilience is a weapon of wisdom they can never take from you. You weren't built to break. You were built to rise. Number 7. You are a walking revolution, and they fear the fire you carry. Revolutions don't always start with battle cries. Sometimes they start with a single person who refuses to bow, a single presence that makes others question everything they were told to accept. And that person, that's you. You don't need a stage. You don't need a megaphone. You don't need to wave a flag or shout demands for change. Your revolution isn't loud, it's felt. Without even trying, without even realizing it, your existence alone sends shockwaves through the world around you. People notice you, even if they can't put their finger on why. There's something about you, a quiet defiance, an unshaken resolve, a refusal to blindly conform, that makes them uneasy. They feel it, they sense it. You don't have to scream to be heard. Sometimes silence is louder than 1,000 voices. Your presence alone carries weight. Your energy shifts the air in the room. Your thoughts, even when unspoken, challenge the script they were told to follow. You question what they were programmed to accept. And when you do, something dangerous happens. You plant a seed, a thought they can't unthink, a crack in the foundation of their illusions. This is why they fear you. Oppressive systems rely on obedience, on predictability. They thrive when people follow the script without hesitation, without thinking, without questioning. But you don't follow scripts. You write your own. You exist outside their control, outside their narratives. And when people see that, when they witness someone living outside the system, outside the illusion, and thriving, it does something to them. It makes them question. And that is the most dangerous thing of all. It's not just about what you say, what you do, or what you stand for. It's also about what you don't do, what you refuse to accept, what you reject without needing to argue, the way you move, the way you think, the way you refuse to bend to the pressure to conform. It sends signals. People watch. Even when they don't admit it, even when they pretend not to notice. They feel your resistance, and it shakes something deep within them. You are not just another cog in the machine. You are a disruption, a force of nature, a reminder that there is another way, that they don't have to accept the chains they were given, that they don't have to settle for a life dictated by unseen hands. And once a person begins to question their reality, there is no going back. This is why you have always felt different. This is why the world has resisted you, tried to wear you down, tried to silence your fire before it could spread. But here's the truth. They can't stop what you are. They can't erase the impact you leave, because revolutions aren't always loud. Sometimes they start with people like you, the ones who don't even realize they are setting the world on fire, simply by existing. Number 8. They built their world on lies, and you were born to see through every one of them. They thrive in the shadows, hiding behind illusions, deception, and carefully crafted facades. But then you came along, and without effort, without even trying, you saw through it all. And that is what terrifies them the most. There's something about the way you perceive the world that unnerves them. It's not just what you see, it's what you see through. While most people are distracted by the surface, by the noise, by the carefully placed narratives meant to keep them blind, you notice the patterns beneath it all, the hidden motives, the quiet manipulations, the lies dressed up as truth. It's not something you force, it's simply how your awareness works, and that makes you dangerous, because deception only works when people don't recognize it. Manipulation only thrives when it goes unnoticed. Control only exists when the illusion of freedom is believed. But you were born with the ability to break their spell. You can't be fooled. Their tricks don't work on you. Their words ring hollow. Their false smiles feel empty. Their veiled threats their scripted performances, their fear-based conditioning, it all stands out to you like flashing red lights. And they hate that, because the foundation of their power depends on people staying ignorant. Their entire system is built on illusion. It only functions because people believe the lie. But you don't just refuse to believe it, you expose it. You pierce through their veils effortlessly. You sense when something is off, even before you can explain why. That instinct, that deeper awareness, is something they cannot control. This is why they fear you. This is why they have tried, since the beginning, to shut you down. They wanted you to doubt yourself, to question your own instincts, to believe that your insights were nothing more than paranoia or overthinking. They wanted to bury your clarity under layers of self-doubt, because they knew that if you ever fully trusted what you see, their illusion would start to collapse. But deep down, you've always known the truth. No matter how much they tried to silence that voice inside you, no matter how many times they called you crazy, difficult, or different, you knew. Your vision is clear. Your perception is sharp. And that clarity, that's their greatest weakness. They fear what you see because they know that once the veil is lifted, once you not only see through their deception, but help others see it too, their control crumbles. And the most terrifying part for them, that moment is coming, fast, and there's nothing they can do to stop it. Number 9, you are the glitch in their system, and that's why they fear you. They spent generations perfecting their control, turning people into predictable machines, following scripts without question. But then you came along, and no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't program you. Most people don't think, they repeat. They move through life like machines, running the same patterns, following the same rules, living inside a system that was never designed for them, but they never question it. Society has trained them to be predictable, to respond in ways that keep the machine running smoothly. They believe what they are told. They follow paths laid out for them. They never stop to ask why. They never even realize they've been programmed. But you were never meant to fit into that mold. From the very beginning, something inside you refused to conform. No matter how much pressure they put on you, no matter how many times they told you who to be, what to think, how to act, it never stuck. They tried, didn't they? They fed you their standards, their labels, their expectations. They told you to sit down, shut up, follow the herd. They tried to make you just like everyone else, but nothing worked. It's like they were trying to brand something that couldn't be branded, like they were trying to mold something that refused to be molded. Every time they pushed you into a box, you shattered it. Every time they tried to control you, you expanded beyond their reach. Every time they thought they had you figured out, you changed the game. And that terrifies them, because the system they built thrives on predictability. They don't need to control everyone. They just need most people to follow the script without question. To wake up, go to work, consume, obey, and never ask why. But you don't follow scripts. You write your own. You don't just see the programming, you reject it. And worse, you show others that they can reject it too. That makes you a threat. You're not just a questioner. You're proof that the chains they placed on society are not unbreakable. You are living, breathing evidence that there is another way. You are a reminder that control is an illusion. And every moment you exist in your truth, every time you refuse to play their game, you remind them that their system is flawed, that their programming is obsolete, and that their control is only temporary. You are the glitch they never saw coming, the disruption they can't predict, the force they can't control. and that's why they fear you. Number 10. Your power moves in silence, and that's why they can't stop you. They fear what they cannot see, what they cannot predict, what they cannot control, and that's exactly what you are. A force that moves in the unseen, reshaping reality without ever needing to announce itself. The world glorifies loud power, the kind that screams through megaphones, shakes the streets, and demands to be noticed. They celebrate rebellion when it comes in riots, in protests, in movements that can be tracked, measured, infiltrated. But you are something different, something they can't grasp. Your power doesn't need a crowd, it doesn't need a podium, it doesn't need permission to be felt. Your power is quiet, but it is relentless. It doesn't explode, it seeps in. It doesn't demand, it commands. The moment you enter a room, the atmosphere shifts. People may not understand why, but they feel it. They sense something different, something unsettling, something that makes them question things they were never supposed to question. It's not in what you say, it's in who you are. And that's exactly why they fear you. They have spent generations perfecting their control, manipulating people through fear, division, and noise. They rely on chaos, on distraction, on keeping people so overwhelmed that they never stop long enough to think. But you move differently. You don't get lost in the noise. You don't need to shout to be heard. You exist in a way that disrupts their entire game. Your presence alone plants seeds of doubt in their illusions, seeds of truth in minds that have been asleep for too long. A single idea you share, in passing, can take root in someone's mind and grow into a wildfire that burns through every lie they've ever believed. You don't have to force people awake, you make them wake themselves up. That is a power they do not understand. And what they don't understand, they cannot control. They have tried to study you, to figure out how to contain you. But how do you control something that doesn't play by the rules of force? How do you silence a revolution that doesn't come with banners and battle cries, but moves like a shadow, reshaping the very foundation of their world from the inside out? They have tried to stop you. They have tried to drown you in doubt, in distractions, in anything that would make you question the impact you have, because they know that the moment you own it, fully, completely, there will be nothing left of their illusion to stand on. You're not loud, but you're unshakable. You're not forceful, but you're unstoppable. You are the quiet revolution that is already rewriting everything they swore would last forever. And they can't do a damn thing to stop it. Number 11. You are the one variable they can't control and that terrifies them. They built a world that runs like a machine where every person is just another cog in their system, predictable, controllable. But then there's you, the wild card, the outlier, the one factor they cannot calculate, and that makes you their biggest threat. The system thrives on predictability. It survives by knowing exactly how people will respond, what choices they will make, and where they will go next. It needs people who are predictable, who stick to the script, who follow the well-worn paths set before them. That's how control is maintained, not by force, but by expectation. If they can predict you, they can contain you. If they can anticipate your next move, they can neutralize you before you ever become a problem. But then there's you. You are the crack in their foundation, the glitch in their program, the unpredictable force they never accounted for. They have tried to study you, to analyze you, to force you into one of their neat little categories, but you don't fit. No matter how many times they've tried to mold you into something more manageable, you slip through their grasp like smoke. The harder they push, the more you break away. Your unpredictability isn't just a personality trait. It's a weapon, one they can't defend against. They don't know what you'll do next, and that terrifies them. They designed their systems to account for every possibility, except for you. You don't play their game. You never have. And that's what makes you dangerous. They expect people to fall in line, to follow the paths laid out for them, to respond to pressure in ways they can prepare for. But you don't move like that. Your mind doesn't follow their rules. Your creativity doesn't flow within their boundaries. You take unexpected routes, think in ways they never considered, and act with an autonomy they don't understand. While others repeat the same tired cycles, you break free. And the moment you step outside of their carefully controlled reality, their entire system starts to shake. That's why they try so hard to manipulate you, to pull you back in, to keep you distracted. Because the second you fully embrace what you are, the second you stop questioning yourself and start using your unpredictability as the weapon it was meant to be, their control crumbles. You are the one element they can't account for, the unpredictable force that dismantles their structure. And the more they try to contain you, the more you remind them of the truth. No system, no force, no power can ever fully control someone who refuses to be predictable. Number 12. You are the proof that their power is a lie, and every time you rise, their illusion cracks. They built their empire on the belief that you could be controlled, that they could dictate your limits, your choices, your destiny. But every time they've tried to break you, you've done the one thing they never accounted for. You rose. They have thrown everything at you. Roadblocks, distractions, pressure, isolation, doubt. They've tried to make you feel powerless, to make you second-guess your worth, to convince you that their control over this world is absolute. But what they refuse to admit, what terrifies them, is that despite everything, you're still here, still standing, still rising, still refusing to be tamed. That alone proves that their power is nothing but an illusion. Because real power isn't control, it's resilience. And you are the very embodiment of that resilience. Every time they've tried to suppress you, you've adapted. Every time they've tried to limit you, you've found another way. They expected you to break under the weight of their oppression, but instead, you transcended. You found new ways to thrive, new ways to move forward, new ways to create. And that is what makes you unstoppable. They want you to believe that their authority is unshakable, that their systems are too deeply rooted, too powerful to ever be overthrown. But your existence defies that belief. Because if their control was real, if their power was absolute, then you wouldn't still be here. You wouldn't still be fighting, thinking, questioning, winning. The fact that you have overcome every attempt to silence you is proof that they never truly had power over you to begin with. And that terrifies them. Because every time you rise, you expose the truth they've been trying to bury. That no matter how much they try to suppress it, the human spirit, your spirit, can never be fully contained. They can push, they can deceive, they can manipulate, but at the end of the day, their control only exists for as long as people believe in it. The second you see through it, it loses all meaning. You are living proof that they do not have the power they claim to have. And every time you refuse to bow, every time you carve your own path, every time you thrive, despite their efforts, you remind them of their greatest fear, that the system they have built is nothing but a house of cards, one that will crumble the moment enough people wake up. So don't ever let them convince you that you are weak. Don't ever let them make you question your strength, because you are not just surviving in their rigged game, you are dismantling it. Every step forward you take, every victory, every moment of clarity, those are cracks forming in the foundation of their illusion. And one day soon, that illusion will shatter completely. Number 13. They wanted you to disappear, but you were never meant to blend in. They tried to make you doubt yourself. They tried to break you, silence you, force you into their mold. But no matter how hard they pushed, you refused. Because you were never designed to fit in. You were born to disrupt, to awaken, to rewrite the entire system. From the beginning, you knew you were different. While others followed the script without question, you felt something deeper, an instinct, a knowing, a pull toward something greater. You could never accept things as they were, because deep in your soul, you understood that the world around you was a carefully crafted illusion. They told you to blend in, to obey, to accept. But that was never in your nature. You weren't created to follow their path. You were sent to forge your own. And that terrified them. They've spent their lives trying to break you, to condition you into submission, to drown out your voice before you realized its power. But what they didn't understand is that every attempt to suppress you only strengthened you. The very things they tried to turn into weaknesses, your sensitivity, your defiance, your relentless hunger for truth, were actually your greatest weapons. They didn't realize that by trying to bury you, they were only forcing you to grow deeper roots. You are not just another person moving through their system. You are the glitch, the unpredictable element they could never account for. Their entire game is built on control, manipulation, and deception. But you see the cracks, you feel the shifts. And by simply existing in your truth, you expose the lie they've spent generations protecting. That's why they fear you. That's why they call you too much. That's why they try to isolate you, make you doubt yourself, keep you distracted with meaningless noise. Because if you ever fully own who you are, if you ever stop apologizing for your power, the world they built will collapse beneath its own weight. They never expected someone like you. They never planned for a force they couldn't predict. But here you are, the revolution they cannot stop. You carry the codes to a new world, a paradigm so powerful that it will inevitably replace the old. Not because of violence, not because of force, but because truth will always outlive illusion. What they built was never meant to last. But you are built for something far beyond what they can comprehend. You were never meant to just survive this world. You were meant to transform it. And as long as you stand firm in your truth, no amount of suppression, no amount of control, no system of power will ever be enough to stop the wave of change that follows you. Because you were never meant to blend in. You were meant to lead the way out. And now you see it clearly. Everything they did to keep you small, every lie they fed you, every obstacle they placed in your way, it was never about you being weak. It was about them fearing what would happen if you realized your power. But now, there's no turning back. You were never meant to blend in. You were meant to break the cycle and lead the way out. The question is, are you ready? If this message hit you, don't just sit with it. Like this video, subscribe, and drop 77 in the comments to show them you're still here. Now, share this with another chosen one. It's time to wake them up.